What is up, everyone? It is Matt. I've been producing the show most of the morning. A huge shout out to Eric Sensman, who is going on a run currently, despite having told Dylan Bowman on the Free Trail podcast that, quote, I scheduled today as a 0 day. So if Debo is currently watching, just know that Eric lied to you. So, but no, I appreciate you all hopping back in. We are still working on trying to get some camera feeds up, including a interview with our third place overall male, which I apologize, I have right here, which was Jeffrey Colt. I apologize for that. So we're working on trying to get our camera feeds up for that. At the finish line, there's a lot of connectivity issues currently, so just bear with us. But we are going to take a look. Now that our golden tickets have been collected, it's time for the other stories, which is going to be a lot of fun. So let me find the right camera here. I want to go out to Robert, and now we are taking a look out at Table Mesa, which is roughly mile, what is it? Mile 59? 50.9, I believe. So, again, if you are just tuning in, we had a lot of excitement happening throughout the day. Just to recap, on the men's side, our race winner was Trueheart Brown. He was the winner on the men's side, and on the ladies' side, Claire Gallagher made a pretty valiant comeback. And it looks like our feed... We might be losing our feed there for just a minute here, so I'll send it back here in the studio. And so Claire Gallagher had a really strong, come from behind finish. And so on the men's side, we had Trueheart Brown, Scott Trayer, Aravaipa Zone, and then Jeffrey Colt. And on the women's side, we had Claire Gallagher, who has declined her golden ticket. Dominika Stelmach, who ran out in the front most of the race. Anne-Marie Madden was third. And then in fourth, and getting the third golden ticket to Western States, was Taylor Nolan of Adidas Terex. So huge shout out to all of them. And now we're going to take a look at... Hold on here. Yeah, we got feeds cutting in and out. But now everyone who is still finishing has their chance to, secure their tickets for the Western States Lottery. I believe the cutoff for that is about 17 hours. So they have until midnight if they were in the Elite Wave. So anyone finishing would still be able to put in for the lottery here. And on if they started at 7:30, they'd have till 12:30, obviously. And then if they started at 8, they have until 1 a.m. to secure their ability to enter the Western States Lottery. Yeah, and so again, we are just waiting on feeds to pick up here. And so while we wait on that, why don't we just go ahead and pull up. Hold on here. Let me get this connected so that I can share this with you all. All right, now are we... Let's see. There we go. Now we got the iPad up so we can really take a look at this leaderboard. And I will also be pulling over into the live chat here. Is the finish line feed up? We currently have 0 feeds up, but we are working on troubleshooting. And we are just getting an update that Eo Wang has dropped out at Table Mesa. So, don't know exactly why. I think she was just having trouble eating based on the reports we're getting. But let's go ahead and let's take a look. Let's take a look at this leaderboard here. So again, Trueheart Brown, only the the second or only the third person to ever run under 8 hours on the full course here. So he had himself a really good day, finished just under 8 hours. Scott Trayer, Aravaipa's own, finishing in second. Jeffrey Colt in third. And then on the ladies' side, again, you had Claire Gallagher and Dominika Stelmach separated by just 4.5 minutes. Followed by Anne-Marie Madden and Taylor Nolan, who will pick up the last Western States golden ticket as Claire Gallagher has declined her entry into Western States. And I apologize. Thanks for bearing with me while I try to work out some of these connectivity issues here. And while I work on that, I believe the great Rob Ricardo is also going to come right in here, and he's going to help talk about, all of the things that unfolded. Maybe even walk kind of through this little course overview here, which is really interesting as you kind of can see the Bradshaw Mountains over here to the left and how the course kind of skates the foothills of the Bradshaws and runs kind of in and out of these canyons.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. So what's Q&A? Last time we tuned in to the middle and the back of the pack, we had them coming through the Gloriana Mine Soap Creek session. I'm actually going to spin this map so we can head. Now that we're looking southbound is now going to be on the top of your screen. So kind of give you a bit of a visual how this course is just going to continue to wind all the way in to the only out and back section on the course really is Black Canyon City. You'll see you come up this ridge right here. Kind of level out, and then it's, for the most part, it's rolling, but mostly all downhill to Black Canyon City, the 60K mark. That'll be the finish line for tomorrow's 60K. But this is the first time that runners will be picking up or be able to see their crew and have the ability to pick up a pacer if they do so choose. And then they'll be heading back out. And I love this section of the course. It's super fun. You come back out, you can see people coming in. You take the left on that fork, and this point right here, it just slingshots you down to the Agua Fria. But that's where your legs also really, really start to feel it. And this is what makes the race so challenging is that back 40K is just unreal. As you go through these foothills, you could really see as you level out the course profile, it's pretty hilly, really punchy trails, fairly technical as you make your way toward Cottonwood Gulch and then further down to Table Mesa. You can see all the creek crossings. Here's one of those climbs. So you can imagine with all those miles in your legs, the runners are really going to be feeling it. A quick little detour to get to the aid station here, and then they'll be taking their way further down all the way to Emery Henderson Trailhead in New River, Arizona. And right now, this is a live look at Table Mesa. And now we're above, just a mile outside, a little less of the finish line. And we are getting word that we've successfully gotten our camera on the ground to have an interview with third place Jeff Colt. Unmute. See if our audio picks it up.
Most folks who are here and likely faster than me at most distances, we're going to go for that first 25 miles. And all I was focusing on was the final 25 miles. So I wanted to feel good when I came.
We've got to ask, we got to clarify. You took your ticket. You are going. We've got the ticket. Awesome. Relatively low volume runner.
Yeah.
How did that play out in your training? How do you feel about that? What else do you do to compensate for that low volume? Is there anything you do?
Yeah, I am just your classic hyperactive kid, so I do a lot.
Nice.
But I run like 35 to 60 miles a week. I work for a ski boot liner company. Skiing is like my other major passion.
Nice.
So like 2 weeks ago, I was in Italy skiing, watching World Cup downhill races and stuff.
Right.
And like pretty hard to get a lot of training in when you're skiing in Italy. But like the running I do, I'm pretty critical about like the training. You know, I make sure I get my easy kind of comfort miles with my dog. And then I try to just do longer distance tempo and progression runs. And I run maybe 4 or 5 days a week. And then I alpine ski and ski tour about 4 or 5 days a week. And
so on a course like this, speaking as a physical therapist, like quad strength is necessary to handle this much downhill, and that skiing seems to have played into it. Like, how did your legs feel throughout the day? How did that roll out?
Legs felt good. Yeah, I guess that's another point is most of my speed work, I do almost all my speed work downhill, just because it allows me to get a faster turnover. And I live in Aspen area, so also at elevation. But skiing, like, definitely has a lot of leg strength. Like, I feel like other than being one of the stronger guys in the race, like I'm pretty durable, and I kind of was predicting that most folks were going to blow up by Black Canyon City, and I can count on being a little heavier and having a little bit more durability. And the only thing that my weakness is heat. So I was just overhydrating. Like I actually had stomach 30 miles. I was like, wow,
A little overdone.
Really hydrated.
Nice. It played out well for you. So it was a good game plan at the end of the day.
I think it was like moving from 40th to 24th to 8th to 3rd. And I think if we kept going, I think I could have gotten it.
You think you could have gotten it?
Yeah.
I think so too. I think you would have had it. The last thing I wanted to touch on is you mentioned earlier that this has been a while.
Oh, yeah.
This has been a long time coming.
Oh, man.
Tell me about this journey.
Okay. So 2019, Bandera. I did Bandera 2 years in a row. In 2019, right after the 50K, Mako was like, how you doing? I'm like, I'm going to drop. I'm not feeling good. And he was like, there's 5 guys in front of us. Like, and at that time, it was like,
right.
Matt Daniels never run something longer than like a marathon or 50K. Like, is he really going to finish? And we worked through it. He was like, basically, Jeff, it's Tyler Green and then you and I. And so we're currently like fighting for this ticket.
Right.
So do you want it or not? And I like gave everything I had. And on that day, Tyler and Mako ended up walking away with the tickets. And that was, I guess, my first third place in a golden ticket race. Today was nice that third place meant something.
Right.
But the year before, Bandera had like really good race going, horrible bonk at mile 50, went from third to fifth and ended up fifth, but like we felt so close. And no, I think since I kind of learned about Western States, I wanted to do it. And 5 years later, it feels pretty good to actually have, a course that's bringing me there.
Yeah, no.
Fingers crossed for the lottery every year, but that's never going to happen.
And this course mimics Western States really well with the net downhill in the beginning, and then you got to roll through some really tough technical terrain in the end. So I think it's going to set you up really well.
Yeah, I like rising to the occasion. I feel like whatever field I'm in, I can try to create a strategy that'll put me in a good place. So hopefully try to get on that podium there too,
Excited to see you go out there, buddy. Way to crush it today. It's been a pleasure following you, chasing you, and being able to interview you.
What's my name, Zach?
Jeff Colt.
I heard the announcers didn't know my name today, so
you were a little bit of a dark horse.
Throwing it out there.
You got a little bit of a dark horse today, a dark horse moment. And I guess last question, speaking of dark horse, I mean, you came in as a relative dark horse compared to the other elite field that was here, and you proved yourself. And I think the entire podium was proven today by up-and-comers, first-timers.
Yeah.
Was that part of your motivation to get there to finally prove it?
Ultra running, so much attention happens on a couple different races. The spotlight's never been on me, and that's the way it goes sometimes. Like, I knew the guys I was racing, and I was super nervous.
Right.
And they're 30 years of living, 23 of those have been running competitively, and mileage builds in a long time. I want to be the best in the world at 47, and I got a couple years to go until then.
Take it today.
Ooh.
You now have a bullseye on your back, buddy. Known as one of the stronger athletes to come into this. We're gonna.
Thank
it
you.
was a pleasure.
Yeah.
And we'll see you at Western.
Right on.
Cool, dude.
And we just lost the feed there, so we are going to bring it back to the studio. And Jeff, we apologize for not catching your name at the finish, and obviously we deserve all the jokes. Well,
we'll take it.
Because I was producing.
Hey,
so I blame Rob.
You can go ahead and do that.
I'm commentating now.
There's one thing for certain now. The whole ultra running, trail running world will never forget the name Jeff Colt.
Well, I mean,
when June rolls around, we're gonna know him. We're gonna know him at the start line at Western States for sure.
Well, I think Eric should be turned into a meme to help build Jeff's name at Eric's expense, obviously.
Yeah.
So huge shout out to Jeff and a huge effort by him. Finishing third, getting that golden ticket. Which this year you got 3 golden tickets here instead of 2 in a normal year because of the cancellation with Tarawera. So huge shout out to him finishing third in a really incredible field. And it looks like we have some more runners coming in. So I'm going to throw it to our drone here.
Yeah, not too far away from the finish line. It just took off from that pipeline road that kind of cuts through. So we'll see if we can get some visuals on yet another finisher coming in, finishing up their incredible 100K effort here at the 2022 Black Canyon 100K. It's just been look at this. It's just been a beautiful day.
And then let's go ahead and send it to Table Mesa, where we're going to be having, runners chasing that Western States qualifier coming through, for the next few hours here still. So, nice to see, all of these runners who have been out there since probably, 8 a.m., 7:30 a.m., 7 a.m. in some cases, still just really out there getting after it. And I just want to highlight this in the chat from Sarah Newberry, who has been in the chat all day.
All day.
Just a joy and a pleasant to see in the chat. So, Sarah, thank you so much. We really appreciate you, and we appreciate everyone who's in the chat right now.
Yeah, again, this is a live look at Table Mesa, just under mile 51. I mean, if you're coming through Table Mesa at this point, about 35 minutes away from the sun setting here, you're at a good spot. You have enough time to get in where you're not going to spend too much time with the headlamp on, depending on how fast you're moving. But of course, the cutoff is around 4 a.m. Is that right, Matt?
The final cutoff is at 4 a.m.
That'll be 20 hours from the final wave, so the third wave, which went off at 8 a.m. So yeah, 4 a.m. I like running through the night. You like that? It's a pretty unique. It's a pretty freeing experience, running on the trails at night.
Yeah, I mean, in the desert, I think I like it a little bit more because it's not so hot. And we
Yeah.
do have a drone backup, so we were just waiting on our drone near the finish area to get back in the sky. And we do have another runner coming through here. And they are closing in on the finish there. You can see the finish arch right there, where runners will be completing their journey. 100 kilometers from Mayer High School at an elevation of around 4,000 feet down to the desert here at the Emory Henderson Trailhead. Exploring what used to be used and still is, I believe, actively used by possibly one family as a cattle herding route. So the Black Canyon Trail was originally a route to move cattle through the Bradshaws to the valley.
That's incredible. You're never not hitting us with the amazing historical facts, and that is one of my favorite things about you, Matt.
That's what I'm here for.
That and just a little bit more, huh? Like making sure this whole thing works.
I'm trying. And wait. We have a Chris Cam sighting here.
Is that Andre Lee?
Chris, do you have yourself? Are you able to unmute yourself? Yeah, and so for those of you joining us on the live stream, this is Aravaipa legend, community member Andre Lee. Andre, I don't know if you can hear us. Chris, if he can't hear us, can you ask him just how he's feeling right now? How are you feeling right now, Andre?
And that, you heard that right, folks. He ran the Coldwater 100 miler almost about a month ago to the day. So and now he's just jumping into a casual 100K. That's what makes one of the many things that make Andre Lee a legendary runner here in this community.
Well, and then coming back for the 60K tomorrow, which is
The double.
Which is amazing.
Something that Corey Waltering, of course, last year, I believe he was the first one to do the double down.
Yeah, I think so. Well, Andre, keep up the good work and good luck with the rest of your journey these next few hours. And we are now going to send it back to our aerial shot here as we have more runners closing in on the finish of the Black Canyon 100K.
That's got to feel good.
And I'm getting word as well that the great Zach Marion is going to be trying to grab Claire Gallagher for a little.
Oh, that's going to be a great interview.
So she had obviously a run for the ages.
Well, honestly,
on the back half here.
One of the best runs ever at Black Canyon. And there's like I had said when I was on air with Eric Sensman before, like, if there is some kind of pass around Doe Spring or after, like, we're not going to know until we hear it from one of those runners of how it actually happened, what went down. So we'll see if Zach can get some insight on that. And then, of course, the big plot twist after her first place finish is that she is deciding to not take the well-earned golden ticket into this year's Western States, which, again, now that passed down a place. So our two women, 2, 3, and 4 on the women's side are taking those tickets. So we're going to find out from Claire how the race went and really what her decision was on passing it down. And again, incredible views here from our drone. These images, as they come in and out, are coming from just outside of the finish, about a little less than a mile outside the finish at this point.
And so we are going to check in here with Zach Marion in just a couple minutes as he's going to sit down and chat with the great Claire Gallagher after a truly incredible performance. And so once Zach unmutes, we will send it over to him, and we are going to send it over to Zach as he sits down with Claire Gallagher.
Race is just absolutely exciting. Just incredibly fun energy you bring to the race, on top of just being an amazing crusher. Not only a personal favorite, but a fan favorite. We were excited to see you pull it off today. How did those last handful of miles go? When did you take the lead? Run us through that.
Yeah, so I went through the last 8, which is supposedly 3.6 miles from the finish.
Feels like 10.
Yeah, and I was like, hey, y'all know where first is? And they were like, yeah, she's 30 seconds ahead. And I was like, oh, sweet. I mean, Dominica had an amazing race. Like, big kudos to her. We ran very different races, as you can imagine. But yeah, I pretty much put the burners on when I realized she was that close. I mean, I was working, but out there, you feel like you're the only person in the desert, you know?
Right,
and so it's pretty hard to be like, you know, all right, we're going to go fast now. When you're like, where? I literally know nothing. You know, so I was happy to just keep chipping away. Yeah.
Seeing you working so hard, you were in the zone, you were pushing. No one was behind you, but you were still
well, you freaked me out. You said behind me, and I was like, dude, what?
I said, no one's behind you. You're good.
I know, totally.
Awesome. But you mentioned race strategy coming into today. It seemed like a lot of people made it a race from Black Canyon to the finish, and it seemed like a lot of people raced to get to Black Canyon.
Tried to pretty much have a smile at Black Canyon. My coach David Roach was like, if you're feeling good at Black Canyon City, like roughly mile 37, like you'll have a great day. And lo and behold, the man is a genius, and I felt pretty good. And there's this amazing train of women. I mean, I was running with like, I don't know, at one point probably like 7 women at the beginning.
You guys were all so close all day.
Yeah, it was like weirdly, it never really had that experience before. It just shows how incredible the sport is, you know, get all these badass fast women running together. And then we were chasing Dominica, but we were like, she's so far ahead. Let's just run in ourselves. That's what at least I kept saying to myself. I was like, I need to run in myself. It's too hot to blow up. Way too hot to go out hard. So
the heat was definitely a factor today, but you guys did have a nice tailwind most of the day. Did you feel that? Did you notice that?
Interesting. I did notice the wind, and it was delightful.
It seemed to cool it off just enough to make it bearable.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so we were lucky.
Yeah, you guys had a great day, and it was still hot, but you guys persevered. I did notice something personally, and you touched on a little bit, like just the amount of badass women that are racing, and that came to this race specifically. You guys were in a tight pack. It seemed like you all raced a really smart race, and you said you were amongst other amazing female athletes. Did that get in your head at all? Were you like, oh my gosh, I've got so much good competition here? Or was it more of a celebration, like, yeah, let's freaking go?
I was definitely more of a celebration vibe. It's kind of hard to be like out for blood competitor when you're running with people like Anne-Marie Madden, who's like the nicest woman ever, a good friend, Canadian. And she was third, and she runs like really, really, really smart pacing. And so I won't lie, like I definitely gauged off her a little bit in the beginning. And yeah, it's, you know, you're out there for 9 hours. It's like, I don't know if other people are like, you know, trying to like edge each other out in the early miles, but we just like kind of locked in, and it was so smooth. Yeah.
I will say one thing I noticed was going in and out of Black Canyon, there was a lot of poker face going on. There was a lot of like, I'm getting to business. Men's side. On the women's side, there's a lot more cheering for each other, and you were one of them who was like, I was with this, and it was refreshing to see that type of playful competition. And I think, do you feel like maybe that was part of what kept the pack so tight, of everyone like hanging on to each other?
Oh yeah, I mean, Taylor Nolan at the beginning and Devin were like, hey, let's like do this together. So I mean, it's an ultra, so you know everyone's gonna dissipate at one point. But yeah, it's like, if we're not having fun, what are we doing? You know, we're obviously competing hard. Like I worked my ass off today, but like it's just seeing all these people, especially after, you know, a couple of years where it hasn't been as, we haven't had these races at this thickness, you know?
Right.
It's a total blessing to be out here.
I've talked to a lot of other athletes, and this is being like the season opener for like just generally across the country. This is the season opener race. But now you've punched your ticket to Western States. You are going to Western States. Let's clarify that. You took the ticket, right?
Actually, I did not.
You did not.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that. What was part of that decision to not take that ticket?
Well, big respect to Craig Thornley. He's an amazing race director, and he happens to be here. Big respect to Black Cannon. Amazing race.
Absolutely.
I signed up for this race knowing, golden ticket. I wanted a really competitive 100K, and
you got it.
Frankly, I kind of need a break from States. It's amazing, and Craig's amazing. The organization,
right.
Like, I take so long to recover.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to kind of listen to my heart and focus on some mountain stuff in Colorado. This isn't like some like I'm sorry, I don't have anything super exciting.
No, I think what you're showing is maturity in the sport and what's going to keep longevity a ticket because it was given to you. You feel an obligation to race it. Obviously, you've been hey, my heart's just not in it, and I want to do other things and put all my soul into other things. And so I can appreciate that as an athlete, as someone who's been doing this for 10 years and seen athletes go in and out.
Yeah.
Are here to stay. You got exactly what you wanted. And you got a 100K race. Like, total kudos to, and thanks for a phenomenal race, giving us something to watch.
Thanks so much, Zach. Also, if anyone just wanted to say, I was running out there for a place about 60 miles east of Phoenix called Oak Flat. And a week from today, February 19th, there's going to be a gathering, a demonstration. Oak Flat is a really sacred place, the San Carlos Apache tribe, and it's been in years of back and forth with a mining operation, and mostly like from, if anyone's interested, show up, go show support to Oak Flat. It's world-class climbing in addition to being a sacred place for the San Carlos Apache. So it's we're so interested, head out there, and you'll be welcomed and informed.
Awesome. Claire, this is why we love her, because she cares so much about what we do and the sport, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Zach.
Pleasure.
Thank you all. Have a
Thanks,
great
guys.
night.
Awesome, and we are going to send it back to our drone shot here.
I just got to say, if Claire Gallagher wasn't your favorite runner before this race, my guess is that she is now, and rightfully deserved.
Yeah, what just an incredible person, obviously, but like very like wise and thoughtful, right?
Absolutely.
I think that her understanding that her body needs a lot of time to recover and choosing not to run Western States and that she needs a little bit of a break from it while fully admitting that Western States is an amazing event put on by amazing people, I think it was really cool to hear from her that, like, while she loves the race and feels such a connection to the race, she knows that she needs to maybe just take a step back for a year.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you how much respect she has for the sport and knowledge she has for the sport. She's been in it for so long, and like you said, I couldn't have said it better myself. Like she knows that taking a break is the right thing to do, and that's super respectful. I mean, wishing her the best, and she put down a performance today that nobody is going to forget. So
yeah, and that's actually another kind of incredible thing, right? Is she knew coming in she wasn't going to take the golden ticket, and she still just raced to the finish. It didn't matter. She just threw it all out there.
That's wow.
Love to see it.
Love to see it.
And
you know what else I love to see is a view like this, and to see another runner coming in, finishing up their 100K journey at Emery Henderson Trailhead in New River, Arizona. This is like the golden hour, that not the golden hour of the race, like the last hour before the final cutoff, but videography standpoint, this is an amazing part of the course for golden hour as the sun dips over like the foothills of the Bradshaws. It's quite the sight for runners wherever they are on the course at this point.
And I don't know exactly who this is for sure, but it looks like we do have our top 14 women all through. So after once we get a chance here, we'll make sure that we kind of take a look at the leaderboard here and ensure that we're giving everyone their due. So again, we are looking on as runners are finishing their Black Canyon journey, and they go through one last cattle gate just a mere meters from the finish line. As you see the finish arch right there, and we will try and get you an update on who we believe that is momentarily. My guess is, I'm not going to do guesses. That got us in trouble earlier.
Well, it got Sensman and I in trouble, but
yeah, no guesses. But I am going to look. Yeah, that's who I was going to guess. That was Rachel Spalding. So our timing mats are working very well. I think it's because I'm, at the desk now. Maybe they just don't like Eric, and so.
Well, now that he has walked back in the room.
But that was our 15th place. Female here, and so I just want to walk through that really quickly with you all here. So taking a look at our top 5 women, we had Claire Gallagher, Dominika Stelmach, we had Anne-Marie Madden and Taylor Nolan. So Dominika, Anne-Marie, and Taylor will be taking the golden tickets to Western States. In 5th, we had Aravaipa Racing Team's very own Brianna Grigsby, Dr. Brianna Grigsby, paced by Bryce Brooks, my office mate here at Aravaipa. marketing extraordinaire Bryce Brooks paced her in from Black Canyon City. In 6th was Natalie Sandoval, another
local phenom. I was like, incredible. Like I said before the race, I said, watch out for Natalie. She's going to be a name over the next few years that you're going to get to know.
We had Lauren Puritz. In 8th, Shay Aquiliano. I apologize for probably butchering that. Then Nicole Hansen, Lauren Curry, another Aravaipa Racing team member, rounded out the ladies' top 10. Then we had Lindsay McDonald, another Aravaipa Racing team member, in 11th. Collier Lawrence, Kylie Drugan Epic, Don Greenwalt, Cocodona finisher, and then we just saw Rachel Spalding. So now we are going to take it back to our drone shot here overhead. And actually, before we do that, we're going to send it out to Table Mesa as we have, runners still coming through Table Mesa aid station, kind of making their way towards the finish. We will send it back to our eyes in the sky, courtesy of Paul Nelson. And we have some more runners coming in. Again, I refuse to guess who this will be, but based on the Doe Springs splits, we had Chalish Popke, Lottie Brinks, and Natalie Churgwin, who all came through Doe Springs around the same time. And while I give you all this shot, I'm going to say goodbye to the legend himself, the future mayor of Flagstaff. What else? What else did you have, Rob?
Tom Selleck's understudy?
Everyone's favorite cowboy after
Jim
Jim
Walmsley.
and Jared and Tim and is Cody still a cowboy? And Cody, if he's still a cowboy. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. But no, I'm going to say goodbye to Eric while you all enjoy this finish line shot with a beautiful sunset here, as well as the sun begins to tuck its way behind the mountains. And there it is, the legend himself, Eric Sensman, is departing the Aravaipa Studios for one last time tonight.
The best mustache in Western states since Tim Tweetmeyer. Look at that. Just look at the light right there. Love it. Oh, drone's out.
And actually, we are going to take it back here because we have a different drone in the sky. But while I was saying goodbye to Eric, I believe we got to see Natalie Churgwin and Lottie Brinks. Lottie, the fourth place finisher at Javelina, just missed out on a golden ticket there.
Yeah.
And so she finished in, those were your 16th and 17th females. And we should have, a couple more runners coming in here shortly. And I am going to do my best to see if I can pin the live link in the chat here. And so let's see, I think I do this. Yeah, so the live results should be pinned to the top of the chat now. Thank you for reminding me. I should have done that from the start. And while we have this pretty sunset here, I am going to send it to the sites of the Table Mesa aid station here. And again, I know the excitement and the hoopla is always around the elites and the chase for the golden ticket, and rightfully so, because you know what they're doing is incredible out there. But this is just as important, right here. You know, getting to check in on all the people who are beginning or in the middle of their multi-year process, typically of getting into Western states through the lottery. So this is obviously a big deal for everyone here in the race, and so shout out to Robert, who is out at Table Mesa helping us out here.
He's been
filming all
holding
the
it down
happenings.
all day. So
He's been crushing it. So we really appreciate that, and it's nice to see, you know, all the different people coming through here still as the sun is slowly beginning to set in the beautiful Sonoran Desert. And we
it's like a pick your sunset view at this point. It's pretty amazing. Huge shout out to Troy and Paul, two of our drone pilots in the sky. Of course, Whit, Tara, and Enzo also holding it down on the drones all day.
Renee Schwartzman in the chat. This drone shot is from the finish line area.
Look at that lens flare.
So we are
Troy Wicks.
overlooking. We will only have drones in the sky for probably a little bit longer.
Yeah, once
before
that
it's
sun.
too dark for them to fly.
Yeah. Yeah, the sun will be setting in about 6 or 7 minutes, and then we'll have about 20 minutes or so of civil twilight, and then it's pretty much ground cams from there on out.
So again, we are watching the beautiful sunset over the Bradshaws.
At this point, you're looking more toward like Lake Pleasant is just on the other side of those foothills right there. So it's a little bit too south to be in the Bradshaw proper, but Lake Pleasant, one of the amazing regional parks here in Maricopa County, is just on the other side of those. But way in the distance, I believe that would be the White Tanks. If you've never been to Phoenix or the Phoenix area, you come in here and you look in every direction. There's mountains in every direction. It's a pretty incredible place to live and, of course, to visit. And I'm sure, as all these runners can attest, it's a beautiful place to run 100K or 60K.
And Renee in the chat, yeah, Eli White should probably be one of the next one or two runners to finish. I don't know whether we'll get a very good shot of him on the drone. However, if we don't, I do have the leaderboard, which at the finish line has been updating pretty smoothly, locked and loaded, to make sure if we do. Oh, and yeah, it looks like it was just because it's pointed right at the sun, probably. So yeah, we should be able to get eyes on him as he comes in. Yeah, and it looks like he probably will be next. We had 2 more ladies finish. Chalish Popke and Justina Wilson just recently finished as well.
And as we await them, I just want to give you some eyes. That is Lake Pleasant that I was telling you guys about, just to give you some context. In this absolutely stunning landscape that all these runners are adventuring in today. But of course, now looking back up north bound on the course, we will see in the remaining light that we do have if we can catch a few more runners on our drone cam. And again, huge shout out to everybody tuning in today. It's been a pleasure being part of this live stream. It's been an incredible race to watch. And of course, the goal is to go all the way through the 20 hours. The amount of camera feeds will change. And of course, it's nighttime. There'll be less to see, but there'll be context and perspective when available throughout the night.
You'll
thanks
get
for
to hang
tuning
out
in.
with me all night. So, I don't know what more the people could really want, Rob.
I'm kind of jealous. I'm having Cocodona flashbacks. I would hang out all night. If my wife wasn't racing tomorrow, I would hang out all night with you. We would just have a blast. Probably have some donuts.
She just needs you at the start and finish.
I got a crew. Bumblebee, man.
Dude, do you think Marissa needs a crew?
She's gonna
crush it
so
hard.
She's gonna crush it. She's also gonna yell at me for bringing her up on the live stream. But
I probably shouldn't have used her name.
no, it's all good. She's probably laughing. Yeah, but just like today, Bumblebee will be a crew stop for the 60K runners tomorrow. Essentially, the only crew access point.
Oh,
we might have another interview from Zach.
It looks like Zach may have Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie?
Yep. And so we are going to. I'm gonna send it to Zach. I'm gonna wait. Give me 1 minute, Zach. I believe we have eyes on possibly our next finisher. So we want to make sure that we check that out. Yep, Zach, we will send it to you in just like 1 or 2 minutes if that's okay. And we're going to send it to you, Zach, because our drone feed just started. We started to lose that. And so let's see here. Let me... And it is all yours, Zach.
And perfect, we are live. I'm here with Anne-Marie Madden. We've got a 3rd place finish today, which means you have a golden ticket.
I do.
How excited are you about that today?
I'm super happy.
Super
I
happy.
definitely came hoping that might be a possibility. I wouldn't say I actually felt all that optimistic when I saw the start list of women. So to have such a fun day, enjoy the race, and then also walk away with a golden ticket, like I couldn't
We're
ask
going
for
to
more.
bring it back.
It seemed like you had a great day out there. You ran a really well-placed strategy. And I was talking to Claire Gallagher about this a little bit. I want to get
back
your
to
take.
Troy here.
Again, here's a look in the final, about 1/5 of the mile of the course, but maybe the final 1/4 mile of the course. In the remaining light, as the clock ticks over to about 11:08 run time since the first wave. And there we go. Looks like we've got eyes on another finisher in great spirits, waving to the drone as she makes her way toward Emory Henderson Trailhead. She'll have to dip down into the washy kind of section. Short little punchy climb through the cattle gates and grabbing that belt buckle.
Yeah, and again, we are trying to get it over to the people's champ, Zach Marion, here in just a minute. Unfortunately, we're just working through a little bit of an audio thing here, but Zach is going to be bringing us the great Anne-Marie Madden, who was the third place finisher today, taking the second golden ticket spot on the ladies' side. So, yeah, as soon as we can get some audio in for you, we will send that to you, as, again, we have eyes on another runner getting ready to punch their ticket into the Western States Lottery.
Yeah. Yeah, and for those of you at home, if you're not familiar, the Western States, the lottery for the Western States 100, it typically, it's pretty rare to get in your first try. So it's the way it works is basically it's to the power of 2. So every time you enter, it hits it's basically squared. So the more times you enter, the more chances you have to get picked, to put it in the most simple terms. So this is starting that long process for a lot of people, or continue it, of entering the Western States Lottery and then waiting in that first weekend in December to see if you got a spot in next year's Western States. Again, we're grabbing as many visuals from the sky as we can before the drones have to land for the evening.
We may have, yep, there it is. Oh, and I see, I don't want to pull that one up. Let me see if I can find a different one here. I can't. I'll pull this one up. Oh, hold on. We're going to have Zach Marion here in just a second. But I do want to give a shout out to my good buddy Dave McKinney in the chat, teammate of mine at Eastern Illinois University.
Oh,
the
EIU!
greatest educational institution in the world. Dave McKinney, huge shout out in the chat. And we do have Zach back on. Let's see if we can get some audio here. He's unmuted. Zach, let's see if we can make this happen. And in the chat, if you can just let me know if
Can you hear us?
Hear anything.
Can you hear us? Are we good? Fantastic. Hey guys, I'm here with Anne-Marie Madden here. We've got our third place finisher and Western Western States golden ticket earner. How do you feel about all this? Have you had enough time to soak it all in?
I'm super happy. That was, the whole race was like a very joyful race.
Amazing.
Which, number one priority, have fun and do it because you love it. So that checked that box. And then
absolutely
to have a podium finish and get one of the tickets was like really like I wanted that. That was for sure a dream, but in the week preceding this, I definitely started to talk myself out of my capabilities to do it. So I think it was a good reminder that you're kind of you're
your worst critic, right?
We
always
are.
Yeah. I want to know, what was part of the talking yourself out of? Was it seeing how stacked the women's field was this year, or was it your own ability?
I think it was mostly the stacked field. And basically, anytime I go to either an international race or one of these big U.S. races, I go through this whole process of feeling like I don't belong and that I shouldn't be there and that it's foolish to show up. So it just seems to, by now, I just kind of know it's like part of my process.
It's part of the thing, right? But speaking of it, we talked to Claire a little bit about this, and I want to get your opinion on it as another amazing female athlete, like hailing from Canada. You got to come down and grace us with your presence, but this was such a stacked women's field this year. We're seeing that happen in the sport, where the women's field is becoming more compact. It's a lot less strewn about throughout the race. You guys were really close for most of the race.
Yeah, for at least half.
At minimum.
It was like, I called us the centipede. It was just like this long train of women, and we were, 1 second apart from each other, all just running in a big, long line. Because it's single track, there was, if there was a section that I was leading, I'd constantly say, if anyone wants to pass, like, no problem, let me know. I'm not here to, like, hold you up.
Right.
But yeah, you kind of had to consciously make an effort to change the order if you wanted to pass or let other people pass, because it's not simple to go around.
Was it empowering to be around so many women? And like, you're looking at Claire Gallagher, you're watching all these other amazing women that we look up to. Was it empowering to be in that pack, knowing you belong?
Well, I very much will always just run the pace that I think is right for me. And so I felt like I was like, this is exactly the pace I want to be running. And the fact there's like all these women around me just means that we're going to have a whole bunch of fun. Right. The first 40, 50K just flew by. People were just chatting, enjoying it. It was gorgeous. Like, this course is amazing.
It's such a beautiful course.
It was so beautiful.
Shout out to Aravaipa for showing us such an amazing part in Arizona and how beautiful this place is.
And I think I've spent a lot of my life either running alone or, and I think sometimes you feel the loneliest when you see something so beautiful and you have like no one to share it with.
Right.
And I totally don't mind running or doing things alone at all. But it was special and nice to have a group of people to be like, look at that frickin', kind of skyline, or look at all these cacti. So
you guys had a beautiful day.
Yeah.
A phenomenal day. It was really warm.
Yeah.
Coming from Canada, Vancouver, how did that play into your day today? Was it part of your race strategy, or were you just
my race strategy was to just like be very careful. And I wore like some extra layers on runs, but it's very challenging to heat train. And even if you wear a bunch of layers and it's pouring rain, within an hour and a half, you're so cold because it's completely saturated all your layers, and it's 5 degrees out. So I knew I didn't have a good heat base coming into this. So I felt like my strategy had to be maybe to run a little bit slower than maybe I wanted to. And just make sure I didn't really push that line where all of a sudden you're puking or you're sneezing
You rode that line beautifully all day. You had a fantastic race. You were in the front of the chase pack. You were in the mix up all day. Were you guys outside of the aid stations, which is all we could see? Were you guys jockeying around back and forth? Or was it pretty much
I'd say the aid station was maybe where things would change, or anytime we hit like a wider road, there was opportunity for people to move around. Early in the day, I felt like probably if I was running on my own, maybe I would have climbed some of the hills a little bit faster. Like it just felt like I was certainly holding back a bit on the climbs. But on the descents and the flat, it felt perfect for me. But I think one of basically when the pack fragmented was the the road widened out and it was on a hill, and I just sort of thought like, I think I'm just gonna kind of go with where my legs feel like the pace they want to kind of just lock into, and that kind of meant that I think maybe 3 or 4 of us kind of broke away because we were maybe 6 or 7 at the time. So definitely Claire. Oh yeah, it was Claire, me, and Catherine Short, and then we must have just caught Addie after that, and then kind of sat. We like Addie asked if we wanted to pass. We said no, I think this will be good. And then a few minutes later, I said actually maybe we will, but she just tucked right into the back of our pack and just kept running with us. So, yeah. So it's not like we passed her and she went off the back. She just came with us. And then we went into an aid station, and there was kind of like, they kind of wanted you to be in a line to get like the water. It was like one at a time. And so Claire got in first, and kind of that's where she just made her move. And I saw her leave the aid station like she's gone.
Yeah.
This is the last time we're going to see Claire.
Yeah, it became a good chase after that.
I was like, she's just decided she's going to drop the hammer. And, I did not want to chase her because it was still, to me, early on, and like it was going to get hotter, and I just kind of did my own thing.
Your own thing was fantastic. It put you up into Western States. It got you 3rd place today on a very fast year. All the finishing times were very quick, male and female. Definitely be very proud of yourself. So, Canadian, training for Western States now. Are you going to be able to heat train?
No, I mean, I don't know. I'm going on a ski trip.
The opposite of heat training.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to get some sauna going. I don't know. I don't love the sauna. I would purely be doing it because I felt like I had to.
If you don't love the sauna, you're gonna hate Western States even more. So fall in love with that sauna. Get yourself prepped up for Western States. Anne-Marie, it has been on my end an absolute pleasure watching you race today, and have a phenomenal day. I'm super excited to see you. We have a lot of mutual friends. I was really happy to see you do really well. You were, I don't know if you know this or not, but you were you were Dylan's pick.
I heard that yesterday, and I like almost choked. I think I was like drinking something, and I was like, "Did Dylan? Like, what is he thinking?" It was interesting because I was like, okay, you think you don't even belong. Dylan thinks you're gonna win the race. Maybe reality is somewhere in the middle of this, and but I don't know. I was not going for a win. I was going for a ticket, and I wanted to take no chances. Like, I was no risks. Just kind of get it done and make sure that I don't blow up or.
Just so you realize, you do belong. You do have that Western States. You have that golden ticket. You earned it. So you are in a very elite club. Number 1. Number 2, you weren't very far behind Claire Gallagher, former winner of Western States.
Yeah, that girl can crush.
So just remember that. You're definitely going to go out. I'm excited to see you. I was excited to see you here. I'm excited to see you at Western States. We'll be out there filming as well. So.
And a huge shout out to Aravaipa. Like this, I sent my mom the link, and she's been texting me about how fantastic it was to follow along. So. Yeah.
You guys give us a reason to be here and follow along, so we couldn't do it without an amazing race field.
It's a lot of hard work. I know you guys have, I'm sure, have been up early and will be staying up late. So thank you for everything.
Those guys are crushing it on their end. It's always a pleasure for me to run with you guys since I don't compete anymore. I'm retired, so I just get to chase you guys around. Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Congratulations on your 3rd place in your Western States. And we will see you in Auburn.
That sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you. Back to you guys.
We are back in the studio here. Thank you so much, Zach. Again, the people's champion, Zach Marion, getting an interview with the 3rd overall female, Anne-Marie Madden, who will be who will be heat training via ski trips as she prepares for Western States. But an absolutely incredible run by Anne-Marie in what turned out to be like a really fast year.
Yeah, a lot faster than we would have expected. I mean, even in a cooler year, I mean, we've seen some of the faster times. Third and fourth fastest times from the women. And, of course, the third fastest time on the men's side as well.
Yeah, and let's just take a look. We did have Eli White finish. I know there were some folks in the chat looking for Eli. He ran 11 hours, 18 minutes, and 55 seconds. Reed Kulisek, that's a great question. Let me look for Reed. I'm actually going to put the iPad on here so that you all can see. So it looks like I have not gotten confirmation, but his last ping was
7:59 at
was 3.5 hours ago at Table Mesa. It was at 2:59:36 p.m. So my guess would be that Reed has called it a day, although I cannot confirm that. He could be, taking a rest and
yeah. I
getting
mean,
rejuvenated and making his way, but I don't imagine that. That's
yeah,
the case.
exactly.
Someone
Especially because he's the only runner coming into this race that already had a spot in Western State. So,
yep.
I mean, as much as a DNF might, hurt an ultra sign-up score, I say that jokingly, like he's got bigger things on the horizon right now. I know he's got other tune-up races leading up to his time at Western States, again, that he's already in through a sponsor slot. So in late June, we're going to see him hopefully on the line at Western States already. So it makes sense. If he did, it does make sense for him to call it a day, keep the legs healthy, the body healthy, and to avoid maybe ending up with an injury that could derail the bigger goal, of course, at stake.
Yeah, for sure. And we currently are working on trying to get some more feeds up. So
it does appear that the sun has set, which means, Matt, this is going to be a throwback for the fans, for the longtime fans. I believe we're entering Aravaipa after dark hours.
We are. Now all we need is, a Chris Warden cameo.
Chris Warden cameo would be.
I know that he's out in the field. He ended his day a little bit early. But, huge shout out to Chris for, just even towing the line. I think that's, always something to highlight. Is it takes a lot of courage just to get to the starting line. So, while this is definitely Aravaipa After Dark, it's not the same without Chris.
No.
So
He's,
hopefully we'll
staple
we'll
of the
get
After
a little
Dark.
cameo from him at some point.
Yeah, this would be the perfect time for the, a Black Canyon campfire. The way that there was a Cocodona campfires, we could really rehash some of the big stories that we saw played out today. So we can pretend that there's a little campfire story time. But I think that to kind of recap, at least again looking at the elites field as we learn more and more stories from the rest of the pack that pop up over the next. Quick math here, over the next 9.5 hours before that final cutoff. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 9:30. Well, nailed that. Math is still intact, so that's a good sign. I think some of the big stories today were, True Brown running out front for the majority of the race, and just running smart the entire way, pushing it when he had to quote him, pushing it when he had to, taking it easy at the right spots as well, and putting in one of the fastest times, the third fastest time ever on the course, and as well as Claire Gallagher's incredible finish. And can't forget about Dominika Stelmach, who just had one of the greatest performances out there, taking in second place. She ran out front for most of the day and hung on. It looks like that pass happened we confirmed from Claire herself that pass happened shortly after Doe Spring, that last aid station before the finish line.
Rob, I'm sorry to interrupt. I do have an update for the people that I want to throw up
That's
here.
a good update.
Chris Warden, you can see the beautiful face in the icon there. Maybe we'll get some hashtag Aravaipa After Dark. I just hope Chris has time to go and get his teal polo. You know, that's all I want is Chris to, you know, get some food, get hydrated, maybe have a shower, grab his teal polo.
The teal polo.
And then, you know, be here. We may have to dim the lighting a little bit to really get the ambiance.
Along with the dim lighting, one of our long all-day viewers, Sarah Newberry's got some great ideas. I think some sweet lo-fi beats in the background will be really good for the after hours conversation as night falls and we're staying live to talk about.
I know, Rob, you are the musically inclined one between the two of us. I will admit that I don't even know what that is. I used to think that was
I taught
lo-fi.
you what a lo-fi beat was. Yes, I remember you asking me what a lo-fi beat was, and I said, hey, man, first off, it's lo-fi, which is short for low fidelity instead of high fidelity. Lo-fi, so it has like a bit of a crush on the bit rate, so it gives it more of an old school vinyl sound. This is the beginnings of Aravaipa After Dark. You're tuning into Matt Feldig and Rob Ricardo with no feeds, rehashing the day. This is arguably my favorite part of live streams.
This should be the viewer's favorite part.
And I'm just by seeing the comments in here, I'm starting to see some people that have been here before for Aravaipa After Dark. So this is a good time.
Did Claire say why no to Western?
Yeah, she did. Okay. To quote her, she said, I really just needed a break from Western States. It's, Craig Thornley and the race, the race director of Western States, and Western States as a race itself. She has so much respect for it. Of course, she's won it before. She's raced it several other times. She said she just needed a break, and she knew going into the race. None of us knew. Maybe her crew knew. Maybe it was only her. But she did say that she knew going into this race that she wasn't going to take a ticket. But that didn't stop her from putting down one of the fastest times, third fastest time, if I recall.
I believe so.
Third fastest time ever here at Black Canyon. So, yeah, that was Claire's reasoning behind passing down the ticket. So it was a nice, fun twist at the end, which, again, that roll down bumped the tickets down a slot, which means that Taylor Nolan got that coveted golden ticket, bringing her to California at the end of June.
Yeah, which also means Aravaipa Racing Team member Brianna Grigsby was this close
just missed
again
out,
after having just come up just a little short at
Bandera. Too. She came up, yeah.
I don't know what Bree's racing plans are as to whether she'll give it another crack at Canyons. Obviously, that's a lot of racing, but she's knocking on the door, and it's awesome to see, an Aravaipa Racing Team member and someone who's been on the team for a few years and someone who's just super passionate about being on the team to, be just knocking on the door of getting to Western States.
Yeah, absolutely. Western is, or I should say Canyons, which is, I believe it's April 24th this year, or around the end of April this year.
It's that weekend.
The weekend of the 24th. So, you're looking at a little over 2 months from now. So there is, everybody's different, but arguably enough time to recover. Is it enough time to recover? Again, that field in Canyons 100K is absolutely stacked. I mean, no surprise. All the, Bandera, Javelina, of course, today, it's going to be stacked. So that's it. It's tough. It has happened. You do see people jump into that. The tough thing about Canyons, though, Eric was talking about, is that you only have about 2 months to recover for that 100-mile effort, especially if it's going to be a competitive 100-mile effort. So,
well, I think it can be hard to set yourself up for success at Western, but that's not guaranteed necessarily. That if you do well at Canyons, and that's where you get your golden ticket, that you're not going to do well at Western.
Yeah.
And so, I think it's hard for sure, because the tight turnaround, especially if this ends up being Brianna's third go at the Golden Ticket, kind of this winter-spring season. I don't know that she is gonna do that. I'm just currently speculating.
Well,
I have no
let's talk high
insights.
level. Has it happened before? And what comes to mind is Emily Hallgood did it last year. She just missed out at Bandera. I think she got third last year at Bandera. I think she got 6th or 7th last year at Black Canyon. And then she ran the canyons and ended up punching her ticket to Western States. So, Emily did that last year. So it's definitely something we've seen before.
Yeah, and Canyons is the 23rd this year. And Beth Pascal won Canyons last year.
Who had it
obviously
ridiculously.
She had a really good run at Western.
Yeah, an amazing Western run.
So it does show that it can be done. I mean, she ran just like 25 minutes off of Ellie Greenwood's course record, and last year wasn't the most forgiving year.
No.
I distinctly remember Jim sitting at a later aid station just having a beverage with his crew.
Yeah, he's at mile 94. Just
he had a bit of a
minutes.
lead, but was definitely feeling it. So I mean, it definitely can be done. And like you said, Emily Hallgood has chased tickets and still done fairly well also. So that'll be interesting to see. I wonder.
Yeah, well, I one of my while we're on the topic of Western States, is like one of my probably my favorite stat or really like moment from last year at States is, I believe it was 3 women finishing in the top 10 overall. So that had never happened before. It was incredible, super inspiring to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And we got to bring this in.
We got it. We got some
The
love
Aussie
coming from
himself.
Down Under. He's
All
going to
the
tell
way
me that my
from-
accent is trash.
All the way from the outskirts of Sydney, Australia, Mr. Jem Rooney.
Yeah, from North Richmond.
Yep.
If I believe right.
There.
Putting in the work, chopping that wood, getting ready for his backyard races. So
He is on his lunch break at work, though, so I don't know if he works in North Richmond or
well, I know he's been training hard there.
Yeah, huge shout out to Jem, who tunes in all the time. He keeps us alive during the Aravaipa After Dark, because that's, a much more tenable time frame.
Yeah.
For Jem. So huge shout out to Jem.
Yeah, like I said, I'm getting early May vibes. Kind of a redo of Cocodona right now.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, this is really just, this is like the Cocodona pre-party. Like, this is testing. This is beta.
This is your attempt to lure me in.
Well, no, this
get
is
involved.
training, right? Like, you got to get the reps in. It's just like when you go out and get the miles in.
Yeah. Put in that work. Oh, fantastic! What about you, Matt? What were some of what was your favorite moment, if you had to pick one, of today across the entire race?
I think my favorite moment that we witnessed, or that just occurred.
That we witnessed. We'll go with that we witnessed.
I think just kind of in general, I really enjoyed seeing Dominica perform the way she did. Like, it was very gutsy. She's like a mother, which I think is really cool. And she's an amazing runner that most of us hadn't heard of until today, because she's European. So we maybe haven't just paid as much attention as we should have to her and her brand. And it's evident that, she's put in a ton of hard work. She's extremely fast. She just ran, I believe, based on what Katie Asmuth was telling us earlier, I believe she just ran a 76-minute half marathon last weekend. So
That's pretty stout.
Yeah, she's been in the States for a few weeks, and so I think just her performance, and even though knowing it's a hot year, maybe not being fully acclimated like most runners in the field probably weren't, but still sending it, I think was really cool. How about you?
Yeah. It's tough to say. I've got two. One, and this is going to sound biased, but was actually getting that candid interview with Chris Warden. We happened to be checking back at Bumblebee, and we kind of caught sight of him, and he was just in good spirits. And was his fifth go at Western. To qualify for Western for the lottery. This one unfortunately hadn't worked out for him all before he was basically within 10 minutes of the cutoff. And even though he ended up dropping today at just short of 20 miles at Bumblebee, he had a great attitude about it. And, that's something that goes a long way in the sport. I think the other thing, it's tough to say. Well, something to the point that you were making about like runners like Dominica and of course runners like Jeff Colt. It's easy to get flack about how do people not know these runners. There was a time where nobody knew who Courtney Dauwalter was. There was a time where nobody knew who Jim Walmsley was. There has to be that breakout performance. And even though you've been putting in the times, it has to happen on a big stage race like this. It's just the way it goes. Or it has to be like an FKT that's how Taylor came onto the scene. She absolutely crushed the rim to rim FKT. There has to be that thing. It's like it doesn't happen overnight kind of thing. And then all of a sudden they become a name. And these are names that we will now not forget, of course, in June when they're all toeing the line together to run from, Olympic Valley to Auburn.
Yeah, for sure. And that reminds me of Dylan Bowman. Huge shout out to Debo. Had Jim Walmsley on his podcast just recently, and that was something that Jim had mentioned, that early in his career he was able to just like come down to Phoenix and run any of the Aravaipa races, and no one really knew who he was, and so he could just go out and crush like a really hard training effort at these races and then like pack up his stuff and go home.
Yeah.
And so, again, there was a point when no one knew who Jim was, really, unless you were, from maybe the Phoenix area and watched him, as, like, live out his prep career and then go to Air Force and things like that. And so, I think that this was a breakout performance for...
Another point, until today, I don't think anybody knew who Eric Sensman was.
Yeah, I think you're right. Even though he claims
I hope he's watching.
He claims that he won Black Canyon. He did not. I think you're right, Rob. I think
today was his breakout stage.
Put him on the map.
Well,
I think you lifted Eric up a little bit, and
Yeah. No, Eric.
He's gonna have a long, fruitful career in the broadcasting space, and it's gonna be because of you, Rob.
I don't know. I don't have anything to do with it, but no. But I mean, him and I were talking about that. It's like it's amazing to know that there's gonna be that breakout performance, and it typically has to happen either on a really famous route if it's an FKT, but if we're talking specifically to racing, it's gonna happen on a big stage race like a golden ticket race like Black Canyon.
Yeah, and just to touch another like really awesome storyline that I enjoyed from today was Scott Traer. Scott finishing second just like brings joy to my heart.
Yeah.
In like a myriad of ways. So Scott works for us here at Aravaipa. A couple days ago, he was literally out marking the course. He did all of our pre-race interviews with all of the athletes, alongside doing his like all of the stuff he does with his Run Fasta program and team over there. And so to see him in a field that was as stacked as this field was, to come in second to where, like, on this day, whether Tarawera happened or not, Scott was going to Western States.
Right.
And I think that was amazing given, like, all of the names that fell kind of behind Scott, and just knowing, like, how hard he worked and how much work he put into to like making Black Canyon come to life.
Yeah.
On like the race directing side and helping out there in terms of course marking and logistics, but also on the media side. And so it was awesome to see. Obviously, I didn't have any doubts that Scott was capable of finishing, second place here. He's fast. He finished, third at Desert Solstice 24-hour.
Yep.
He can really run. He has a fast 100-mile PR from a race out east. I can't think of the name of it right now, but he's really fast, and so there was never any doubt. But to see him, get the fruits of his labor or benefit from the fruits of his labor was really awesome. And he waved at the drone as he was coming in. Like, he has no clue.
I mean, he
how
was in
far
a white.
ahead he is. He's just like, hey, I can see the finish and I see the drone.
I think he kind of
hey.
knew. I mean, he was just rocking that white button-up shirt. He had that smile
may have set
on.
a trend,
He did set the trend. Well, I've seen it before, but I haven't seen it that fast before. It did remind me of what Drew Fraser was wearing for Cocodona last year, kind of that through hiker shirt look. But I believe that Scott was wearing an Izod that he got from Macy's maybe yesterday.
Have you ever seen someone run an 8:03 100K in an Izod full button up, like wedding shirt?
Yeah, I mean
that may have been the
he may look
shirt
good.
that Scott like. I don't know if Scott's married or not, but if Scott's married,
he's probably attended a wedding in
married.
that shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably attended a wedding in that shirt.
Well, hopefully he has dancing shoes to go with it because he's going to the big dance at Western States in June. So.
What a segue.
Yeah, just rolling here. I think Jose's running the 60K.
No, Jose is in the 100K.
What? That must have been.
I want to pull this up. There's always a ton of Jose Sosa love in the chat. Jose Sosa, a Cocodona 250 finisher. Here is his timeline. His last update was at 6 p.m. at Doe Springs, which is just like 3.5 miles away. So he should be coming in kind of any time, I believe. Yeah, he should be coming in any time here. So let's see if we can refresh. Sorry. We gotta show Jose Sosa some love. Also, Luke Taylor, 38th male, also an Aravaipa employee here.
Yeah.
So Luke works on our event crew, and does some stuff with Aravaipa Artworks as well. So huge shout out to Luke. Yeah, and it looks like Jose should be finishing. He should be one of the next few people to finish. So we'll bring it back to the old studio here. Let's see, what else do we have in the chat? Jem obviously doesn't think your Australian accent's very good, but I feel like you kind of know.
Sarah says next year Scott needs to run it in a full tux.
That deserves to come up here. You're right.
Well, maybe Rabbit can make the running tux, the Rabbit running tux, and it's like, sweat wicking, maybe like stretch.
Well, I know that, brands are very big on athleisure, right? Well, what about like business professional?
Formaletics.
I love it.
Let's go.
Gosh, we should probably
Formaletics.
hop off the live stream and get that trademarked real quick. But no, I think that Scott's outfit was great, and Scott had just an incredible run. What else did you see out there, Rob, that you enjoyed? The good thing about Aravaipa After Dark, especially because there's no feeds that we can bring you, is this becomes kind of like a talk show, which is
well,
like
isn't that everybody's favorite kind of thing at the end of the day? You kind of just leave on all the. I mean, maybe it's different now with like obviously we're on YouTube, but back in the day, late at night, you just kind of leave the talk shows on. You just kind of all let them run.
I mean, I'm sure people listen to like the the post-game shows when Tony Romo is doing a post-broadcast analysis. Tony Romo, EIU alumni as well, greatest university in the world. So this is just like, it's kind of our post-race show, but the race is still going on, and we're still bringing you updates.
Yeah. And we will bring as many visuals as we can. Again, it's dark out there now. We will have some feeds set up, hopefully, within the next hour or so, if not sooner. But until then, it's kind of recapping everything that we've seen across the field, but especially what we were able to visualize in the heated golden ticket race today. You got an update or something for us there?
Yeah, well, I have someone who was looking for an update on Darisme Verdeja. I apologize 100% if I mispronounced that name, but it looks like she came through Black Canyon City at 10:01:33. And in the chat, did I hear no more live feeds for the rest of the night? No, that is not correct. I believe Jamil is actually almost to Emery Henderson to help set up some feeds. He'll be also checking in from the finish line, but he'll also be then setting up some additional camera feeds that will have some pretty good connectivity for us to be able to, at the very least, give you visuals from the finish line as well. But from the finish line, we should still have pretty good lighting.
Yeah.
Because it's the finish line.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the sun goes down, no light for cameras. We got some pretty good lights out there, honestly. It's not the lighting at this point. It's just getting the right cameras
It's
out
only
there.
the lighting for the drones. Because
the drones legally can't fly at night.
Yeah, exactly.
And even if they could, unless the technology to have a spotlight technology from a drone is not yet been invented. But I'm sure DJI is working on something.
Yeah, and so, again, we are working on getting you as many feeds as we can. Like I said, Jamil gave me an update just moments ago that he should be out there getting stuff set up within the next 10, 20, 30 minutes or so. And so until then, Rob and I are going to continue to recap the race and maybe talk a little bit about what is still to come. The golden tickets are taken, so why are we still trying to bring people camera feeds here, Rob?
Well, because the race goes on until 4 a.m., at least for the last race. There's a 20-hour cutoff for the race. Something that is incredibly important to note. While there is a lot of focus on the elites in these golden ticket races, is the majority of people that run in the sport are not elite runners. And Matt and I are in that category. I mean, you used to be somewhat elite, but I think those days have passed, Matt. But anyway, he's zoning me out. The thing is, these races go on. This race is going on until 4 a.m. for the last wave, so 20 hours from the waves, from your wave start. And the magic number, if you're going to qualify for the Western States Lottery, is 17 hours. And we'll see if we can get any word. So anybody that hasn't made it through. Anybody who hasn't made it through Black Canyon City at this point?
No, Black Canyon City is good until 8 p.m.
Good until 8. So Soap Creek is that 5 p.m.?
Wave. Yep.
Cut out?
Soap Creek is 5, 5:30, and 6. So anyone who has not made it through Soap Creek has not made it past the cutoffs. And so the reason we bring this up is I'm not sure where the question. Oh, here it is. I need status on Darisme Verdeja. She is at Black Canyon City, and I'm going to pull this up here. So bib 812. And again, you all can also access all of this from your home. If we're not providing you with the updates that you're looking for, you just go to live.aravaiparunning.com. And so she came into Black Canyon City about an hour and 53 minutes ago. was her last kind of ping. So she should be coming in to Cottonwood in the next probably in the next like 40 minutes or so. So we'll continue to kind of monitor that. And let's just continue to check in with the chat here. And Rebecca White in the chat. Rebecca, you are correct. I'm going to bring this up. Make sure, yeah, you can read it all on the screen there. Yeah, you are absolutely correct, Rebecca. And that was one thing I wanted to, or I tried to mention to the best of my ability earlier when we had some feeds from Table Mesa was this race is, you know, obviously the race for the golden tickets gets a lot of hype and a lot of excitement, and rightfully so. Like, the elite athletes are doing incredible things as well, but seeing runners who are, you know, chasing Western States qualifiers or just trying to stay ahead of the cutoffs to finish their first 100K or to finish their 10th 100K, but to just do it again. All of those challenges and accomplishments are equally as amazing. So, yeah, thank you for pointing that out, because I don't think that we can ever mention that enough. And shout out to Yisrael. Sorry, Jem, if I mispronounced that, which I probably did. His buddy is doing the 100K and 60K double. Amazing. And Sarah Newberry in the chat. I'm going to pull up Sarah's comments because Sarah has been here all day. Did she see an Athletic Brewing can in there, Rob?
Nailed it. I just put it in recycling, so I can't show you, but it was one of several Run Wild IPAs, non-alcoholic IPAs that I have. I love those.
You used to be on the Topo Chico
I was on the
train,
Topo Chico game, but
now you're on the Athletic Brewing game.
yeah. Well, Topo Chicos are pretty hard to come by these days. I don't know if
yeah. Oh, I know.
I can't
I'm
find
also
them anywhere.
in the Topo Chico game. Topo Chicos are like NFTs right now.
They are.
Rob had to get another beer. I think Rob is out.
I'm all out of the athletics. But yeah, good spot there from Sarah.
And let's go ahead and let's refresh our finisher feeds here. I just want to take a look. It looks like Jose Sosa is still on his way towards the finish from Doe Springs, so we are still awaiting his arrival. I know Jose always has supporters in the chat.
Any update on the O Twins? Sarah and Melissa Ostazuski were both out there running today.
I think they're
It's
a
their
little
fifth
bit
time
further
running. I just
back
saw
here. Yeah, there's Sarah. She was at Doe Spring at
11:23. And I think
11:23.
Melissa was up a bit. Yeah.
Melissa was there at 11:07.
So about 21
Megan
minutes apart.
Kupris was there at 11 hours run time. Another local Phoenician, or local to the valley at least, I believe.
Yeah, and the other half, the Bellis Brotherhood, Andrew Bellis, also coming through Doe Spring at 10:53.
Yeah, see, plenty of storylines still out there. And so again, if you are just joining us, we should have some camera feeds set up here in just a matter of moments. I know that the great Jamil Curry, the pioneer, the innovator, the man who has helped bring all of this to life, is out on site trying to make sure we get some feeds so that we can bring you Aravaipa After Dark, but with some maybe more aesthetically pleasing visuals of people finishing the race,
Yeah.
which is,
For
kind
sure.
of important, right?
I would say it's probably better than our mugs right now. So
Although I will say our set is pretty nice.
that set is
know?
fire.
It's a little bit different set than when you were here on the Cocodona live stream, Rob. So,
Absolutely.
got to give a huge shout out to Matthew here. Matthew helped film at Javelina. He got us some great shots at Javelina when those were hard to come by at times, and did an excellent job. And yeah, we had so many great volunteers out there today helping us get footage. It's tough, especially on a course like this, because you do have 62 miles of trail to cover because it is point to point. And it looks like the man himself, Mr. Christopher Warden,
Is he at Table Mesa?
is providing us with some visuals.
It looks
I
like
believe
Table
that's
Mesa.
Table Mesa because they also have like the moon globe light. And I know that they
Yeah,
have
just
the moon
based on the
globe light.
angle of the tent, it's Table Mesa and Chris's thumb. If we can just have his.
Yeah, Chris, if you can hear me, can you get your thumb out of the frame? Yeah, there you go. Look at you, buddy. And so here we are. Yeah, this is definitely Table Mesa. Gonna have some visuals on runners because Chris Warden, who ran today, all the way. Where did he? He
dropped at Bumblebee
Bumblebee
Ranch,
Ranch.
19.4. Yeah.
19.4 miles. Chris with a valiant effort, toeing the line, daring to be great. Now he's out here pulling double duty and giving us some visuals. And I'm gonna pull this up right here, just for Chris Warden himself. Anyone who starts 100K is hero level brave, and you're damn right, And I text Chris this, but I am super proud of him just for getting out there.
Absolutely.
So huge shout out to Chris, and now he's out there showing us all the aid station delicacies. And I'm going to pull this up here. That was Matt Schanzer in the yellow shirt. Go Matt. Yeah, that's right. Go Matt. What a good first name.
Not a bad. A little bias there on your end, right, Matt?
Nope. Fully objective. Fully objective. And so again, we're getting some shots from Table Mesa. This will be the last kind of main aid station for runners. There is Doe Springs, which is still a main aid station, obviously, but it is a little bit smaller than an aid station like Table Mesa. So.
Yeah, so once we get that second cam up, I'll make my way out of here, and I think you might have a cameo of me in the field a little bit later on.
That's what I hear.
Because after watching all this, I need to go spin the legs in the trails, and one of my favorite things to do is to run in the dark in the trails. I don't know how that happened, but I've become such a fan of just running with the headlamp on in the dark, in the trails, in the desert. It's just really freeing.
Well, and I'm going to bring our picture-in-picture up here, Rob, so that I can put you on the spot. Because I believe this will kick off your training for Mogi and Monster 100. Is that correct?
Well, here's the thing. There's two things. If I don't get a coach, I'm going to run Mogian. But if I get a coach, which I probably should,
they probably won't
they'll
let
probably
you run
tell me
Mogi.
to not run Mogian.
Just
I
saying.
almost asked Eric on the spot if he would coach me, but then something in my head said, he's going to say don't run Mogian. So
So
don't
you didn't
ask
do it.
him. So
Maybe
right
that's-
now it looks like it, but I won't commit to it until maybe a few months. We'll see how things shape up throughout the year.
Well, there you are. I put you on the spot. I think you're committed. You're going to go start your training
Tonight.
One of the hardest runners, or one of the hardest 100-mile races in North America that no one's heard about.
What is that? It's a hard rock qualifier, so
It is.
that is what makes it really intriguing to me. That's my favorite race.
And pulling up Sarah's comment, how many volunteers did it take to pull everything off this year? A lot. I don't know the exact number between aid station volunteers and filming volunteers and setup crew and breakdown crew, and there's a lot of moving parts to put on an event like this, and none of it would be possible ever without the people in our amazing community who come out and help us bring these amazing events to the masses, whether it's on race day in terms of executing all the logistics, or whether it's helping on the live stream side. So without all our volunteers, none of this would be possible. So huge shout out to all of them.
Again, if you're just tuning in, these are live views from Table Mesa, the second to last aid station before the finish line here at the Black Canyon 100K. And of course, you are watching stream number 2 of the live stream presented by Hoka. It's been quite the day out here so far, and runners have until 4 a.m. for the cutoff to finish the race. And again, it is just before 7:10 p.m. local Arizona time right now. Seeing another runner come over the mat at Table Mesa. Getting that much closer to finishing their journey.
And Sarah in the chat saying that this is a perfect example of when the lo-fi beats would add a little spice.
I can cue the beats. You
to the
keep talking.
footage, You know?
How's that for you, Sarah?
I mean, I thought it was good.
You were starting to bob your head. I was like,
I
I might have
was.
to commit to this for the rest of the feed.
Let's see. I just wanna see if the great Jose Sosa has any. If we have any update on him. Looks like no. But that
Looks
also.
like he could be our next finisher, yeah.
Yeah. Or there could be possibly a delay in the timing mats.
Of course.
As well, but probably not. And again, if you are just joining us, we have the wonderful Chris Warden, who is giving us some views from the Table Mesa aid station here. And we are working on getting some additional feeds from Emery Henderson, where the finish line is. And once we have feeds, we'll be able to just, continue this broadcast coverage all through the night. It's going to be great.
I mean, I wonder at this point if I'm sure Chris is dying to jump in, give us some context and perspective out there. Are we able to get his audio? Are we still having some of that back end?
Yeah, Chris, are you able to give us a little update here? I don't think we have any audio from Chris, and in fact, we just lost his feed. And so here we are, and we've got Edward Thayer in the chat. Here for Jose. Let's go. Let's just give it a little look-ski.
Yeah.
I'm here for Jose too. Jose Sosa is Cocodona inaugural year royalty.
He is, and there's some more talk of Mogi and Monster to make that tie with Jose. I believe he finished 6th
Yeah,
at
he
the
did run.
first ever point-to-point edition of Mogi and Monster back in September. So
Sarah, you're the best. You get your chats pulled up. We need to ensure that we have
That's
the
formal.
trademark taken care of before we discuss.
yeah,
Before we publicly discuss, future further endeavors of our Ath Formal line. I gotta admit, Rob, I know that you've had, a lot of maybe not so brilliant ideas over the course of our basically 1 year friendship at this point. Ath Formal is a pretty good one.
it's pretty good. I mean, mine was Formaletics.
Oh, Formal.
I think Formaletics would be the name
Formaletics
of the company, but
Yeah.
Ath Formal would be the
Like a product
the
line.
the line
Yeah.
underneath it. Yeah. So we're creating it here all together. This is crowdsourcing
Formaletics.
Scott
Well,
Trayer's new sponsor.
Well, and he would be the first athlete.
He would be the
sponsor.
first athlete. Yeah.
Maybe the only,
Maybe the only,
but
I mean, if you've got Trayer, you don't need much more than that.
You're doggone right. You think we could secure a deal before he goes to Western, or?
I don't know. You gotta get on the Traer train now because
The Traer train.
hashtag Traer train. I want to see it trending in the chat. The king of Team Gene Wilder, if you know that from the Chasing Gold series, which he hosted. And if you haven't caught the final episode of that went live
I was just about to say
yesterday, please go to the this channel after the
channel
live
you're
stream
currently on.
and check out his Chasing Gold, in which he interviews himself, and it is arguably the best interview of the bunch, or I should say the most unique interview of the bunch.
Oh, it's gold. To quote a little Seinfeld, it's gold, Jerry.
It's gold, Jerry. It's Chasing Gold, Jerry.
It's chasing gold, Jerry.
Let's go.
Dude, we're on a roll. We haven't missed a beat, Rob.
We haven't missed a lo-fi beat, Matt.
There we go. And Matthew Markowitz in the chat, live feed for the monster. I'm going to say right now, probably not, given just the technical hurdles that exist.
It's super remote. You did offer to pace me and live stream the entire thing as like a joke. Again,
No, I
back
just
to
said
the
I would
technical?
commentate.
Oh, you would commentate it. So maybe it would be
I'm just being commentary voice.
so
while
it'd
you
just be
run.
for me.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that you pay money for to get like a celebrity to send you a cameo.
It's a cameo. Oh, gotta love it.
Yeah, no, I think one day. Oh, we have a feed up. I don't know what that feed is. I think it might just be. We have a feed. That's all that matters, people.
It's about to come in. It just says Emery. It's coming in right there.
There it is. We have a camera. People,
We've got our
we have
nighttime
a camera.
finish feed.
We did it.
Shout out to Jam Jam on the cam, setting it up.
That was a good one. And so now we have 2 more camera feeds than we had 15 minutes ago, Rob.
I think an hour for the last hour.
Yeah, it feels nice. You know? So we will be checking in. This will kind of be the primary feed that's going to carry us during the late night. You know, during the late Aravaipa After Dark. However, for the time being, we also have our Chris Cam checking in with runners at the Table Mesa aid station, where runners have until 12:30 a.m. if they started in wave 3, the 8 o'clock wave, to get past the Table Mesa aid station. And so we have we have our finish line set up here, so we'll be able to give you some nice shots of athletes as they're crossing the line. And so we will likely keep it here for the most part, so that we're missing as few finishers as possible. But we will bounce back to Table Mesa as well from time to time. You know, let's have a little fun in the chat. We got some Sarah, Lil Yay. You know, we got Rebecca, Lil Yay. And then Judy.
Lots of yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Gotta love it.
I love
the After Dark
excitement.
crowd.
You know, Aravaipa After Dark is an entirely different broadcast. You know, I actually think Sensman would be a great.
I'm just thinking about how much he'd love Aravaipa After Dark, because it's a little bit of a reprieve, like it's a relief on the brain as like a commentator, because it does, as you can probably sense for the end of the stream, like your brain starts to turn to mush because the stakes are high. You want to make sure you get the finishing shots. You've been on air for almost 12 hours, and it's kind of a nice. It's just a different thing. It's like running a different race, even though it's the same thing.
We moved from, like the main floor bar to the speakeasy.
Yeah,
Is
this is
what
the
we've done.
lounge.
Yeah, we're down in the speakeasy lounge. It's just a different kind of vibe. It's no less important. It's no better or worse. It's different. And yeah, we love it. And so again, we're gonna try and keep it locked on the aid station as much as we can, but I do want to bounce to where we have runners out at Table Mesa here. We've got bib 692 there. Chris is a pro. Chris is a pro. And so again, I'm also keeping my way. So that was Nathan Roop out at Table Mesa there. Crispin Flower Day. Crispin, you're wonderful. After dark is when the Coca Donuts come out. Oh man, that might be one of my favorite broadcasting moments of all time. Any sport. That's like a Gus Johnson level moment.
I don't know that reference, but
I
it
know.
sounds fantastic. Can you speak my language and make a surf analogy, or is that outside your wheelhouse? Is it like a Kelly Slater winning his 11th Pipe Master moment? Like it's epic?
Oh no, you're just gonna have to like Google Gus Johnson's like best calls. He's a sports broadcaster who's like known for his vibrancy on the mic. He's great.
Like a Harry Carey.
Oh, but like way goofier.
Okay.
Here we have a runner coming through, and that did not look like Jose Sosa. I will say that. However, again, I refuse to guess, given the trouble that I'm going to stop blaming Eric because I'm starting to feel bad that Rob got us into earlier,
okay.
where we miscalled the third place finisher, Jeffrey Colt, and we apologize, and we will never forget Jeffrey Colt ever again because of this moment, and we deserve everything that we've gotten. I will say that. But Jeffrey had an amazing race, and we were having some timing update snafus, so we weren't quite sure, and we made an educated guess, and we're wrong. And yeah, it looks like maybe. Yeah, it looks like the timing might not be updating currently either. So we got more runners coming through here. This is amazing. This is a good shot. Matthew in the chat with a good question. Are we preparing for the Cogadona 250 live? Any new additions? We are preparing. We'll have some new things compared to last year for sure. But I don't think we have quite fully determined all of the new things that'll happen. But yeah, I mean, I think that we've definitely elevated our game over the last year in terms of just like live stream coverage, right? In a variety of different ways. And so we'll continue to try and innovate in as many ways possible, But this is definitely like this overnight shift is definitely a good training run for me, you know? So we're going to send it out to Table Mesa for the time being, where Chris Warden is checking in here. We've got some runners leaving the aid station. Oh, and here we have our first Jam sighting. There you see Jamil fixing something by the finish line truss. And now we're back out here to the runners. It's like a kind of a little cool back and forth, you know?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, these are your two options based on, I mean, runners, again, still can be coming through. The 8 p.m. is the cutoff for Black Canyon City.
This is Table Mesa.
So, yeah, so this is Table Mesa, exactly what I'm saying. But basically, the only other spot in this hours where you'll be able to have camera is about to hit the cutoff.
Yep.
And again, runners, if they were hoping for a Western States qualifier and they're not yet at Black Canyon City, it's highly unlikely that they will hit that 17-hour mark. 5 p.m.
is like kind of where the average last Western States qualifier, that was like kind of where they typically came through Black Canyon City, based on like the historical split data.
I'm just thinking about doing that. How that must be like doing that section after Black Canyon City, when you drop down into the Agua Fria, then climb back out in the dark. That's got to be so tough because it winds and climbs and descends for a while.
And it looks like we may have a runner coming to the finish here. And again, I will continue to try and see if I can refresh, get a refresh on the timing, and see if we can give you an update on some of these finishers who have recently finished their 100K journey. Looks like we've got another finisher coming in here. Yeah, and I mean, we should be...
Do you have an update on Colton Canstrop, by the way? He was running, right?
Yep.
Ashton's husband?
Yeah. Let me keep trying to type it in. He was at Table Mesa at 5:48 p.m. So he had about almost an 8-mile section, and yeah, so he should be getting to Doe Springs soonish. You know? So we have more finishers coming through there. And Chris Warden out at the Table Mesa aid station. And I don't know if we're able to get any audio. Yeah, we're not getting any audio from Chris. But we are getting some great visuals, so that's obviously a very important thing. We're gonna send it back here. Oh, I just missed it. Chris was showing us some food. Here we go. Oh, look at that watermelon. Oh man. Oh, that looks so good.
Watermelon is one of the best things. I'm speaking for myself. One of the best things to have during a race. It just kind of
looks like we may
revives
have
you.
Finisher coming here in just a couple moments. Thought I saw. Can't tell how far those like blinky headlamps are. It also could just be an airplane in the sky.
That should be them coming through. They're kind of running down through that washy section on the right side, and they'll cut through.
Well, here we are. Here we are. Let's go check in. You know, I want people to see as many of the runners that they're looking for as I possibly can. So we're gonna send it back here to Table Mesa. Our runners will be coming through there until, let's see, midnight 30 is the cutoff there. And we do have a runner coming to the finish here. There we go. I can definitely tell that they're coming now. There we go. Huge shout out to that runner on that finish. An amazing run.
And you know what, Matt? We've got a campfire.
Where?
If you look on the bottom left of the screen, wait for the person in the red jacket to move over just a bit.
Jeez. Do you think we can get Jamil to set up another cam?
A campfire cam.
Campfire? What do you think he would say if I had sent him a message and just asked, as he's doing a million other things, and was just like, "Hey, do you think we can?"
As of right now, we've got the view. It's the long distance view.
It's obstructed, but it's all right.
I wonder. Chris would be happy right now. He doesn't know. He could probably hear us, but Chris, if you can hear us, you should know that there is a campfire cam at the finish line.
It is being blocked, though.
Slightly. Well, now fully.
Like it. What can you do? Beggars can't be choosers, right? We can either watch people finish.
I would
or we
imagine
can
as
watch
it
the
gets a little
campfire.
bit later, the crowd will disperse a little bit, maybe around that area, maybe not, because the temperature is going to drop. It is the desert, but
little glimpses. That's all I need. All I need is a little canyon campfire here at the Black
Canyon
100
campfire.
I think that it should be mandatory for any live stream that is going to have nighttime coverage to have a campfire cam.
I mean, I would
I
say
think it should just be built into the plan. Like, we're going to set up this finish line cam, and we have to set up this campfire cam.
would agree. It's like a Yule log for trail runners.
You know the memories of Cocodona Day 1, I believe, watching Jamil eat food around a campfire at Lane Mountain. Or no, was it Lane Mountain or Camp Wamatochik?
Definitely not Lane Mountain.
No,
Camp
it's Camp
Wamatochik. Yeah.
You know? Maybe we should send it back to
Send it back to
Anne-Marie. I know we were talking about a campfire this whole time, and the people couldn't even see. So now you can get a little glimpse of the Canyon campfire here at the Black Canyon Ultras.
I love it. There was a campfire at Last Person Standing at ATY. If it was live streaming, it would be the Last Person Standing,
Wow.
Only Fire Burning.
I just missed that. We just had a runner finish, and I apologize for missing that. But she sprinted in.
Yeah,
Amazing.
that's awesome. Finishing
So
hard
nice.
feels good.
Here we have another finisher coming in. Again, I'm not getting any updates on our live tracking here. We'll send it back to the Chris cam here. Oh man, Rob, you've been summoned.
What do you mean?
You know what would really round out that campfire shot?
Oh, the live beats. Well, if we can get a clear campfire shot, maybe I'll beatbox for y'all again.
I'm just glad that you know your beatboxing is royalty-free music, Rob.
It is. It's an exclusive to the live stream. Actually, here it comes in a bundle if you buy the full Formaletics line.
Comes with the package of lo-fi beats.
Yeah, there's like a digital download card.
Oh, man.
I think we've got a Rock Springs cam up now too.
This is not.
Oh,
That's
okay.
from the finish line,
That's
a
got
different angle. So it definitely is the same air fiber banner. You can see the guy in the red shirt on both screens.
You're right. It's the back angle. Got it.
Yep. I think so. That's what Jamil was trying to set up earlier.
Yep.
It's nice. It's probably more valuable to the broadcast, but wouldn't have minded
The campfire cam.
the campfire cam. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Can you pan back onto? We got a runner finishing. Can you pan back onto that bib? Nah, he's out of here. I missed that bib. 5, 4,
5:43.
Whoa, what a number. What a number. 5, 4. I thought Chris was counting down for us for a second. Nah, that was that guy's number. That's awesome.
Chris is always on
That
top
was
of it.
Rudy Martinez.
Yeah,
who
Rudy.
You all didn't get to see, but we got to see right here at Table Mesa. So, any friends and family of Rudy Martinez? There he was. Oh, and yeah, I've got Oh, this is gonna be a bit annoying, but
got 742
also out there. So we also have Andrea Smith out there as well, and so. Oh, yeah, we're going to send it back to our finish line cam here. Oh, and okay. We've got runners coming through everywhere. We also just saw Braulio Navarro, we just saw out at Table Mesa. We weren't able to pan the camera over as we've still got some folks finishing, which is really cool. Oh, here we go. I have to do this.
Let's go, Troy.
This is for the faithful YouTube audience. Do you want to tell us your favorite live stream memory here, Rob, as we look at this campfire cam?
From today?
And there
Or
we have
in
another
general?
finisher just came through. In general, let's bring it back to the Yule log.
Yeah, it's it's these nighttime campfire cams. Late in the race. Of course, in a race like Coconut, they were throughout the race. This is a really amazing thing to have greeting you at the finish line. So Troy giving us a little touch of a little flashback, maybe some little nostalgic vibes to our longtime fans of the live streaming here at Aravaipa.
Oh, we had a little sneaky finisher there. I saw his headlamp. He turned it off as he got close. Good on that gentleman, though, with a nice finish. Gosh, that's just classic. We'll say the campfires were a little more sizable for the Cocodona live stream, if I remember correctly. How many runners are still out there? I don't know if I'm able to tell that. It's another finisher here. The finishers are going to be probably rolling in pretty steadily now, as we see Jamil there. I'm not sure how I can tell how many are still out on course. So our live results isn't really updating, so I don't know if I'm able to tell exactly how many folks are still out on course. Here we have some more finishers. So amazing.
Is that the Noah Doherty on the Chris cam right there?
Oh, let me go to the Chris cam. That is the legend himself, the race director of the Mogian Monster, the co-founder of the Mogian Monster with his brother, the great Noah Doherty, who also got a nice little shout out, during Scott Trayer's Chasing Gold interview with
Yes,
himself.
he did.
So shout out to Noah.
So Matt, you're holding it down yourself all the way till the 4 a.m.
You're doggone right, Rob. I'm here to just here to bring the people what they want, which is live coverage front to back
Love it.
till 4 a.m. And then I get to go home, and I get to go straight on to dad duty, which is going to be great.
Love it.
It's going to be great. My kids will probably take it easy on me. We just had bib 183, I believe.
Another finisher coming through at Emory Henderson.
Yeah, and there's our second cam.
Oh, I think that's Stephen Crawford.
Stephen Crawford
I know that beard.
on the Chris cam as well. Legend. Now we're gonna throw it back to the old Steadicam here.
So Tyler in the chat, did you? I don't know that we called out Tyler's yet. He's saying that a friend of his has bib number 888. That is none other than Eli Weeb. So shout out to Eli, I believe of SoCal, San Diego. I know he trains often with everyone's favorite woodchopper, Hector Rodriguez. So shout out to the entire Wolfpack crew. We'll get that cam up momentarily. And we're back at Table Mesa.
And just so everyone currently knows, we have lost our 2 static cam feeds. So we will be right here with the great Chris Warden out at Table Mesa.
Holding it down at mile 50.9.
And we will work on getting those finish line cams back up for you. I'm not sure what happened there, but we'll do our best.
Yeah, shout out to Katie Cross, who I believe just came through at Table Mesa.
Yeah.
Got some family in the chat, I believe.
Huge shout out to Sarah Newberry for the $5 super chat here. We appreciate you. Sarah's in the live stream start to finish all the time, it feels like. So huge shout out to you. And then a huge shout out to Katie Cross, who again we just saw recently who just recently made it to Table Mesa. And then I've just been notified. So this right here is my lovely wife, who is apparently going to give my kids lollies for breakfast. My wife is Australian, and so lollies is candy.
Oh,
So
really?
she's
It's
gonna
just
have
any
them-
candy? It's not like lollipops?
Yeah, correct.
Huh.
Yeah.
I would have totally, obviously I did guess that
And
wrong.
so by the time I, after I bring the wonderful people coverage till 4 a.m., my kids are going to be hyped up on sugar. It's going to be great. I can't wait.
You're going to be hoping to come down and they're going to be on a sugar high.
No. Yeah, you see, but I'm going to be hoping to come down, but I shouldn't. I need that hit,
Yeah.
you know?
Love it.
And it looks like we have one static cam back up at the finish here.
A little update from Instagram. This is what I've been looking for. Looking to see for runners to post some updates, especially runners if they might have dropped and we haven't been able to hear what it was like out there. This is from Reed Coolset, again, the two-time Canadian Olympic marathoner who was out there today. He, again, is already going to Western States by way of a sponsor spot. He said, rough day out there today. Felt good for 42 kilometers, so for about a marathon's worth of distance. And then it got really ugly around 50K. Legs just fell apart around 50K, dropped out at 80K, which lines up 80K, about mile 50. So he dropped at Table Mesa. But he says, I learned a lot. I'm not injured, and I don't think I got sunburnt. So he's going to stay strong and probably jump in those tune-up races that I believe I saw in his ultra sign-up and be ready to toe the line sharp and fresh in late June at Western States.
Sorry, our static cam here at the aid station is going in and out a little bit, so try and make sure that we're staying on the lookout. We're probably going to keep it here at Table Mesa where the party currently is.
I feel like Chris Warden always... does Chris know where the party is, or does he bring the party with him?
No, Chris is the party. Chris in his teal shirt are the party.
Yeah, well, if it's Javelina, it's red briefs.
That is true. That is
I
true.
hope he can hear us.
He can because he's giving us bib numbers. We just can't hear him for some reason. Sean Carey in the chat, hoping to catch his girlfriend at Table Mesa. She's on track to be there soon. We will keep it locked at Table Mesa, and we will be on the lookout for runners as they're coming towards the finish line here, so that we can switch to that camera angle at the finish. Again, we aren't getting any audio from Chris. So you won't be able to hear the conversation, but you still get to see it. And here we have Katrina Nelson. My daughter, Brianna Jones, just left Table Mesa with her husband and pacer. So proud of her. So shout out to Brianna Jones, who is fully on her way to getting a finish here at the Black Canyon 100K.
Did she have a Run Fasta hat on?
That person appeared to have a Run Fasta hat.
Potentially one of Scotty Trayer's coaching clients.
Our second place finisher.
Yes. Who actually, I'm just actually texting with one of his other coaching clients, Dylan Harris, and Dylan said pretty much brought him to tears to see his coworker, and friend Scott Trayer put on the performance that he did today. So shout out to Scott and all of his Run Fasta runners.
Yeah. Oh, and we have breaking news here, Rob. How do I do this again? On the Ath Formal front, it turns out there are spandex business suits already made. Beware, some are not suitable for work.
Oh man. Well, Scott's gonna have to work on a different idea.
Yeah,
then.
but I don't think we want spandex. I think we just want like moisture wicking tuxedos.
Yeah.
Like, is that too much to ask?
I mean, he might have already been wearing it. That was probably like some kind of performance fabric. I don't know that he could have pulled off like a cotton button up in these conditions. You know what I mean? Then again,
what are dress shirts? Dress shirts aren't always cotton, right?
I think they usually maybe a blend of cotton and poly fibers. Polyester or something like that, some kind of polymer, but. We'll have to hear from Scott. I'm sure there'll be a post-race podcast. I almost spoke in his Boston accent, and we can get all the lowdown on all that. Yeah, I wonder, Chris.
Jason, do we have confirmation that Chris knows there's no audio on his end? I'm almost positive, since Chris has been signing bib numbers to us, that Chris knows he does not have audio.
Yeah, he'd be talking anyway. That's just Chris. He's always out to have a great conversation and just sharing the stoke of the sport. So,
dude, I mean, people are really getting into the formal like business direction over here. Staying on top of our competitors. We got bib 180 here. Thank you, Mr. Chris. That is Brian Borer. He's at Table Mesa.
we're closing in on 8 p.m. So now, for a lot of these runners, if they start into the third wave, they're at the 12-hour mark. Some might be at the 12.5-hour mark if they started in the second wave.
And then we just saw there bib 183, Blake Bottle. Not to be confused with Blake Bortle, the former Jacksonville Jaguars quarterback. That is Blake Bottle. Yeah, and so as of now, we have hit the cutoff at Black Canyon City. So any runner who is not through Black Canyon City at this point is no longer allowed to move forward.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of their journey. But whether you've dropped or if you're continuing on, I mean, it's just amazing to do what you've had to do to get to the line, and there's always more races out there, and you can give it a go next time.
We got some runners coming in here. I don't know which. We probably like this angle better, hey? Guys, the F formal wear can be better than spandex. You're right. You are very right. I think we can do a lot better. Oh, and there we go, another finisher. They were stoked.
Yeah.
They just secured their, Western States qualifier, and so they should be very stoked. We're really going down a rabbit hole with F formal over here.
I see it.
I feel like F formal has
it's almost like it's been a thing.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, it's like the tuxedo singlet, but we don't want a singlet that has a tuxedo on it. We want a tuxedo.
Yeah.
That you can just wear.
That's exactly
just like
right.
a singlet. Yeah. That's all we want. Oh, we got some food over here on the Chris cam. I mean, I'm sure Chris knows that, I haven't eaten since lunch, and so I'm sure he's doing this just to torture me. But I appreciate Chris.
Oh, that was a while ago.
And we have a finisher coming in. I want to see someone finish and high-five the truss system.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
Again, keep in mind, while the racing is going to go on through the night, we've got the Black Canyon 60K taking place tomorrow. That race will not be live streamed, but it'll essentially be a little more than halfway of what we watched today. It'll start at the same location at Mayer High School, and the finish line will be in Black Canyon City. So the same course all the way through until Black Canyon City. And Andre Lee is running the double. So he is going to be finishing today, hopefully getting a little bit of shut-eye and waking up and throwing down 37 miles and change to get the Black Canyon double.
Yeah, and on that, anyone who is interested in, trying to follow along as they, begin their Super Bowl preparations for anyone who's doing that, you can tune in to our social coverage over on Instagram at Black Canyon Ultras on Instagram. We'll be doing our best to provide as much kind of social storytelling and social coverage as possible. All right, we don't like the guy in this shot, so I'll move to the Chris cam here. And again, Chris is out at Table Mesa. We got Bib 91. Why am I keep typing it in on the computer here. That is Luke Pogue, I believe. Pogue. And his pacer. Her bib says pacer. We got bib 511. That is Anna Linus. And Chris is giving us the old
817. I saw the name. That was Elliot. I didn't catch the last name. It started with a W.
Waldock.
There we go.
WALDOC.
Yeah, throwing up a shaka. Way to go. Stay strong, Elliot.
Is there any special prize for doing the double, like the caps at the Squamish 50-50? There is. I believe it's either like a special wooden trophy
Yeah, it's probably an
or a
artwork.
wooden medal type thing. So there is something custom made from Aravaipa Artworks.
Nick Smotek, 748, bib 748, fueling up at Table Mesa.
Yep. Yeah, so they do get a little something. It's not a hat like Gary does. Didn't want to steal Gary's idea. I love what Gary does with the different hats for
Gary's
each year. So
Gary's one of the
but
best.
we do have something in store for our Black Canyon doublers.
I'm tempted to do the double next year, I'm thinking.
What will your coach say? Because you can't do Mogollon this year because your coach will say no.
I don't officially have a coach yet. I actually haven't put the ask out there, but we'll see.
You should get a coach after the Mogollon 100.
I don't know. It looks like my coach just wants to jump into Cocodona, so he'll probably be okay with Mogollon Monster.
And we do have a finisher coming through here. And again, huge shout out to all the amazing volunteers. They will be out there through the night, working hard. Who do we have here? Bib 45. That was Brian. I keep hitting my. That was Brian Cutts or Coots. But yeah, huge shout out to all the amazing aid station volunteers. They'll be out there holding it down through the evening. We just had, I believe, bib 443 there. That was Fang Jiang, if that was the right bib number. Bib 85. Was that bib 85?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the bib 80. Oh,
Clint
Kmach. And we got a finisher coming through here. Excellent job. We'll send it back. Oh, more finishers coming. I'm sorry. Look at this.
You know, if we didn't have a camera at Table Mesa, I wouldn't have guessed that that's where the party's at.
Yeah, I know,
If
right?
you ever told me like the party was going to be at Table Mesa after dark, I'd be like, I don't know. Is it?
Well, it's not like the most accessible. It's not the
Yeah,
most
that's-
remote.
Yeah, no.
But it's not the
You,
most
you have to
accessible.
you have to drive 3 or 4 miles down a dirt road, basically past a quarry through like campgrounds and BLM land, and then there you will find this scene.
It
Some
looks
porta
like
potties,
we
an aid
got
station, and a bunch of happy runners.
Finisher coming through here. There we go. Excellent job. And over on the Chris cam, we've got runner 636. I do it
Angela.
every time I hit my keyboard, and my keyboard does not control that. That was Angela
Pollack. Looking in good spirits, fueling up at the aid station. It's so hard to pull myself away from this. I was supposed to leave 15 minutes ago. Or 11 minutes ago. We're all, this is the part where I'll kind of like, watching it all, the race unfold from the back. A couple more potentially a finisher and pacer coming through, if not two finishers. Ah, there's Howie Stern with his lovely pup, Mishka, I believe.
We got more finishers coming through here. And then over at Table Mesa, we just had Caroline Weiler come through. And I believe that right there, didn't get a number. Got bib 462, Angela K. Got another finisher that we just caught there. It's hard to catch all these finishers. Some of them are deciding to turn their headlamps off a little early, and
it probably
not
makes
seeing
for a
them.
better finish line photo.
Yeah, they're sneaking up on me though. doesn't make for a better. And Smith 2976 in the chat. Did Claire really decline the golden ticket? She did. She declined the golden ticket, saying she stated she just needs a little bit of a break from Western. It beats her up a lot, takes her a long time to recover, and so she was just coming out here. She knew coming in that she wasn't running for the golden ticket. She just wanted to get in a really competitive 100K with a lot of really fast women. So we are out at the finish line. Or we're out at Table Mesa. I apologize.
Bib 424.
And I believe, so that is Pete Horan. And I believe I'm getting word that Jamil is going to try to get the drone up.
No.
I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything. But he's gonna see what he can do. And a direct quote. is now legal per new guidance from the FAA as long as you fulfill certain requirements, which we do.
That's, of course.
Of course he knows that.
Yeah, he's so dialed with that. I mean, you have to be.
He is gonna, and here's our finish line shot.
My guess is that he's like duct taped a Kogala light to the drone, and we're going to get some pretty sweet footage.
I mean, that would be kind of cool. And so for those of you wondering what a drone looks like at night,
There we
here
go.
is the festivities happening at the finish line of the Black Canyon 100K. These views courtesy of our drone acrobat, Jamil Curry. uh, Sarah, pull up your comment here. I hope you have a great evening. Thanks for joining us as always. And be on the lookout for our, what do we call it? Our at formal line.
At formal line, yeah.
Yeah, you know?
Dropping from Formaletics.
Yeah.
Probably made up from that Lifelines idea from
Oh my gosh.
from the San Juans, right?
And here we are back at Table Mesa. We have bib 661. Which was Siva Rajaraman. I apologize wholly for likely mispronouncing that name, but Siva is at the Table Mesa aid station.
Interesting cut. If we can go back to the drone real quick, I kind of walk you through what you're looking at. The lights toward the top part of your screen, that's going to be the finish line. And you might see a faint flicker toward the center. There it is, center a little bit to the left. That is it's one of their runners making our way to the finish line. So it is pretty dark in the desert, if you're wondering. I mean, we got a drone in the sky to show you that without that headlamp. It is pitch black. You're running through the desert. It's a pretty beautiful experience. But again, if you're wondering where the party's at.
We have a little bit of a Coop sighting here. Jason Coop. Per Chris Warden. It's telling me that Jason Coop is right there in the blue. Is that Jason Coop, Chris? If so, can you give me a thumbs up? Yeah.
Yeah, that's Coop.
That is Coop. All right, now back to our beautiful drone shot. In the night. There we got another finisher here. And now we've got the overhead shot of the finish area. Rob, are you still having a good time?
I'm always having a great time. I am going to give myself a hard cutoff at 8:30 local, though.
You said that at 8.
I know, but now I'm going to extend the cutoff. That was my Western States cutoff. I'm going to extend it to 8:30 for the final cutoff. I do have to get home to get up to the finish line or the start line rather for the 60K bright and early tomorrow morning. Big shout out to my wife and dogs who are probably tuning in right now.
Any prediction for how tomorrow's race is going to unfold?
For the 60K?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't. I'll be flat out honest. I haven't taken a good look at the men's field, but I've definitely looked. My wife's running in the 60K, so I've definitely been looking at the women's field. I think there's
Who's your favorite on the women's side?
Well, this is biased, but our field correspondent and debut commentator today, Katie Asmuth.
That's who I was gonna say.
Yeah, Katie she brings even half the energy or 1/10 of the energy that she had commentating today. I think she's going to break the course record on the 60K tomorrow. Plus, she's already running states next year because I think she finished 6th last year. So
I think she was
5th.
5th, I thought. I could be wrong.
Well, she's had a top 10, so she's already in states. So
yeah, amazing.
yeah, there's some local speedsters too, of course. Nicole Lane's in the race.
Yep.
Georgia Porter's running as well. So lots of OTQ, like really fast legs out there.
It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
I want to say, I could be mistaken. I want to say will be Nicole Lane's first ultra distance.
I think it is. Yeah.
It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, she ran a pretty fast tune-up last weekend at Elephant Mountain on the 12K. So.
Oh, this is perfect. Should they have another start time in the dark at night and finish in the morning daylight?
I love that. I would run that version of the race.
I think that
this is part of the goes along with like Sensman's case study.
What if they finished? What if they went the
other direction? You finish at Mare, yeah.
So it's like you could run the 100K double. If you finished early enough.
So
it's like, if you were going to be, say, a sub 12-hour 100K person,
you can
start at 7, finish by say 6. We got a second start time at 7.
A lot of times, it's not really possible because of like the amount of staffing that goes into like the aid station and everything. But because this is a now cemented in as a 2-day race, the 100K and the 60K used to go off on the same day, but last year it started a Saturday, Sunday because of COVID protocols. But now, we kind of accidentally figured out like, hey, it's kind of to make a whole weekend out of it. It kind of you're able to highlight the 100K and then Sunday you highlight the 60K. Because of the nature of this course, you could arguably start around sunset from the finish. The only thing is kind of passing people on some tight single track sections of the course. But if you start at sunset, arguably the podium will be out of the way. So you're not going to get in the way of maybe a sprint finish for a golden ticket.
Well, and the first half of the aid stations would be
open anyway. And since they'll be there because there's another race happening tomorrow, you can do the reverse.
I'm just saying. I think we have brilliant ideas brewing here. Thanks, Wow Henway in the chat. But the question is, I know you do the night race. Would you do the double?
What about the triple? You finish and then you do the 60K back. You'd have to finish by
I don't
6
think it'd be-
p.m. Then you'd have to turn around.
Well, it would depend on the start time for the evening event.
Well, what if the evening event started at like 7? And say like
Okay.
you finished at 6
So
p.m.
what if you had 7 a.m., 7 p.m. starts for everything? So it'd be like 7 a.m., 7 p.m.
So you'd have to
7 a.m.
run, you'd have to run like a sub
Back-to-back
12.
Sub 12s.
Yeah.
And then you could do it.
I think we should have Eric do it.
It'd be good training for his Cocodona endeavor.
For what it's worth, my wife just texted me her prediction for the win for tomorrow. Also,
Is
Katie
it herself?
No, it's
Oh.
Katie. Katie, she's a big fan of Katie Asmuth, so it'll be cool to see how Katie does tomorrow. She definitely got some good beta on the course by way of this live stream today. But again, both sides, the fields are really stacked again in the 60K for tomorrow. I'm really liking the idea of this overnight reverse.
I'm just saying.
Because there's your net uphill version. You trash your quads like on a much steeper part of the course.
I'm going to send it back to Chris here. I'm being told that we have the legend himself,
Is that James Bonet?
the great James Benet,
It's James Bonet.
an American record-holding coach, as he's the coach of Nick Curry, who holds the American 24-hour record on the track.
Yep.
He is also the coach of Jamil Curry. James also finished the Crown King Scramble when he was like 7.
Yeah. Well, it's because he is the son of the godfather of Arizona ultra running, Paul Bonet.
Who we saw as a Golden Hour finisher. at
Golden Hour
Western
finisher.
States.
Second, the penultimate finisher at Western States. last year.
Let's see. Let's go back to our drone shot here as we see another runner coming across the line. Here we have a couple more runners coming in. We'll throw it right down here. Now we are back out at Table Mesa, enjoying the party in the desert.
Well, Matt, as the clock ticks over the 13:30 clock time, I think 8:30 p.m. local. I'm gonna call it.
Time has come, Rob. Let's
I
put
think-
it on a nice drone shot for you. You know?
I just want to thank you for you and Jamil and the whole team here. You guys really crushed it, and it was an honor to come back in and be a part of a live stream for the first time in a few months. So,
Well, and I want to get you on the record. Yeah, I assume you think you appreciated the live stream, you enjoyed it, right?
absolutely.
What percentage of that enjoyment would you attribute to Eric Sensman?
Honestly, about 97.8% of
Oh,
it.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Since Eric contributed a lot to
He
the quality of
just
your joy of
absolutely
the stream.
just he's a natural. I was actually pretty intimidated by him before today, and he's quickly just everybody. He's just such a nice guy. Half kidding about being intimidated by him. Actually, I was afraid to interview him at the finish line last year.
I mean,
But
he could
yeah.
be intimidating. He's got, maybe a top 5 mustache in the sport.
Yeah.
He's, easily one of our top 10 favorite Cowboys. I think he's got a lot going for him.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I honestly, just the whole thing, part of the Black Canyon has become really just like a near and dear race to my heart. It's basically a local trail for me at this point, and the fact that it was a 3 golden ticket year, there's a lot of special things, and a big shout out to Jamil and Skylar, him and Skylar last year. That was while live streams have happened before, that was the live stream that really got things started, and every live stream inside and outside of Aravaipa, I believe, was really built on the shoulders of that. So huge shout out to Jamil and company for everything that he has done, and yeah, honored to be a part of it. And Matt, you absolutely crushed it.
Well,
and you're going to continue to crush it because
I only have
you've got 7.5 hours to go.
Yeah, is that how many?
Yeah, I could see the look on your face. You hadn't done the math. You were thinking it was about 5.
Yeah, I was. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fine.
Well, with that said, signing off. That was a phenomenal experience. So, yeah, looking forward to getting out on the 60K course tomorrow.
Awesome, man. Well, tell Marissa good luck.
For sure.
She's going to crush it. She's one of my podium picks, so it's going to be great. She's going to do awesome.
Sending some big LFG energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, the great Rob Ricardo, thank you for blessing us with your knowledge, your voice, your beatboxing, and everything else.
Fantastic. Well, it was my pleasure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're stuck just with me now. It's just me here in the studio, as Rob has abandoned me. But he's got to make sure he's ready and full of energy to crew Marissa tomorrow. And so again, we have our drone up right now overlooking it was overlooking the finish area. Here again, the great James Benet. Courtesy of our Chris Cam. And here's our drone shot back up. So we are gonna continue to bounce back and forth between Table Mesa, where runners have 3.5 hours to leave the Table Mesa aid station before the cutoff. So they still have quite a bit of time out there. And we will bounce back and forth between that feed and our finish line feed as we take you all the way till the final finishers here at the Black Canyon 100K. The final cutoff time is going to be at 4 a.m. Mountain Time, barring we don't end earlier. You know, if everyone who made the cutoffs gets through before then yeah, then it'll be over. But I don't foresee that happening. So we are just awaiting. We are just looking at runners at the Table Mesa aid station. Here we have another finisher coming in here. Actually, that looks like it might have been a pacer who had maybe been dropped there. Here's another finisher. And I am going to leave you all with this finish line cam for just a minute while I pour myself a little bit more coffee to get me through the night here. We've got some more finishers coming in right there. Looks like we had a group of people all finishing together, which was nice to see. Here comes our next finisher. Wow, Henway in the chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. And a portion of the proceeds will go to, as Henway in the chat says, to the Black Canyon Trail Coalition. They're the organization that really does a lot of work to maintain and upkeep the Black Canyon Trail. So huge shout out to the Black Canyon Trail Coalition as well. And yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in, first and foremost, but also thank you for any sort of donations. And here we have another finisher coming in. So here is a little bit of a different angle from the finish line here. Sorry, I keep hitting the wrong button on my mouse. But this gives you a really good idea of how well lit the area is and kind of what the vibe really looks like there at the finish line of the Black Canyon 100K. Here come some more headlamps. And ladies and gentlemen, I have a very special guest here. If I can just find the right button to hit, I will be able to bring on the great Jamil Curry. Jamil, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you,
I can hear
but
myself. Oh, you know what?
people might be able to hear you,
He
and that
needs to.
is the most
Yeah,
important
the people can hear me,
thing.
Matt,
So let me
and
check your audio
I,
here.
the people can hear me, and what you need to do is
Yep, Jamil, I can't hear you, but the people can. So
so
that is
Matt.
all that matters. So if you want to share any updates you have, you are
Where's my
welcome to
phone?
do so, but I am unable to hear anything.
All right, I got to. I got to tell Matt here how to hear me.
Let me bring it back to the finish line cam here for a minute while we try to sort out the audio. And so bear with me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen, as I try to troubleshoot this audio really quick. All right, so I'm going to pull Jamil in here real quick, and I am going to see if I can fix this audio issue real quick. Hey, Jamil.
You got it?
I got it.
Love it.
I'm just over here learning how to fix the world's problems, I feel like.
Matt, I think it's perfect timing for next weekend since I will be remote as well. So this
Yeah.
is just a practice trial run for the big USATF National Championship coming up. So, hey, it's great to see you again.
Yeah,
And
you as well.
I think it's my first appearance on this year's live stream, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. It is, and I know that the people have been asking about you, and Sensman has been telling the people that you would make an appearance, so I'm glad that we
All
could
right.
deliver.
Yeah, it only took however many hours elapsed since the start, like 14 hours close. So, but yeah, I am here at the finish line at Emory Henderson Trailhead, and it is still popping off here. There are runners to my right that are streaming in. There's headlamps in the desert, and there's music going. There's fires going. I just actually got my own Freak Brothers pizza here, so I'm very excited about that. Yeah, in fact, we have someone coming in right here, and we are right now in the phase of Western States qualifying. So that is happening for what? Up to 4 more hours. It's normally 17 hours. So, but because of the 3 different waves, and you probably have already spoken about this some, you get that extra hour for those that started in the 3rd wave.
Yep, so we will have those Western States qualifiers all the way until 1 a.m., and then we'll have about 3 hours worth of there, I'll put myself picture in picture there.
Love
Then
it.
we'll have about 3 hours worth of kind of like golden hour finishing type things, or like 3 hours worth of golden hour finishers. So
Awesome.
it's exciting times.
Yes. Yeah, I was talking to a couple runners here at the finish, just how the day went. It was actually was a pretty mild day wind-wise in the general Phoenix area. I know you've been indoors most of the day, but I was surprised to hear that the event staff was having challenges with the wind. There were tents. Some of the tents got damaged a little bit, and we lost a couple tent tops. But that wind early in the day, I think, saved a ton of people to help cut down the temperature. And it was also at their backs. So they had a little bit of a boost potentially, maybe wind assisted. I think it's still record legal. We're still trying to measure the gusts, but we'll see how that pans out. But a headwind obviously would be way worse for the most part.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you bring that up because Zach Marion was able to pull Claire Gallagher aside earlier and talk to her, and that was actually one of the things that they had mentioned was Claire actually noticed the tailwind like pretty substantially and felt like it
Interesting.
helped her out quite a bit. So yeah, I did find that kind of interesting.
That is super interesting. I mean, I don't know if that will give you a material difference. Maybe it could. It very well could. So, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's better than having that wind like as a headwind or even like as a major crosswind during like some of those kind of exposed, like not necessarily true ridgeline sections, but you're kind of like winding around these foothills, right, where you're like kind of fairly exposed still.
Yeah, and I know the course is quite windy, so you're going to get a little bit of that as you make your way down. But the wind eventually did die down, and at that point, it really started heating up for those folks. So it was definitely a warm afternoon, and the water and ice was in full effect out there on the course. But right now, I've got a couple layers on, a puffy jacket. It's chilly sitting around out here. The desert does that. It loses its heat pretty quick, especially this time of year. So, it could be 80 plus in the day, and then it really drops quite a bit at night. It's still not that late. It's only 9 o'clock here, and it's already quite chilly. So we could see some runners having cold temperature issues as the night wears on, and that's something you really have to kind of keep an eye out for. Fortunately, there's no river crossings this year, maybe unfortunately earlier in the day, but now they won't have to worry about getting their feet wet or potentially slipping and taking a full dunk in the river. There is a river crossing quite late. Typically it's about mile 49, right before Table Mesa aid station. And I have been out there where you cross one section of that creek, especially if you're there after dark, and you could get easily up to your knees, and if you don't step right, you could just fall right in.
Yeah, I think early in the day that was probably something the runners maybe wished they had was some of that desert oasis. But yeah, probably later in the night especially, they're probably thankful that the creek beds are fairly dry.
Definitely. Trying to see how our chat is doing too.
Yep, and it looks like people are asking for Table Mesa. We no longer have a feed at Table Mesa. We have our finish line cam. We have this beautiful shot of Jamil, and we have a secondary finish line cam that shows you like a couple different angles. So this is kind of our primary finish line angle. We've got a secondary angle, and then we've got this view right here. So, yeah, that is what we currently have right now.
How late is Table Mesa open? Do you happen to know that offhand?
Yeah, the cutoff at Table Mesa is midnight.
Okay. So yeah, that would put a lot of our runners probably still making their way into Cottonwood right now. Definitely.
Yep. Yeah, and Black Canyon City closed at 8. So.
Oh, okay. So right now the last runners have crossed the second major Agua Fria crossing. So in and out of Black Canyon City, there's a pretty big crossing. And they're actually right now they're on the first climb of the Cocodona 250 course, heading up a pretty significant climb. So those last final runners, and they'll be snaking their way. Kind of, I know we were talking a lot earlier throughout the day of that second half being tougher, and they're just entering that part of the course right now.
Yeah, definitely. I've run that section a handful of times, and while it's extremely beautiful, with really incredible views, and we're gonna switch it to our finish line cam here real quick. While you do have some like really nice views during the day, that climb out from the Agua Fria, once you've like kind of crossed or left Black Canyon City, is pretty rough. Especially these runners would have 37 plus miles in their legs. They've been out there at this point for 13 hours. It's a pretty nice climb, for sure. And that's kind of one of the tougher sections of the course, is kind of that section between Black Canyon City and Table Mesa.
Matt, I want to rewind a little bit, if you don't mind. Earlier in the day, I caught most of the race off and on up to the men's top finishes.
Yep.
Just an absolutely incredible run by Trueheart. Oh my gosh. That to me is mind-blowing. Just the fact that I think he was not at all on the radar. He was on Jim Walmsley's radar, it sounds like, and a couple others that know him well, Chris Vargo, but the general masses, I think, had no clue what was about to happen. And the field had no clue what was about to happen. I mean, he had gapped them. I remember the first drone shot from Duffer's Drive, and there was this one guy ahead of like gapped 35 people. Insane. And to hold it all the way through is incredible.
And then we had missed him at Antelope Mesa. So, like, that's how far he had kind of gapped everyone,
The drone pilot missed him because he saw the pack and he didn't know there was a guy that would be that far ahead of the pack. He had about a half mile on him by that point.
Yeah, he was way ahead. And so we missed him at that aid station. And the fact that he was able to hang on, on what was a warm year, was pretty incredible. I mean, that was a gutsy performance to even like have the courage to do that, right? And then for that risk to pay off was amazing.
Yeah. But I did want to touch on the women's race because I was off celebrating my son's birthday today, so I missed those finishes. Could you kind of recap? I saw that Dominica was ahead all day, under course record splits. What happened next? Could you recap a little bit? And you're going to lose my audio when you switch to that finish line.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So to recap that, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. So, so Claire came in. Dominica led basically the entire race, and was under course record pace, and was just like crushing it, and she still crushed it the whole way, right? But Claire Gallagher ran like very controlled, and then you started to see her like creeping into the picture around Black Canyon City, and all of a sudden she's in like third or fourth, and she's 17 minutes behind, and then she gets to Cottonwood Gulch and she's 15 minutes behind, and then she gets to Table Mesa and she's 12 minutes behind, and then all of a sudden at Doe Springs, or she was 7 minutes behind at Table Mesa, I think. Then all of a sudden at Doe Springs, Claire had basically caught her. She was a minute behind, and I know that at one point early in the race, Dominica had gotten lost for a couple minutes, but I believe that was prior to Black Canyon City, where she still had like a 17-minute lead. And then all of a sudden, like just based on the trends and having like a 1 minute gap at Doe Springs, we were anticipating a really close finish, and then all of a sudden we went out to find the lead women, and there was Claire, kind of all out by herself, and she was just flying. And we had Zach Marion out there doing some follow cam stuff, and we had a drone on her. And Zach had mentioned in like the post race interview how quick she was running. And so yeah, she took the lead in between Doe Springs and the finish, which is only like a 3.5 to 4 mile section of the course. And then Dominica did hold on for fourth, and I believe they ran 2 of the 5 fastest times in women's history on the full course. So Dominica ran 9:10 still, and Claire ran 9:06. And then Anne-Marie Madden, who had a really good race, came in third. She ran, I think, basically from Black Canyon City on, she was in pretty much in third. And then Taylor Nolan was about 20 minutes behind her in fourth. And I don't know if you heard, but Claire Gallagher declined the golden ticket to Western States. So the tickets did roll down to Dominica, Anne-Marie Madden, and Taylor Nolan.
Yeah, did she talk about her decision to decline that? Did she know in advance probably that she was not going to want to run Western States this year?
Yeah, she did. She basically said that she just kind of needed a break from Western States, and she made sure to point out that she meant that in the most respectful way possible, that, you know, it just takes a lot out of her. It's a hard race for her to recover from. And that, yeah, she just needed to kind of step away from Western States for the year, and that she knew coming in, so she was just here to kind of throw down with some like really badass women, I think is basically the way she put it, which I thought was really cool to like see her like go that deep and push that hard, knowing that the reward was maybe lesser for her in certain ways, right? Like there was no ticket on the line for her for the most part. She was just out here to compete and to run as well as she could run.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, a proper build-up for someone like Claire, who really wants to target and go for the win at Western States, that's a good part of your year. If not like half your year or more is dedicated, okay, I've got this race, I'm going to build up, I'm going to do this proper, then I'm going to taper, I'm going to run it, and then I've got to recover for a while. I'm not going to put another big race on the calendar to want to do well right afterwards. So yeah, I totally respect that. But I also love the fact that, and I think that this is good. Like, I'm coming to Black Canyon because it's a great race, and it's, you know, the whole point of this race is not to go to Western States. It's amazing, and I think the storyline of that's incredible. But I mean, this is a classic event as well, and I love seeing that. That's so cool. Like, but I love all of it. You know, me as a fan of the sport and you know, helping to create this event, to me, it's like gives me goosebumps to see the live production that happened today. Like that pack of 30 plus guys and women out front, like this was their focus, racing with their whole heart and soul on this trail is something special to me. So we got a string of lights coming in too. So if at some point you need to cut to them, feel free. We got a finisher right here.
Yep, coming. There we go. Jim Mill, when I cut to that camera, are you able to hear my audio still?
Yeah, I can hear you
Okay,
fine.
cool.
Because you're in all the scenes. You technically could add me. You could add my audio and put me at the bottom. Like you could add my OBS Video Ninja link as the browser.
You know, we'll see if I know how to do this. All right. I think I have your audio overlaid in there now, Jam.
People can hear me.
Yep, and I'll pull up the good old YouTube stream here as well. I think I did it right. I am no expert, so and I could overhear you. That was me
Awesome.
who made that brilliant comment about Scott Trayer
Yes.
earning his ticket regardless of whether there were 2 or 3 on the line.
Yeah, I think I was listening to that maybe on my drive over here or something, but yeah, it's so cool. There needs to be a post. If you haven't checked out that Scott Trayer interview of Scott Trayer in Chasing Gold, like everyone's got to go see that now. I mean, that's going to be internet lore at this point.
Yeah, and we do have your audio overlaid on this scene now. I can confirm.
Amazing.
I need to change this back though. There we go.
You're going to be OBS certified here in a short minute after this stream. Yeah, no, that's great because we do want to celebrate these finishers, whether or not I'm on the screen or not. You can at least hear my voice, and like we really want to give. Why are people tuning in? They want to see their friends and family finish right now, and I think what we wanted to improve upon this year from last year, we just left basically a webcam. We wanted to be able to interact with you guys that are, the late night crew, the Aravaipa After Dark. Is that?
Yeah,
am I saying it right?
You're getting on board with the branding. The people love it.
We need to like change that. There needs to be like an additional banner hung up behind you or something. The lights go to pink. I don't know.
Right. You're right. I should like dim the lights. I think Chris Warden is actually going to come in studio for Aravaipa
Nice.
After Dark, like Cocodona style, when we would have. And Chris is in the chat room.
He's in the
actually.
chat. I was just saying that. That's amazing. He says he has a tweet that predicted it. It
I'm
predicted
not
the
surprised.
Scott Trayer move.
Rob, I think Rob may have left his. Rob had picked Scott 5th. I thought that he had picked Scott to win. But yeah,
Did anyone pick Trueheart
no.
besides himself?
Well, and I think you said maybe Chris Vargo.
Yep.
And Walmsley is obviously a Trueheart fanboy, from what we've learned. So, I think we all need to get on the Trueheart train. That's for sure.
We had a request in the chat for bib number identification as people cross. I will do my best to fulfill that request. You just have to give me a little bit of time. Can you still hear me, Matt?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Dude, we got this. We got this.
I think that's a great suggestion.
No, it definitely is. I can only say, and here's another finisher so many times before I get tired of saying it,
We want to find out, who these folks are.
I want to know who it is.
All right. Let's see here.
Here we go.
Is that Brandon White, possibly? Let's see if this works. You'll have to bear with me. Let's see. Location.
All we really need now, Jamil, is for Skylar to join us from Hawaii.
Let's see. I mean, it's probably not super late there.
He was tuned in earlier because he was sending me messages in our Google spreadsheet that we used for like all our commentary notes. And he was on his way to the beach, but that was like 6 or 7 hours ago.
Yeah, gotcha.
Here we go.
I'll have to wait for the next one to cross, and then I'll see where we're at here.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I think one of the really interesting things today on kind of maybe more so the men's side than the women's side, but it kind of spoke true to both sides was the like kind of the unknowns having like a really big having really big performances in the race, right? So we talked about Trueheart Brown, where maybe he kind of flew under the radar. Scott Trayer, who I don't know that he fell under the radar per se, but maybe wasn't like a pick necessarily for most people. And then Jeff Colt, who we like weren't even able to identify correctly at the finish line.
Oh my goodness.
Like just all of these people like kind of really stamping their names.
This is James Flannery here, and let me confirm that was indeed. Oh, okay.
Man, whoever just finished there was hauling into the finish.
Oh yeah, so that was Mark Brower.
Amazing.
I did find the right screen now, so I should be able to rattle these off as they come across.
Jeez, look at you go. The people have a request, and Jamil makes it happen here.
We aim to please here. That's what we do. You just have to bear with me eating pizza in the background here.
So what was your go-to? What was the Freak Bros pizza that you went with tonight?
Yeah, good question. So they've got maybe like 5 or 6 pizzas on tap this evening, and you can get them all veganized if you want. So I got the Supremo, which has pepperoni and sausage, looks like mushrooms, black olives, red onions. Yeah.
Nice.
Plant-based version, so very excited about it. They've got some great sausage.
Thanks for an awesome race, brother.
You're welcome. Congratulations. Way to go. That was Mark Brower giving me a little shout out there for his finish. He's pretty
awesome.
amped about it.
Well, he punched his lottery ticket for Western States with that finish.
That's right. And there are about, oh my goodness, 6, 7, 8 lights coming in right now. We've got a stream of them.
I can see them. Our audience can see them just to the left of the right truss, off in the distance.
Really? Oh, perfect. Love it.
They look like they're fairly close, but they have to kind of shift more towards the left of our screen before they end up like coming through the finish area. But yeah, there will look like a bunch. But this could also potentially be runners and pacers, correct?
It definitely, and some of them look like they're in pairs.
Yeah.
Would you mind hopping on for a little bit later and like chatting with Matt and the people? If you have a few minutes, maybe at some point. All right, we've got the first one of this pack coming in.
We've got runners coming in. Come on, let's give them a little love for
There
that
we
one.
go.
All right. That
Yeah.
finishing right there was, and now it's not going to come up. Watch. That was Stephanie Couts, 100K finisher. And we've got two more here. That first one had a pacer. We got Steve Ellis finishing. And right behind Steve was Justin Heller. There you go.
And in the chat here, Jamil, we have Michael McGuire saying thank you and happy birthday to your son. Also, your feed isn't on the screen anymore, so they can't watch you eat pizza.
Perfect. That's amazing. So Justin Heller's from Arlington Heights, Illinois, 40 years old.
Let's go. Chicago
And-
suburbs, baby.
All right. Oh my gosh, there's like four
Okay.
lights coming in right in the gate. Yeah, Eli! Woo! Yeah! Sorry. Huh? Dude, it's yeah. Oh, he's gonna come around right now. You might have to get my feet on.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. So yeah, that was Eli Wiebe. We had Rosendo Caballero and Manuel Alfaro. That might have been the wolf pack coming in right there. Literally, like, yeah. That was the wolf pack. Yeah. Wolf pack sighting here at Emory Henderson. And we got another finisher right here. That was Ariane Whitaker. And we got another women's finisher here. And another men's finisher coming in quick. So we got Rita Krantz from Cresswell, Oregon, 31 years old. This is where we need the bio cards. And Mason McWilliams just finished from Memphis, Tennessee, 43 years old from our Wave 1. And then right behind him was Zach Valentine, Wilmington, Delaware, 39 years old, also from Wave 1. And right now we are 216 finishers deep. 153 of those are men. So that's kind of where we're at. How do we know how many starters we had? We're gonna get that information if we didn't already state that. All right, it's starting to get a little rowdy here as these finishers are coming in.
This is amazing.
All right, we just had Jeremy Rampon, Mill Valley, California. Shout out Mill Valley, 37 years old. Man, they are streaming in right now. Aaron Berger just finished, 50 years old, right here from Phoenix, Arizona.
Amazing.
We also had Andrew Ruthenbeck from Carson City, Nevada, 37 years old. And Eli, who finished just a little bit ago, Studio City, California, coming off an injury. He's right there under the finish line. Got it done. That's right.
I feel good.
Good stuff, man. I mean, you can turn around and go back.
Oh man, Jamil.
It's been done. Or you
Funny
can
thing.
do the 60K tomorrow. I don't know if you guys have talked about the double much, the Corey Woltering special.
Well, we did, and we actually created a new double, where we have 100K starting from Emory Henderson running to Mayor, starting at like 8 p.m. So you could start the morning 100K, run to Emory Henderson, finish, then turn around and run back to Mare.
Like,
Yeah.
start now? Like, go back
Well,
up
like,
now?
No, like start
Or
like
before?
2.5 hours ago. Yeah. So like, if you could
Oh, so
finish.
then run back up to the start.
Yeah. Well,
You
and
do the
then you
whole
could do the
100K in reverse,
60K
and then you
again.
do the 60K.
So that'd be like a
It's
260K.
called a yo-yo.
Yeah. I love it.
You could do a double yo-yo
I love it.
and a Copper Mountain loop for good measure.
These are the conversations we have on Aravaipa After Dark.
While we were doing that, Michelle Corbett came in from Rancho Santa Margarita, California, 40 years old. We also had Jason Henry from Flagstaff, of course, 47 years old. And finishing right here on your screen, ... is Joel Thurston. He's 44. He's from Peoria, Arizona. And as I look out into the distance, guess what I see, Matt?
More headlamps. Of
Yes,
course.
a stream of headlamps. It is fairly consistent right now, so we're right around 14 and a half hours in for wave one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And it seems to be a popular finish time.
Do you think a lot of these people are wave one?
I can tell you if they are. Actually, Joel is wave 3. So I think it's going to be a bit of a mix. Jason is from wave 1. Michelle, wave 1. I'm seeing majority wave 1 still right now.
Okay.
Wave 2, Aaron Berger was wave 2. So it is a bit of a mixed bag. And I think the waves are good for spreading the field early. And then they end up kind of crisscrossing later on in the day. But, this course turns to single track after mile 2. What's up? The Wolfpack is here.
Love it.
And we got a finisher coming on in right here.
Wow.
Oh, spin. Spin move.
That was amazing.
And that was Ryan Bokoski from Draper, Utah. What is that?
Shout
Was that
out
a
to
180? Was
Utah.
that a 180?
Yeah, I don't think it completed like a full 360, but it was a solid 180.
Nice.
Here comes some more headlamps.
Yep, quite a few more coming in right now. So finishing right there in the purple top is James Perrone from Glen Rock, New Jersey, 32 years old. And with pacer. And coming in right here, bib 573 and pacer is Rick Menelez from San Diego, California, 47 years old. Getting it done here at Black Canyon. And Rick was in wave 2, so started at 7:30 this morning. That is just over a 14-hour finish for him.
Amazing.
Well within that Western States qualifying mark.
Hours to spare.
Yeah, he's going to be at home or in his hotel, in bed, probably asleep before that deadline surpasses.
Yeah, he lives in San Diego, so he probably won't be at home. But you never know.
He might have a private jet right over here at the Deer Valley Airport. You never know. And finishing right there is Derek McGarrigle from Coos Bay, Oregon. Safe to say he won't be in his own bed tonight. He is 30 years old, and he started in wave 1 this morning, getting it done all the way to Emory Henderson.
Coos Bay, Oregon, home of the great, the legend, Steve Prefontaine. Rest in peace. That's what I'm here for, Jamil. I just bring the fun facts, you know?
We appreciate the history, most definitely. Got a little bit of a gap here in finishers, but yeah, it's great to see crews back out at the race this year. There's quite a few people that made the shuttle bus ride over here from Anthem and are enjoying the atmosphere here at the country's largest 100K.
Is that so?
Yeah, pretty sure. It wasn't this last year because of our restrictions, but the past couple years, it's one of the larger ultra marathons in the United States, and it's a good
Nice.
time. It's a good time. All right, we have Judy Hanlon in the chat here. Thanks for keeping it on the finish line. Cheering on Ethan Simi, number 735. Yeah, we got a lot of family and friends tuning in tonight, I'm sure, to try and catch their runner as they come across. You can get a rough idea where your runner's at if you go to live.aravaiparunning.com. It's pinned at the top of the comments, and we got another finisher coming in here. The pacer peeled off, and here she comes.
Wow.
That looks like Eve. Eve Rebnak. Right here from Phoenix, Arizona. Rising Mountains Coaching. Getting it done here at Black Canyon from Wave 2. Just over 14 hours.
And shout
we got
out
another
to Eve.
Yeah.
She had the beautiful signs that lit up at Javelina.
The Las Vegas sign.
Yep.
So good. And right behind her there was Lindsay Cazo from Hemet, California. 32 years old, coming in from Wave 1, finishing the 100K here today. And next up, we've got another 100K finisher. No pacer required on this one. And that was Matt Smith, Big Bear City, California, 41 years old, from Wave 2. And we are handing out a lot of buckles in this hour right now.
All the buckles.
The guy who just finished? Oh, okay. He apparently, Matt Smith was second at Ure 100, according to Howie over here. Nice.
And I think, Jamil, I even have your audio overlaid on this second cam now, too.
Oh, I appreciate that so much, Matt. We got to shout out Lynn Rush here in the chat who did a super chat donation, $25. Thank you so much. We are once again donating part of the proceeds of the super chats here on the live stream to the Black Canyon Trail Coalition. There's additional ways to support them and get involved. We were selling the brand new Black Canyon trail maps that were commissioned by the coalition. The coalition, of course, is the group that helps maintain and create the trail. So without them, this event would not be possible, and we like to give back to them. We sold a lot of trail maps to participants this year, and all those proceeds are going straight to the coalition, which is amazing. And we've got another finisher here, Bib 206, coming in.
Jessica Bryant.
All right, Jessica Bryant, followed up by Garrett Peltonen. Jessica is from Ada, Oklahoma. And Garrett is from Silver City, New Mexico. So I believe we will be hopefully selling the Black Canyon Trail maps. I believe we have some extras from the event, likely on our website. So as another way to support the coalition out here. What? Oh, you can also go to BCTC. I'm going to say a bunch of letters. Black Canyon Trail Coalition. BCTCAZ.org. Did I get it? We're going to get that link for you, but we have runner walking it in, strutting it in with their pacer, excited to be done, crossing the finish line of the Black Canyon 100K. That is Andrew Tiedemann from Rogersville, Missouri, Wave 3 runner. So if you'd like to donate to the Black Canyon Trail Coalition or pick up a map, go to bctaz.org. Hooah! I would say we're going to pin it to the top of the comments, but we got to keep our live results link for you. So we do have live splits coming in from Doe Spring. You can check and see where your runner might be about 4 miles from the finish line here to give a rough estimate of when they might be here. So you can tune in. Of course, this stream is going to be going all the way to the end of the race this year. Matt Feldake, thank you so much for insisting that we go the full length. I think it's going to be really something awesome for all of those family and friends that couldn't be out here this year to see their runner finish in person. And to archive it, too.
Yeah, it's going to be
great. Watch it back.
It's going to be great. I'm excited.
Can you do a big voice for me? Dodge Grand Caravan with Arizona plates needs to pull forward so the bus can get through.
Say one more time.
Dodge Grand Caravan with Arizona plates.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a Dodge Caravan parked in the shuttle lane. We need that.
If anyone
Dodge
in the chat
Caravan with
drives
Arizona
a Dodge
plates,
Caravan
please
and is
move.
currently parked in our shuttle lane, if you'd be so kind as to go move your car, that would be
the
wonderful.
live stream, don't worry. All right, we just had another.
Hey, Jamil, you muted yourself. Hey, Jam, you're muted.
I'm sorry, it was Matt Shainzer from Phoenix, Arizona, 52 years old, just finished up there just about a minute ago. I apologize for my audio. And we've got two more coming in right in a row there. And that is Ooh, Oleksiy Kononenko from the Ukraine, 41 years old, wave 3, and Damir Akhmadiev from Russia, 43 years old.
Nice.
So we've got some international representation here in the Arizona desert. Congratulations to those guys. Long way from home to come out here to the Arizona desert and get the Black Canyon 100K done.
This gives you a little bit better look here of what is going on kind of behind the scenes, past the finish line area, as we kind of await our next set of runners here.
Jubilee like restaged his finish shot. This is just becoming a social media moment here. I love it. So we've got this is awesome. We got a couple runners restaging their finishes and getting that perfect finish banner shot with their belt buckle. Love it.
You have to.
It is a huge accomplishment to come out here and run a point-to-point race like this with these conditions as we saw today. It is no easy task, and not everyone got it done today.
Yeah, no, I think it's amazing, even for just anyone who kind of towed the line at today's race. I think it takes a lot of courage just to get to the starting line sometimes, and then to see all of these amazing people who, are finishing the race, achieving a Western States or earning a Western States lottery ticket. All of those things is just amazing and is something that they should be excited about and that they should celebrate.
And we have some headlights bouncing up the trail here, making their way into the finish area.
Here we go, our next finishers.
Sorry there, Matt. We had right there coming across quite a few. John Loftus, Andrew Baum, Mark Stugard, Jeremy Klutz, and one more. What? Corey Buckelman from Rapid City, South Dakota.
Yeah. There we go. We've got Jim Sheldon in the chat who was waiting for Corey Buckelman. South Dakota representing.
All right, all right.
There's another finisher.
Right there, we had Brandon Matthews, St. Paul, Minnesota, Wave 3 start this morning, 46 years old.
So that puts him at just under 14 hours then. Hey,
That's right. Yep.
solid run.
So that means, yeah, we are 3 hours, 10 minutes away from the end of the Western States qualifying period. I might have also missed Austin Kane in there somewhere. There's a lot of folks coming back up that are pinging the mats when they take their photos. But we've got, looks like a runner coming through we call it a cattle gate, little narrow single track entrance to the trailhead here with looks like a Kagala light lighting the way.
Is it actually a cattle gate there?
I don't think it is. It's just I think it's to discourage OHVs from taking the single track.
Yeah.
All righty. Got another finisher here. And I'm not sure who that was, unfortunately. Jeffrey Kern? Oh, there we go, yeah. Oh, no, I think he had been here a while. I think he was taking photos. Maybe not. It might have been Jeffrey Kern. It's possible. Oh, yeah, Jeffrey Kern for sure. My bad. I saw Jeremy Klutz was right before him. It's getting late. Matt, we got a special guest here joining you with some special insights from this year's Black Canyon. Are you ready?
I hope that I'm ready.
Okay. I feel like you don't know who this is, but it is actually your race director, Jubilee Page.
Let's go.
Oh, what was that?
Oh,
I was just taking my phone out.
Oh, okay.
let me see. I'm gonna let the good people see your beautiful face there, Jubes.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, I've been awake for a while, so I don't know how fresh I am, but
It's great.
It's
great.
You know what? You are great, Matt.
Thank you. How are you doing tonight, Jubes?
I'm telling you what. It's been a stellar day. This race, I was telling Jam, this race gets better and better every year. This is absolutely incredible. Just the field and the energy at the start, like everything. It's just been a great day.
Amazing. And so, do you know how many people did we have start today's 100K? Do we know that?
I don't actually know that. I should have asked Andy, our timer, before he left this evening.
Let's just say a lot.
A lot. It was a lot.
I think we
He
should
kept
just
saying
say that
at least.
Like, I think that sounds like a good round number. A lot.
I mean, honestly, it was probably the largest field that I've ever started here at Black Canyon Ultras, and it's I was just so stoked to see the energy and the crowds and the spectators throughout the day, because after last year, like this is where it's supposed to be. This is exactly it. So great day.
Awesome. And so, do you have like a most memorable moment up to this point in today's event? Because I know there's still plenty to unfold. We still have hours and hours of coverage left and of racing left. But up to this point, what was your kind of favorite moment if you had to pick one?
Really just like a couple. I mean, gosh, there are so many actually. I was really, really impressed with True Heart Brown. I thought that was just the coolest performance that I've seen. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that. That was absolutely a stunning, uh, incredible performance. What a cool guy. And then really stoked that Scott Traer also pulled it out to get second and earned his golden ticket and came through with a bedazzled hat and just on top of the world. I was so stoked for him. And then the ladies, I thought it was the coolest thing that Claire came out and said that I was going to run Black Canyon because I like Black Canyon. She's like, I'm going to run this race because I love this race. And affording Taylor Nolan to then get the golden ticket and roll that down. And I thought that was just a very, very cool move.
Yeah, I think that those you touched on probably two of my favorite moments as well. Claire just coming here to compete because she wants to come and she loves the course and she wants to compete with like a lot of other really badass women, which I thought was really cool to kind of hear her say that. And then for Scotty Traer to be coming through the desert in a bedazzled hat and a button-up shirt that he got from the Gap for $5 probably last weekend, covered in water, waving at the drones as he's closing in on the finish line was just awesome, especially knowing like how much work Scott put into like helping bring all of this to life, both on the media side, helping do a ton of interview content in the weeks leading up, but also like being out course marking and all of these different things on top of like all the stuff he does with Run Fasta. And so that was really cool.
It was. He had this amazing like whole experience of the race, right? With his efforts and chasing Gold Series, which I thought was absolutely just such a cool ad for this year. Really appreciated the contribution that he made. And then he was out course marking the first several miles of this race. And just overall, it's just had like, I think just the most fun out here. He's still here at the finish line, just having a good time and enjoying it and congratulating runners and seeing his runners come in that he's coached. So just phenomenal.
Yeah, no, that was definitely amazing to see Scott with the big performance, especially in such a loaded field. There were
for sure
so many good athletes on both the men's and women's side, and to see some like maybe non-traditional names up near the front, especially with why can't I think of her name? Dominica, who was running up front for almost the entire race. Just a lot of names that maybe we hadn't heard of that we won't forget now because of their big runs here at the Black Canyon 100K.
And I think it's one of the beauties of this race in particular. It's creating this frenzy of competition, and we get runners that we may not know very well, and it's so fun to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, no, it's really cool, and it was awesome being here and being able to listen to like Eric talk about the race as well. And just like how well he knows the course, and then being able to pair that with like how rich the history of this landscape is. Like I think that the Black Canyon Trail might still be used as like an active cattle route by like maybe one or two cattle farmers to to get their herd from this side of the mountains to the other side in the Prescott Valley. And so it's so cool to see all this rich history and all these mines on this like epic flowy course that then gets really hard in sections, and it's just like this very like holistic type of experience, even just like being kind of from afar.
Yeah, and it's really such a treasure to see, and it's as it's one of my favorite trails to be on, and it just all the different sections of this trail is just, it teaches you something. It it just kind of fills your soul a little bit. And yeah, big fan over here. But
Yeah.
enjoying this landscape to the fullest for sure.
Yeah, and then I want to get this finisher through finishers, it looks like.
Yeah,
And then,
many finishers. We still,
and then it looks like we do have a question in the chat for you, Jubes. When does the 2023 registration open? The race isn't even over, and people are already wanting to know, hey, when can I sign up to experience all this awesomeness?
Yeah, actually, so it'll open just about probably the first week of April, and we'll get it going for next year. So anticipate, I think next year we're going to actually, I think, shoot for the weekend of the 17th. So mark it on your calendars. We're going to get it going for 2023, and let's go, Matt.
Yeah, Jubilee, to give one of our sponsors a little bit of love. Let's goo, Jubilee. Let's goo.
Dig it. We've been
Amazing.
saying it all week. Gotta love goo. Absolutely.
And let me switch back here. So Jubilee, are you on site the rest of the evening and then at the start of the 60K, or what are your plans for the next, you've probably got another 24 hours or so left before the whole event weekend is coming to a conclusion. So what do you have on your plate for the rest of this evening and into tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm just getting started. So I'm on for the rest of the evening. We've got a final cutoff at 4 a.m. for the 100K. And then I'm going to flip it and go right back to Mayor. So I'm going to be on site at Mayor around 5:30 a.m. To receive runners at 6 a.m. And we're going to do it all again. 60K on the way, all the way to Black Canyon City. So it's just a really, really fun weekend. And I love that we have the 2 days now. One, because we have these incredible individuals who decide, I'm just going to run 100 miles over the weekend, so I'll double down. I'll take that Black Canyon Challenge and have all the fun. And then for me as well, I get to be at the finish line for both the 100K and the 60K, and it's just a pleasure to see these athletes go through.
Amazing. Well, Jubilee, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I'll let you get back to all the important things that you have to do to make sure that, like I do with this live stream in terms of making sure this doesn't crash, you get to make sure that the actual event doesn't crash. So, again, I appreciate your time. You're amazing, and it's been wonderful to just be a part of this for the first time for me, which is a lot of fun. So
I appreciate you, Matt. Thank you so much. I appreciate what you guys do and just bringing the sport to so many people. And I look forward to rewatching it on my downtime next week. So there you go.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jubes.
Thank you.
And now we are back taking a look at the finish line cam here, as we are just awaiting runners coming back in. And we got Jamil back in the booth. Thank you for coordinating that wonderful chat, Jamil. Jubilee is the fan favorite based on how the chat lit up. So I don't know if that says about me and you.
I mean, she is the head queen honcho. I don't know what I was trying to think of something really clever, and that's what I had. Head queen, I don't know. Forget it. I screwed up. That was Morgan Morris finishing Bib 598 from Wave 3, Rockland, California, 27 years old. Currently 63rd woman to finish the race. That might shift a little bit because of the 3 different waves. Jubilee.
And Jamil, we have the great Rob Ricardo in the chat, who just can't get enough of Black Canyon Ultras this weekend. He was at the studio at 5:45 this morning, stayed here till 8:30, and now he's at home just watching. He just can't get enough.
Love it. Huge shout out to Rob for taking the time out of his weekend to help commentate today. That was really huge having him, his insights, and his enthusiasm for the sport with us all day long. It's awesome. We do have another finisher coming in. And it looks like a finisher here, bib 75. April Selvage, Thousand Oaks, California. Starting in wave 2, finishing now. All right, Lori Nelson is cheering on Amy Nelson, still waiting for her to finish, it looks like. Let us know in the chat, who are you cheering on today? What is your relation to them? Is it a friend? Is it maybe a sibling, a parent, a son or daughter? Let us know, and we will keep an eye out. Hopefully we can give them a shout out. I can't promise we will be doing shout outs all night, but if you're tuning in right now, you are definitely going to be getting some of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because you're the only one who knows how to get the get the
well, it's
finishes
like
to pop up.
It's the convergence of like the two technologies, right? We've got the timing system and the live stream system. They have to meet in the middle, and you got the dark side and the light side, and they have to meet here. That's it.
Perfect.
But what is really cool here, I mean, this event, when it was first created and first run in 2014, it ran from Mayer High School, and it finished right here, like at this, pretty much at this exact little patch of dirt. It might have been that ditch and not this little spot, but essentially the same exact spot, which is really cool to see. And we haven't always gotten to finish the race this year at this spot every year because of a couple of the rain years. One year we were back at Mayer High School. We did a pure out and back. And one year we actually finished it in Black Canyon City, which was interesting. But give me 1 second. I will finish that story and that thought. But we do have another finisher coming in. That was Stephen Ova, 37 years old, White River, Arizona. And but yeah, what's great is just seeing a lot of the spectators, family and friends out here. We've got some great shuttle buses this year, so you can bring your whole entire family that was out here the whole day, and it's really awesome to see so many people out here right now. We've got, folks of all ages out here enjoying a campfire, bundled up, hanging out here in the desert, waiting for their family and friends to finish this thing up. It's just cool. It's great. Great energy right now. We vibing.
We vibing.
It's a whole vibe, Jube says. What you drinking over there?
Strawberry soda, craft soda.
Yeah, we're drinking bubbly waters and bubbly craft sodas over here.
Amazing.
All right, we got Gloria King in the chat cheering for their best friend, Robert Party. He should be there soon. He's 62 years old, awesome runner, his 4th Black Canyon. And Corey Long, my daughter, this is Paul Long tuning in. Seems to be about 3 miles out, bib 519. So definitely some folks tuning in right now. waiting for their runners, and there are certainly headlamps coming in. In fact, one is coming through the gate right here at the finish line. And I'm sure they are happy to see this finish line right now. You can definitely tell. And this looks like bib, maybe 55, quite possibly. We'll get you a name here in 1 second. Garen Hill, bib 55, 52 years old from Colleyville, Texas. And right behind Garen, coming in quick, 6:57. $8:57. That was Kirsten York and Virgil Dorabantu. Kirsten is from Las Vegas, Nevada. And Virgil is also from Las Vegas, Nevada. Oh, wow. I was just looking up my brother's Instagram, and apparently Lauren, my sister-in-law, sent him a text message picture of her Black Canyon drop bag, and it says, "The Aravaipa waterproof bag makes for an excellent puke bag." Jubilee is cringing over here.
I'm looking at it as well.
Yep, it is fully waterproof. I don't know if I would want to reuse that after that, though. Don't think so. All right, we got another runner finishing up here. Alex Matry. Alex Matry, Pine Valley, California, 38 years old. 741, Matt. 741 starters of the 2022 Black Canyon 100K.
That's a lot, right?
That is a lot.
Okay. Well, that was the number we said was a lot, so we were right.
So bear with me on that thought. I'm just going to pause that. We got a grip of runners coming in.
And they're all flying.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's because they can see the Canyon campfire here at Black Canyon Ultras.
Well, so we'll see. Black Canyon in 2020, we had 541 finishers, which made it the third largest ultra in North America of that year. Last year, there were 933 finishers of JFK. So we'll see. We'll see how many get this thing done today and see where it stacks up. But there are still a lot of folks out there. We are only, looks like, around 255 finishers so far. So we're, not even halfway, maybe, definitely not halfway through the number of finishers that we'll see here tonight.
You know, we still got 5 hours and 45 minutes left.
Yep.
You know, plenty of time.
All right, some of these finishers coming in. We had Kirsten York, Ryan King from Las Vegas, Nevada, Allie Riki from Cedro Woolley, Washington. A lot of happy finishers right now. And there's also quite a few lights snaking through the desert. Oh, there is, I think, a little bit of a wash crossing right before the end because I see the lights kind of taking a left and a right. They kind of dip down out of sight and then they come back up before they cross through the small trailhead entrance here to this this staging area. Need to bring one of those like office comfy chairs out here. Kick it back. Alrighty, we got some more finishers coming on in. Wow, look at all these. Marina Hobson, Kelly Scher. Marina is from Carmel, California. We had Ben Mitchell, Colfax, California. Yisroel Libero from Brooklyn, New York. Kelly Scher was from Tempe, Arizona, local. Yeah, that was Russell Holcomb from Alpharetta, Georgia.
Oh, shout out to Alpharetta, Georgia, just outside the great city of Atlanta. What? I used to live there. Well, not in
I know, I love
Alpharetta,
it. I love it. I love it
Yeah.
when I just say, I love it when I say a city and then you just light up. You hear like California and you're just like yawn. But the great, you hear them, you get some Illinois, you get some Georgia action. Love
Anything in the Midwest or in Georgia.
it. Yep. I'm just gonna start making up city names for you to get excited about.
I'm about to send you a photo here, Jamil.
Mark Nassi, San Francisco, California, finishing the Black Canyon 100K. Looks like we're up to maybe 271 finishers now. Attaboy.
There we go.
Look at this.
I'm figuring it out.
You just achieved and unlocked a new level of OBS satisfaction. I have no idea.
We haven't run out, but I was going to try to top off that generator a little bit before I left a little bit. Do we have any gasoline around here?
They were going to bring us some, so I'm not sure if they...
Incredible work, Matt. It looks like we have now both studio and remote commentary on the same screen. Absolutely love it.
There we go. Sorry, people.
I do have to shout out if these finish line shots have been especially creamy and smooth, we have to thank Aravaipa. Aravaipa, they are powering our finish line live stream here at the Emery Henderson Trailhead. We are out in the desert and we are several miles from any sort of residence or business, and so they actually provide internet in a lot of the area of Anthem, and they're bringing some to Black Canyon City in the future. But we do want to thank them. This is their second year partnering with us. Have to shout them out. If you are interested in their services, give them a call, 623-363-3823. I feel like a real radio host now. Ooh, that felt pretty good.
Gosh, you crushed it.
And we have another runner finishing. Kagala lighting the way. Jason Baum. Prescott Valley, Arizona. One of the hearts of the Cocodona course. And right behind him, Justin Menelacino from Poway, California. Poway.
Jamil, you're the man, dude.
Thank you.
Cocodona.
Way to go, man.
Yeah.
You running it?
What's that?
You running?
Yeah.
Sweet.
So I'm Jason. I'm from Prescott.
Yeah.
Buddies with Noel and all those guys.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
So he talked me into Cocodona stuff.
Noel will do that.
I know.
Well, it sounds like you're right in the heart of the course. So.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of it pretty well. So
yeah.
It's an advantage for sure.
Yeah.
It's still a lot.
Definitely.
So.
Good stuff.
I appreciate everything that you guys do. You guys are awesome.
Of course. See you soon. That was Jason Baum, and I just mentioned he lives kind of in the heart of Cocodona, and he informed us that he is, in fact, running Cocodona, thanks to Noel Kingston, who convinced him to sign up.
Noel has, just convinced a lot of people.
I mean, he's our top recruiter, covert recruiter. All right, we got, it looks like a finisher with a pacer that peeled off. Finishing Black Canyon 100K here. Looking strong. That was Catherine Wyndham, Austin, Texas. 43 years old, coming from Wave 2. And it looks like a runner coming in with pacer. Angela Feldman, multiple-time finisher of the Black Canyon 100K from Scottsdale, Arizona.
Shout out to Angela. I don't know her, but our last names sound a little bit alike, so let's go, you know?
How do you feel like about all the mats finishing? Like, you get amped up about that?
Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Did you see the run from Matt Bellis?
I did. Was that a top 6 or 7 position?
Seventh overall.
Woo-wee!
20 seconds behind Seth Ruling.
How about Brianna Grigsby also?
Ran up into 5th. That was actually a question I had. Well, you know that Bryce was her pacer from Black Canyon City. Aravaipa's own Bryce Brooks was pacing Brianna.
Yeah, and what I heard is he might have got dropped.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I heard he was in rough shape.
That's a long ways to ask a pacer to go to start with, kind of, you know? Like, that's a hard 24-ish miles.
Well, and, I know Bryce has been up all day working as well. He was out doing timing all morning into the afternoon, I'm sure. So that definitely adds to the stress level.
Here we got another finisher coming in.
Absolutely. And that was actually 2. That was Jay Whitborn, Farmington, New York, and Robert Galinsky from Waterville, New York. So looks like a couple of friends out here, potentially. Although Robert is showing as a DNF, so potentially that, who knows? Well,
So do you think Brianna will now try to also go for another ticket at Canyons? This seems like it'd be a lot.
Well, when is Canyons? It's mid-April?
April 23rd or 24th. It's the same weekend as Whiskey Basin Trail Runs up
right.
in the Granite Dells in Prescott.
That's right. And also the great Zane Gray 100K as well. Right, Arizona Classic. You can't go wrong with either of those ones.
Lots of
And it
finishers
looks like,
here.
Oh, yeah. Got a finisher with a pretty young pacer. Oh, yeah. Start at like Table Mesa? Yes. Brendan Courreau, 39 years old from Redstone, Colorado, being paced in by, looks like maybe his young son, the last 11.
Nice.
And this is that's who I thought it was. Chris Polito. Polito from Queen Creek finishing right now.
Of the famed Polito face.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. People are like, what are you talking about? Matt, the energy is not at all dying down here. If not anything, it's getting bigger. We have another finisher coming in here. This is Daniel Adlong, Laguna Hills, California.
You know, the energy and the stoke is so high because you have a wonderful campfire. That's all the people need.
It does add a lot to the vibes, for sure.
Yeah, it creates like an ambiance.
And the people finishing every 30 seconds also helps quite a bit. All right. And this is Kyla Marino from New York, New York.
Rob,
what you got, Matt?
Rob in the chat says, can confirm, Chris Polito runs the desert.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time.
But yeah, it was interesting to see Brianna had like a really great run today and came up, one spot outside of a golden ticket, which is similar to where she found herself at Bandera, right? Just narrowly missing a golden ticket by 1 or 2 spots there just a month ago.
You're talking about Brianna again? Sorry. Yeah, she... Oh, the finisher here. Looks like he is a bit worked from the day, but he has gotten it done. Yeah, Brianna was, did she end up 5th also at Bandera, I believe?
Yep.
The interesting part is that, of course, Bandera, the golden tickets went 1 and 2. And because of the roll down here from Claire's ticket and the additional ticket from Tarawera, they went to 4th. So she was, at this race, just 1 away from that spot. So you'd think that she's got to be pursuing this. And I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if she toes the line at Canyons and wants to give it one more go, like potentially building momentum progressively in these races. But you're also racing 100K really hard. And she's already done 2 back-to-back efforts. We're only, in the second month of the year, and she's already raced two tough, hard 100K efforts. So I don't know. I don't know if I would go for it or not, but I'd say it's probably been done before.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that seems obviously like a lot, right? But I am sure it's been done before. And then she's also signed up for Javelina in October. So I wonder if she'll set her sights maybe more on chasing a golden ticket for next year's race.
What? Oh, hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
I met you before.
Congrats.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, way to go.
Shit through YouTube, bro.
Thanks, man.
That was really hard.
Yeah. You got a question or you just
I just
popping
didn't
in?
know if we could see the results. Is it too early?
Oh, yeah. Are you Ryan?
No, I'm actually Morgan. So I came in and I lost my bib this morning, so I was 235, and then I came.
Here we've got some more finishers coming in here. Aaron Swank, what are the cutoff times? Is the question, and that answer is the final cutoff for the final wave will be 4 a.m. The final cutoff for the final wave for the Western States Golden Tickets will be 1 a.m. And then the final cutoff for runners to leave Table Mesa is midnight, so we are approaching that. And I know we just had some runners come through.
Can you drop here
Yeah,
from the event?
I forgot to drop.
You can, yes.
Okay.
Sorry to hear about that.
It's okay.
Five.
Once it got cold, I was out.
The swing is crazy, huh? All right.
And I dropped at 9 mile 50.
Okay.
I just forgot to tell someone.
All right. Well, thanks for letting us know so we don't hunt you down later.
Yeah. She didn't start, but she still has her packet. Is there anybody get that?
To get your packet now.
Here we have another finisher coming through there. Love to see it. Looks like we got another finisher coming in here.
All right, I apologize. Had a few timing things to take care of there.
It's okay. You're a man of many hats, Jamil.
Playing double duty over here. Oh, Jubilee will take care of that one. All righty.
Yeah, already.
And I did see, this is why I love that Rob is in the chat. Emily Hawgood last year ran all three, got in after Canyons, and was the 7th female at States.
Yeah, I do remember that now. Yeah, and that does happen. There's been a few men over the years that have also done something like that where they're just racing all the golden ticket races, and persistence oftentimes does pay off. So we could be seeing another Emily Hawgood style story with Brianna Grigsby chasing the golden ticket.
Yeah, who knows? I have no insight actually as to whether
why
she's
not?
running Canyons or not.
I mean, we're only speculating now because she was so close. I mean, why not go for it, you know?
It's just, yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. Why not? You got actually a good amount of time between Black Canyon and Canyons.
That's the thing. I mean, as long as you aren't injured, you can really take it easy. You have a lot of miles in the bank. You have a tough effort in the bank. So you kind of rest and recover, and then you have probably a couple, maybe 2 or 3 weeks where you can do some volume or a little bit of speed again, and then you taper back down. I don't know. Probably do a little bit more climbing, I would think. There's a lot more climbing in the newer Canyons course now. But I'm no coach, so who knows? Take what I say with a grain of salt.
Well, we did see the great James Benet out at Table Mesa earlier. So if we had
quite
this
a few
question earlier, we could have asked him.
Quite a few athletes running.
Here we have some headlamps coming in to the scene.
All right. Looks like some more young pacers out there. I'd love to see it.
And it sounds like there may be a Chris Warden sighting in the studio in the near future.
In your studio?
In my studio.
I guess I'm not in a studio, so. And it looks like that was Alan Guevara possibly finishing there. Also recently, it looks like Heather Clark, Pamela Fisher, Jeffrey Grobe, Alan Guevara. And there's a steady stream of lights out there in the distance. Michelle Wagner finishing right there.
I have you go to every aid station. You're refreshed? Good? Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. Wait a minute.
All right, we got a couple finishers coming in through the gates. There's actually one runner and a pacer coming in.
Nice.
The pacer came up for the photo op in advance, and here comes Margaret DeHess. Woo, strong finish. Oh, she is preparing for the Cocodona 250. She also is the owner of Rim Runners up in Payson. And Margaret, I saw her at the expo before the race. She was telling me that she has been training hard on the Cocodona course, and she absolutely loves it. And that was Gavin Graham from Auburn, Washington. And here's Stephen Crawford finishing the 100K.
Nice.
And he has, let's see, about maybe 8.5 hours, depending on what wave he's in, to start his journey all over again. Up at Mayer High School. He is running the 60K tomorrow morning in just a few hours' time.
Oh, poor guy.
You going to be running a 60K distance tomorrow, Matt, in your training program?
No, I'll probably feel like I've already run a 60K when I wake up tomorrow, though. It's going to be great.
It's going to be
the things we do for the people, Jam. The things we do for the people.
For the sport. for the love of the game. Huh? A what? A pill? All right, lots of cheers here for our next runner. 3:55 maybe. That is Catherine McWilliams from Phoenix, Arizona, 100K finisher. And followed up by Keith Evans from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. 43 years old, Wave 1 starter. And here comes our next finisher. Amped up for the finish here. And that's 2 finishers right in a row. Lindsay Lay and Keith Evans, it looks like. Lindsay's from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Geez,
Oh,
shout
actually, I
out
already-
to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That's 2 in a row.
I think that was a double, sorry. Rudy Martinez from Nixa, Missouri.
Missouri, let's go.
Some people who are chilling by the fire are just their bibs keep popping up. You know, it happens. They just keep finishing. We just keep handing them buckles. I don't know.
Fun fact, did you know that Eric Sensman is originally from Missouri?
Eric Sensman's from Missouri. Did not know that.
See? Midwest, let's go.
It's the Midwest takeover. Where in Missouri?
St. Louis.
Dude, St. Louis. Ever heard of it? I haven't. I just live in my Western bubble, Matt.
Oh, man.
It's all about Western states over here. We're in the ecosystem. It's like we're in the Apple ecosystem here. We're in the Western States 100 bubble. Alrighty. I have nothing interesting to say. Other than we have another finisher.
Jeez, the energy. You also got like super close to the camera just so that we could see like your beard.
I was gonna shave it, but I ran out of time. No, it's because I'm trying to read the size 4 font that are the recent passings. Marcy Beard, Livingston, Texas, age 52, and
here's a
runner
crew.
and pacer. Oh yeah, this guy is all smiles. Oh, he is thanking the entire crowd out here. None other than Satpal Dalal, and I believe I recognize him from Western States. He was one of our Golden Hour finishers, and he had his entire family out there at Western States. Pull up, roll the clip, Matt. Roll the clip.
I don't know if I know how to do that.
This is level 17 OBS work here. Just kidding.
I mean,
if we could pull that up, it would have been incredible. I'm telling you. Anyways, you can just ignore me at this point.
I mean, I can. Let me see what I can do. Let me try and not break anything, though. That's the big key.
Yeah, I would just tell people to go to Steep Life Media and watch the Golden Hour Western States video, and you can find Satpal Dalal. All right. Oh yeah, the enthusiasm is off the charts here. This is incredible. Love it. I think it's Michael Lee that's pacing him too. We just had there Brianna Jones as a finisher from Burlington, Washington. Congratulations.
Nice. Good job, Brianna.
Matt, if my math is correct, in 7 minutes' time, we will begin our 1 hour countdown to the Western States qualification window for Wave 1. That was a mouthful. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yep, you would be correct. So in 7 minutes, right? We will have our golden hour for our Wave 1 qualifiers.
Everything is a golden something here at the Black Canyon 100K. All right. Looks like another finisher and pacer here coming on in. We've got Christy Reel, San Diego, California. And that was Andrea Smith from Costa Mesa, California. Oh, I apologize. I missed Amy Nelson, who finished just a little bit ago, and I know that Lori Nelson was in the chat waiting for her, so I apologize, but Amy Nelson did finish and come across the line just a few minutes ago. Congratulations to Amy from Wexford, Pennsylvania. And coming across the line right there was Tushintug's Sukbitar from Walnut Creek, California. Plenty of time finishing under that Western States qualification window. Matt, I think I'm hitting the that time of the program where I fall asleep live on camera on the internet.
Well, I have the picture-in-picture off, so I will be the only one to see you. However, I can't promise. I can't promise that I won't take a photo of the screen, and share it to the masses. So.
Okay, perfect. Well, at least they're not. At least they're not getting a solid yawn count tonight. All right, he big strong finish. Woo! With a kick step.
Oh,
Got some air on that one.
Man, we got a whole crew.
Oh my gosh, there's a pack here. Woo! Yes. All right, let's recap a few of those finishers. William Parnell, bib 634. Coming to you from Chico, California. Also, Matthew Condron from Libertyville, Illinois.
Is that a sign? Not
Absolutely.
only is he from, so Libertyville is kind of in southern Illinois. It's definitely not anywhere near Chicago. And his name's Matthew. Let's go. Destiny. Destiny that he had a good race here.
We just had Blake Bottle from Tempe, Arizona.
Yeah, I made a comment about Blake Bottle when we saw him at Table Mesa.
Yeah.
There's a quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars named Blake Bortles. And so I was like, oh, that's Blake Bottles, not to be confused with Blake Bortles.
Okay. I was going to make some dumb joke about, I'm not going to do it. All right. Next up was Lori Ligori from Concord, California. I think it's supposed to be Concord. I'm going to take a stab at that one and say it's Concord, California. Finishing the Black Canyon 100K.
So, Jam, I think I can say with confidence that Brianna Grigsby will not be chasing a golden ticket at Western. Or at Canyon, sorry.
Okay. And how would you come to find this information out?
Well, I asked her pacer if he got dropped. And he relayed this information to me. She might be targeting another race around that time, around the time of Canyons. It's maybe a little longer than Canyons.
Ooh. How long might you say this event is?
A lot long.
I
don't know the exact distance.
starting. No one does. I'm starting to catch your drift a little bit.
We just had a bunch of people come through there.
Yep. Oh, and I just turned sideways, and my life got good. Because my legs just went towards the heater. So we're back in business, baby. And we just saw Corey Long.
Hey, someone in the chat's been waiting on Corey Long here. Maybe
all right, Corey Long from Louisville, Kentucky, 30 years old, bib 519, just came across. Timestamp it. Check it out later. And then Erica McDonald, bib 555 from Anthem, local to Anthem, Arizona, basically running home.
I wonder
Erica
if she
McDonald.
has air fiber.
I can pretty much guarantee you she has air fiber in Anthem. We just had a lot of finishers. This is awesome.
This is
Loving
great.
it. After Erica, we had Erdenedalai Sinjirigcha from Pittsburgh, California, finishing Black Canyon. We also had Lauren Coulter. We had Matt Benson, Elliot Waldcock,
Lots of finishers. We've got some more finishers here. So if you were just tuning in, this is the scene from the other side of the finish line here. You can see finishers posing with the finish line banner there. And it looks like we have some more headlamps coming in shortly. Here they come. Let's switch cameras. And it looks like we've got some more runners coming in here at the finish. Amazing. So again, we are just tuned in here at the finish line. Our trusty bib number reader operator is unfortunately not with us anymore, so I am gonna do my best to see. Look at that, another incredible finish here. Hey, there's another one coming through. Looks like here comes another finisher here.
That would be Michael Morales. Who is from Portland, Oregon.
I've got no fun facts about Portland. So this is the current scene at the finish line here as we await more runners and we count down the minutes for wave one runners to be able to secure their Western States golden ticket. And it looks like we've got some more headlamps coming in here. Looks like 2 runners there. You know, after you accomplish something as awesome as finishing the 100K in Western States lottery qualification, you gotta get your photo with the finish line banner.
Kind of close in finishing time. Oh, no. Like 2 miles out, I was like, I'm running with you.
Got a Scott Trayer sighting here at the finish line.
I'm not surprised that he's still out celebrating his hard-earned second place finish.
He also might have some athletes over here, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, he does have some athletes still running, is what Jubilee had mentioned earlier.
I might try and snag him and see maybe once he welcomes his athlete in, if he wants to maybe, if he's still up for it, maybe come on over. See if we can make it happen. Quite a few finishers here. Ryan Taylor, we had Hayden Seidel, Allison Rommel, Kelly Heckel, Dave Turner just came through. And we also had Fang Jiang and Michael Morales.
Nice.
That was Kelsey Mizrahi.
Way to go, Kelsey.
All right, from Rancho Mirage, California. And right after that was Matthew Bristow.
Do you think there is a more common name amongst 100K finishers than Matthew?
This might be the year of the Matthews for the Black Canyon 100K.
I'm just
Matthew Bristow from, not Bristow, California, but Bermuda Dunes, California.
Nice.
I'll be honest with you here, Matt. Every time I see Scott Traer, all I can think about is editing all of those chasing gold. I can hear his voice and like that exact sequence, whatever.
Can you picture like the
Yep.
liquid?
I was thinking about doing a montage of just the 3 to 4
All the
seconds
goofy
before
stuff.
before he says, "Trail runners, welcome back." Like all of the little like things that he does. It'd be great. Licking of the lips, the deep sigh, deep breath. All right. Amped up here.
Dude, the energy is high over there.
Oh yeah. And we just saw Lauren Smith finish not too long ago. Brian Watkins.
We got Jem Rooney in the chat all the way from Australia. He's done with work for the day and is ready. He says, "Let's get freaky," with a ghost emoji.
Nice.
So,
Don't know it. Yep.
Jem is ready.
Love it. Shout out to Jem. Matt, you're going to have to excuse me for a minute. I'm going to go and try and find another layer. So I'm going to go to do that, and I'll be back.
Sounds good.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, here momentarily, we are going to be joined by the king of Aravaipa After Dark himself, Chris Warden, here in just a couple minutes. I just had to run downstairs to let him in. And so he is here. We'll be joining in studio You know, as I speak.
Wow, that's great.
Feed on your phone.
That would be why I was watching the feed on my phone as I was making my way here from Table Mesa.
And here he is. Let's get the little picture-in-picture up here. Chris, it's been a long time since we've been in studio, I feel like. Well,
Javelina, yeah.
Javelina. So not that long.
That is kind of a long time for us.
Yeah, you're right.
We've been so busy with everything that's going on that it's nice to actually be back in the studio for sure. It's been an amazing day. It really has. I was out there as part of the race as a participant. Unfortunately, the day did not go as well as I had hoped. You can only you can only have so many great things happen, and this was just not my year. This is the first time I had DNF'd the 100K here at Black Canyon, and I DNF'd fairly early. I DNF'd at mile 21, which was I just wasn't feeling great. There were several things moving in the wrong direction, and the heat itself. The heat was really rough. But congratulations to those who won golden tickets, those who have qualified for the Western States Lottery. And I'm going to congratulate myself for one thing. I mean, and there's Twitter verified that I picked Scott Traer to win a golden ticket prior to the race.
I'll have to look into this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Evidence is there.
Do some research. Twitter doesn't lie.
Twitter does not lie.
Very few things I know in life. One of them is that Twitter doesn't lie.
Yes, if it's on the internet, it must be true. If you check Andy Jones Wilkins' Twitter feed, you can see I might have been wrong about the others, but I was right about Scott Traer. And to be honest,
I did see that.
When
you were right about all of the. You were wrong about all of the others.
Yes. Well, to be fair, most people were wrong about everyone because this race did not unfold the way that a lot of the people expected. I know that we had the expectation that certain names that we were anticipating finishing at or near the top of the podium didn't. I mean, I don't want to call any individuals out or anything like that, but a lot of the names that people were guessing and speculating upon to have those golden ticket days just didn't have those days.
Yeah, well, I think like part of it is how deep both the men's and women's fields were too, right? Is if you had just like anything other than your best day,
oh yeah,
it probably wasn't going to be good enough given just how stacked these fields were.
And I had never heard of True Heart Brown.
Yep, same. Chris Vargo, my guy, is a big True Heart Brown guy. As we see some more finishers coming across here.
Oh yeah, congratulations to those that are still out there. And I might be able to offer some perspective on what the middle and the back of the pack was kind of thinking, because there were definitely some issues. I had several people that I was running with and several people that I had kind of leapfrogged with that did come into Black Canyon City later than they anticipated. The heat really knocked people off their game plan. Now, a lot of those people didn't necessarily drop, but they did refocus their efforts into, okay, I don't think I can make 17 hours, but I think I can still finish this race. So I didn't see a ton of people drop at Black Canyon. I know that there were some, but most of the people that I knew, some of our friends that I discussed some of their efforts with. Actually, I was running with a friend early in the race, and when I knew that things were going wrong for me, I told her, I said, you need to go. And she was actually running with a couple of the local legendary runners like Dean Hansen and Mike Melchiors. Her name is Rondi Larson. Rondi had kind of when she came into Black Canyon City, she had decided that she was going to refocus and not necessarily go after the 17 hours because the sun really stripped a lot of energy from too many runners out there.
Yeah, and even for like locals here in Phoenix, right? The weather has changed like fairly drastically. Like just a few days ago, the highs weren't very high.
Very.
And so like over the last few days, it's gotten a little bit warmer. But like I think the high in Phoenix again, so maybe a little bit different up in like the Black Canyon area. The high down here was like 83.
Well,
which is just hot when you're in this exposed Sonoran desert.
Yeah, there's no escaping it. Absolutely. When my crew person and I actually hit Black Canyon City and we were hanging out, thank you, Skylar. It was in the low 80s while we were out there. Looks like we have another finisher, and he's posing for the well-deserved photo. Are we able to? And as Skylar noted, is Skylar in Hawaii? Is that what I'm hearing?
Skylar is in Hawaii. Skylar has a link to join this live stream at any point he wants to, and we will be able to have Skylar's face and his audio on this live stream.
I noticed that there was a breakthrough in terms of the setup. That was, a great thing to see. That now that you can actually pull in multiple feeds from outside.
Yep. I figured out how to create multiple pictures in pictures.
You have become a master producer.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but Skylar hasn't given me any crap today, so
I'll give it time.
I must be doing an okay job.
Well, he's only got 30 minutes left to do it because it is almost midnight.
Well, and speaking of that, we have 30 minutes left for the Western States qualifier for Wave 1 as well, which is interesting. I think we've started to see quite a few more of Wave 2 and Wave 3 people finishing as of late.
Yeah, kudos to those Wave 2 and 3 people that have hit home. I know that that means that they were, obviously starting 30 minutes or 60 minutes behind that first wave. And I do have to say it was a little bit tougher for those of us that started in the back of the pack because we had to, deal with the heat. I felt like, it was not, we didn't get that little warm up at the beginning like a lot of people did. So.
Yeah, and I'm going to see how our live results is doing. So Jamil has stepped away from his setup on site currently.
We know what happened. He tilted the camera up because he's got his head down. But, that's what happens. That's really, to peel the curtain back a little bit. When it comes to these live streams, we put in a lot of hours. I love doing it. I can't imagine having more fun, whether it be at Javelina or at Solstice, or at Black Canyon. But, with the amount of hours that we all put in, sometimes it is, like just heading over to the couch over here on our right or, putting our heads down while we're on location just for a quick little cat nap. And Jamil is actually one of those masters of the cat nap. I actually followed him around at Hard Rock last year, and that man can sleep for 15 minutes like nobody's business.
Let's go ahead and give you kind of the other angle so that you can see a little bit more of what's going on.
I
here
really
at the finish line.
I really enjoy seeing a lot of when I was out at Table Mesa just a couple hours ago filming. I'm beginning to see those runners come in. I noticed the first runner that I actually laid eyes on when I was out there was Aaron Berger, and I saw him come in a little bit ago. Aaron Berger is a local runner here, and there were a lot of recognizable faces hanging out and milling about. Table Mesa has become a genuine tailgating fiesta.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a party out there.
Yeah, I think that a lot of that has to do with last year, with the protocols that Yavapai County had in place. Obviously, the crew people and pacers couldn't meet their runners at Bumblebee or at Black Canyon City because it was in an area that did not want us to have gatherings. I totally understand that, but a byproduct of that is the fact that all of these people like flooded Table Mesa last year, and Table Mesa was hopping. I mean, that's where everybody basically congregated, and they had to move the aid station slightly. Like if they moved it a few hundred meters away from where it used to be.
Yep.
It used to be right on Table Mesa Road. They had to push it back because they had to, make it so people wouldn't park right on Table Mesa Road. And now when I went out there to just hang out, and when I saw that you were like awaiting some filming feed, I just figured I'd give you some.
Yeah.
But it was just a party. I mean, the energy there, it does rival some of the aid stations at Javelina, and I mean, Black Canyon City is still a hopping party too.
Well, it's just very accessible, right? So I feel like anytime people are allowed to be there, that one's going to be kind of easy pickings because it's, I mean, you can see it from the
pie.
interstate, and you've got world famous pies at the iconic Rock Springs Cafe.
Excellent pie. If you're a fan of pie.
Every time I want to stop by there, I look at the parking lot and I'm like, I'm gonna keep driving.
Well, now that we know that there's that other parking lot that we can walk to from the side, that's actually where everybody was parked for the expo yesterday. Did you ever make it out to the expo? Oh man, it was so much fun. It really was good. It was a good chance to see several people that I hadn't seen in a while. Black Canyon has become a huge race in its own right. It looks like we've got a couple of finishers coming in out of the dark here. In some cases it might be two runners together, or a runner and pacer. It's kind of hard to tell. And as somebody who has done this race multiple times, I've been that person coming in out of the dark, and it is a wonderful feeling because, in my case, the first time I actually finished at this finish line, I finished in 16:57.
Perfect.
Yeah.
3 minutes left.
I had 3 minutes left in order to qualify for the Western States Lottery, and I was mobbed like Rudy. It was truly like a great feeling that for a moment there I just felt like on top of the world. But that's the way it is at all of these events, and it's not just limited to the finish line. I apologize. I think I have a little bit of the Black Canyon, world famous Black Canyon dust kind of stuck in my system, but like everywhere on the course, people were so supportive. I had runners that recognized me from our live streams as they ran by, and I remember one. I'm gonna hat tip to Mandy Midget, who's out there running the 100K, and she ran by me and she asked what I was doing, quote, back there, and I said struggling. I'm having a hard day, and she was. She was supportive. She stopped to say, "Hey, you okay? You got this." I didn't have this. I mean, it was not my day. I had a bad day, which is fine. It happens. But the support that everybody was giving as they went by, and especially when I came into Bumblebee, people were, very excited to welcome another runner in, and. Even though I pretty much knew when I came in that my day was done, I didn't feel as bad as I thought I would. Plus, it was kind of fun because I got to do some crosstalk with Rob and Eric at that point. So, and tell them about my day. And I have to say, just to editorialize about the broadcast today, Eric Senseman's a star. He is so knowledgeable. This course, if he's not running this race, he needs to be on these live streams. Like, he did an amazing job. The information and the way that he kind of went over things was just fantastic. So,
yeah, for sure. I like to joke that Eric was, propped up by Rob's brilliance, but in all honesty, no, Eric was incredible. Katie Asmuth was incredible as well.
Katie was fantastic.
She may have been the star of the show. I wish, obviously wish she would have been able to stay longer because that's how great she was. And she was out at Table Mesa enjoying the race, and then she was out at the finish line and sending us, insights from the field. And, I think the team that we had here in studio commentating did an excellent job.
Oh, absolutely. I have flipped through different parts, and I've also been watching on and off most of the day since I called it a day for myself. And everybody who has contributed has been wonderful. Everyone has brought something to the table. In some cases, it was something different. Their perspective, whether it be in the case of Eric, somebody who's, finished second, finished third, in the case of, of Rob and, you and Katie, it might be something different, but it's been great because everybody has brought something to the table. And that's what these live streams and these broadcasts are all about. When I was talking to runners at Table Mesa and kind of spotlighting a lot of their bib numbers, and you guys were calling them up, they loved that. They were so excited. They were, showing off their bib number. Well, first they were excited to show me, and then when they would hear you say their name, then they were like, wait, what? Like, they didn't realize. They thought I was doing some recording, maybe for later. They didn't realize it was on the live stream. And they're like, wait, what? Wait. And so I said, yeah, you got to go back and watch it later.
Yeah.
That's how we get those views up.
And it looks like, I don't know if this was the most recent finisher, but Jerry Snow was a recent finisher that would have been within the last minute. So
great job. 1640.
Yeah. When this live tracking is updating well, it's super useful.
Yeah. Is it? How many finishers we have? We have 359 so far.
359.
Wonderful job to all of them.
Out of 755, I want to say, started. 750 something started. So
spread out across 3 waves.
Yep.
Looks like we've got quite a few runners that are actually going to be heading in here fairly soon. One thing, okay, so having run this race as a back of the packer, I can say that Doe Spring, knowing, from experience, if you're going to finish this race in under 17, you need to be leaving Doe Spring by 54 minutes left, basically. That's where I was at when I finished in 16:57. Another year I finished 16:49, and I left Doe Spring with about an hour 5 left. So, like, that quote flashpoint is like 52 to 54 minutes. If you can't get out of Doe Spring, like, by that point, you're really going to have to push. The one thing that you do have going for you at the end of this race, as and I think that I can offer a different perspective than Eric on this one because he's still running in daylight. Like, meanwhile, the sun has been down for several hours when some of us are out on the course. When you leave Doe Spring at mile 58, 59, you can see the finish line within about a mile, maybe, of leaving Doe Spring. And it seems like it's so far off, but within the last, 3/4 of a mile, it just all of a sudden explodes in your eyes. Like, you see this light structure off in the distance, and you're like, is that the finish line? Like, this seems like it's really far away. but then the closer you get, it it becomes apparent that you're looking at the finish, and you pick up your steps a little bit more, and and you can, and within the last 3/4 of a mile, you can actually hear it, which is wonderful.
Here we have another finisher coming through there.
One thing about this course, it got cold in a hurry at the finish. Somebody else just finished as well. I don't know how somebody's running out there without a shirt right now. It got cold in a hurry.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a bit of wind at the finish line. There was a little bit of wind when we were out there. It became a tailwind about mile 7 or so, which is really nice as we were actually heading down into the fast part of the canyon. But while it was noticeable, there were only a few points where it actually became a contentious thing, at least for me, in the time I was out there.
Yeah, that's interesting because, like I said earlier in the broadcast, like that was one of the things that Claire Gallagher had mentioned was how she felt the wind at her back quite a bit during at least the early stretches.
That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, obviously, in her case, she was flying, down the course. I mean, that was one of the more exciting aspects of today. To kind of recap when we just had another finisher there.
Yep.
Claire's race was really interesting to follow late because how she basically was patient. She ran a very smart race. Not that anybody didn't, run a fast race or didn't run a smart race, but when it came to what she did, like hitting Doe Spring a mile or a minute back. Like when I saw that number, I was really surprised. I was like, oh, we have another sprint to the finish situation like we did last year at 6th and 7th place.
Yeah, and she was pretty far back at like Black Canyon City too. I want to say she was like 17 minutes back. So incredible that between Black Canyon City and Doe Springs, she made up 16 minutes.
I know that one of the big things on the course that people were talking about was their surprise that she had passed on the golden ticket. Sounds like she just wanted to come here and race, and it's a testimony to Black Canyon Ultras. I mean, when somebody comes to a golden ticket like this race, not seeking the golden ticket, but seeking the competition, that's fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. That was one of the more impressive parts, I think, of the entire day was that she came here and just like fully sent it.
Mm-hmm.
Just because. Like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you've got that kind of talent, you can pick and choose your spots. And she picked she picked a spot today, and had an amazing race. I mean, so many quality runners in this field. Devin Yanko, Lottie Brinks, people like that. I mean, it sounds like. I'm looking at notes, and I had Megan Cooper's as a dark horse too. I mean, it was a huge step up in distance for her, and she did herself proud. Like I think she finished like 27th female for her first 100K. That's pretty solid. But the fields on both sides were just so stacked. I mean, that's why it was so impossible to handicap.
For sure. I mean, the fields were so loaded that anything less than your absolute best day was, going to find you way out of contention, just because there were so many talented runners that, it was going to be hard to, like, be successful without, like, really having a great day.
Yeah. So, at what point I would love to hear, how things were going, like, in the studio when it came to who the hell is Trueheart Brown and how is he just torching this course?
Well, Eric kind of knew him.
Okay.
Because he's from Flagstaff.
Okay. That figures.
Yeah, so he doesn't, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Eric knew him.
Uh-huh.
It took us a little bit to figure out who was in the lead, because we saw him at mile 2 way off the front from a drone.
Yeah.
And then we completely missed him at Antelope Mesa. So we didn't even see him come through.
So he was full send from jump.
He may have been up a half mile by Antelope Mesa.
That is insane.
On some of the best runners in the country.
Yeah. I mean, I was out there filming at Antelope Mesa last year, and it was in packs.
Yep.
Like, there was nobody, like, planting their flag that early in the race. Because it's just, in most cases, it's not a great strategy. But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely going to have to do some reading up between now and Western States to learn more. And
well, it's interesting because I think he's 41, and then Scott Trayer is 40.
Yeah.
So just some grown men handed it to the kids.
Yeah, well, I mean, as somebody who is in that age bracket, I am very proud to see them do well. I did hear somebody, was it you and Rob talking about wanting to hire Scott and, like, debating whether or not his race just shot up?
Yeah, well, I think
as a
we
coach.
should. I think that was Rob. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, Scott had an amazing race. Trueheart had an amazing race. And kudos to everybody that got out there and in some relatively tough conditions, different conditions. I mean, we've had tough conditions of all kinds here at Black Canyon, whether it be sideways rain and sleet like in 2017. Some high water situations that created alternate courses, such as in 2019, or extreme heat, such as today and in 2016. I mean, that's the thing about this race. You don't know what you're getting. You could literally get any kind of condition or situation. And Siva, a local, I'm not even going to try and pronounce his last name. Siva is a regular at our Aravaipa events. And
Rajaraman. Rajaraman is how I pronounce it.
I'll have to check with him. He actually runs with our Wednesday night groups.
Yep.
So congrats to Siva. This is his, it's not his first. I think it might be his third Black Canyon 100K finish. I know that he qualified for the Western States Lottery at this race in 2020. And if he finished in what looks to be about 16, he was in wave 2. So if he's in wave 2, it is too late for math at this point. It looks like he finished in about 15 or 16:20 rather. Yeah, 16:22 maybe. So congratulations to Siva. I know that that's actually a PR for him on this course, because I believe that his previous best was about 16:35 in 2020. So congratulations to him, and we will keep an eye on the finish line to see what other runners are coming in. And for those of you that are hanging out online, such as Rob Ricardo and Jem Rooney, I feel like it's kind of just it's almost like a reunion of Lone Cactus at this point. I love seeing a lot of the familiar names on our chats, and we don't do these live streams unless you're watching and interacting. So thank you to all of you. It gives me something to do on my weekends when I'm not having a great race.
Yeah, and thank you, Chris, for being here.
I love
keeping
coming
me
in.
company so that I
I mean,
stay awake. And
to
bring the people what they want.
Once upon a time, I had done some sports broadcasting back in the day, and when Aravaipa announced that they were going to be doing some live streams of events, I lobbied to be a part of the team, and I'm thrilled to be here. It's a lot of fun.
We've kept you around.
Yeah. I sometimes wonder why, but I won't. But I won't fight you on it. That finish line. I mean, it's so great. Like you can see how well lit it is, and how many people are milling about. And you're coming in out of the cold and out of the dark. And make no mistake, even though that's the thing about the desert. It was hot today. It was absolutely scorching, and now it is cold there. And when you're done, and when you finish, a 15, 16-hour run, and you cross that finish line, you got to have some bundling ready for you. Otherwise, you are going to freeze your butt off. It does get chilly out there, so. We'll see if we can get eyes on some of these names as they come through the finish line. I think that might have been Heather Rourke that just came through. Congratulations to her. Yeah, the coverage today was really great because there were so many times where I would pop in to watch, and there were different camera angles coming from all over. Obviously, the drones add something, and and the audience loves them as much. Oh, is that Lisa Kravitz, local?
That looked like her. I just saw her running through the back, and
That
I've
would be
never
Lisa.
met her. I've only seen her
I
a
actually
couple of times, but that did look like her.
Yes, I've run with and trained with Lisa for years, and her pacer Sherry Sadler as well. They're both very active participants in the local running scene. Lisa took a leave of absence from her job to train for Cocodona this year. Doesn't that just warm your heart?
It does.
I mean, hats off to her husband Gary for I can't imagine how that conversation went, but he's 100% supportive. He's a great guy, and Lisa is a great member of the community. Her pacer Sherry, they've been friends for like 20 years, so they run ultras together. They came from a road running background, and I believe tries as well. And Sherry is also apparently one of the strongest OCR runners for her age group in the country. So, but congratulations to Lisa and to Sherry. Congratulations to both of them for a job well done on a very, very trying day. I know that and for example, Lisa, I know that she's run this race an hour faster in years past. So, and of course, Lisa is coached by James Bonet. So,
Oh, that's amazing.
yeah, you know those Bonet runners.
Yeah, and I know people in the chat want the camera from the other angle. We don't have that feed right now. It's down. So it's kind of this feed or this feed. So I think
Either one of those is better than us.
I think that this is probably the one we want until we can get that feed up. But as soon as we get that up, we will make sure that we get it over to that camera as soon as we can try to figure out what's going on and get it fixed.
So do you have any desire to run this race?
So fun fact, Chris, back in 2019, I was signed up for the 60K.
Oh.
When I lived in Georgia.
Uh-huh.
And my wife was pregnant with our firstborn,
Mm-hmm.
and so we weren't able to come. So, but yeah, I'd love to run it one day.
Yeah,
I don't know how I'll get out of live stream duty, but if I can ever make that happen, I would love to run.
I
it
take
one
that
day.
back. I thought I got out of live stream duty, yet here I am.
That's what you thought. That's what you thought.
Yeah, we will do what we can to restore the other vantage point when we have legs at Emery Henderson Trailhead. Have you done some running on the course then?
Yeah, I've gone out with Rob and his wife Marissa, who's running the 60K tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
And we've run from Black Canyon City a few different times.
Okay.
Going both directions. So.
Oh, going north from there is a bear.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't enjoy it as much, maybe, because when you get out towards, like, K-Mine, you're on more, like, Jeep Road.
Yeah,
versus
this is true.
When you head from Black Canyon City straight down to the Agua Fria, and then you start, like, really climbing up towards, not climbing up towards Cottonwood, but heading towards Cottonwood.
Yeah.
Like, that part is really cool.
Yeah, it's hard, but it's fun.
Yeah.
It is a grind. I mean, for those that aren't familiar, after you leave Black Canyon City at mile 38, you do a slight climb back up to get onto the trail, and then you descend down into the bottom of the canyon, and then you slowly climb out over the next several miles, and you gain a couple thousand feet. It is hard. It is actually, rugged too. I mean, it's a very rocky trail from start to finish, the Black Canyon Trail. So I think that's also another thing that runners that aren't familiar with the terrain might underestimate. They see the course profile, and everybody knows. Everybody sees that it's a net, minus 2,000 elevation change from start to finish. Well, the thing is that, yeah, the first 36 are downhill and genuinely enjoyable to run most of the time. But then after that, it goes haywire on you. It gets hard. And a lot of times people just don't seem to understand that, just because it's net downhill does not mean it's easier by any stretch. Oh, I actually found out why Noah Doherty, Aravaipa's own, was at Table Mesa. He's pacing a runner in.
No kidding.
Yeah. I can't remember the runner's name. It's somebody from out of town. But Noah, who's never run this race before, he was asking for some pointers, and that's why I actually, just like I told you, it's important to leave Oro Bell with an ideally just under an hour left. That way you've got time to make your way to the finish. From Table Mesa, it's a little bit trickier to gauge. I mean, you've got a big climb coming out of Table Mesa, and it's kind of cool, like, not running the race today because I was able to see like the streams of headlamps off in the distance kind of moving from lower right to upper left and just going up like these, this long, arduous climb to the top of the mesa and not have to do it myself.
Yeah.
Because in years past, when I would get up there or I, get down to Table Mesa, I knew what was next, and I would look up as I got ready to cross the Table Mesa Road, and I would just cringe. So looks like we had some more finishers. We'll see if we can get the heads up on who they are and maybe where they're from as well. Lawrence Seberg and Kristen Klink. Looks like Lawrence Seberg was in wave 1, as was Kristen.
Yep, so it looks like Lauren got her Western States qualifier. Kristen did not, as we are now past the Western States qualifier for wave 1.
Yes, yeah, that was midnight.
Yep, so just a few minutes past, yeah.
And in years past, when it was all one wave, I understand why we had to separate them out. I mean, you've got so many people running the race now. But I will say there was something kind of romantic about trying to make it to Anne-Marie Henderson by midnight.
Yeah.
I'm like, just counting down my minutes and finishing a few minutes to midnight, almost in a Cinderella fairy tale fashion. I mean, 1 a.m. is still cool, but it doesn't have quite the same ring to it.
It doesn't, does it?
And, of course, what was the suggestion everybody made? Oh, well, run faster. Or run faster.
Yeah, you see, we're on the same page. You beat me to it.
Yeah. Well, actually, when I was thinking about, potential qualifiers outside of the box to do something different, because I've run at Javelina and run Black Canyon. One of the races I was thinking about looking at was Hennepin.
Yep.
My parents we're both Illinois boys.
Yep.
My parents' house is 40 miles away. Of course, who won Hennepin last year?
Was it Scotty?
It was Scott Traer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ran it in
Was that his PR?
14.
Or was it from, I still can't think of the name of the race that I'm. Scott ran another fast 100-miler.
I know that he ran 14-ish.
Umstead, I think, is the other one I'm thinking of. So he ran 13:44 at Umstead. That's what I was looking for.
And finished second at Umstead.
13:44 at Umstead. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 300-miler, sub 1,400 milers to his credit in the last year and a half.
Amazing.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah.
I was wondering how he would adapt to a shorter race, as well as the idea that, it was a lot. This is a rugged trail compared to his other fast results. Well, obviously he's been doing the homework out there. He's spent a lot of time on that trail.
Yeah, no, he's spent a ton of time out on that trail. He also, he helped at all the group runs
Yeah.
for it. He helped mark the course earlier this week. So he's been, and he lives in Phoenix now. So
Yes.
he's been able to get out on the trail when needed as well.
Yeah, he did a great job. He and Jubilee both organizing the group run, the preview runs for
Yep.
Black Canyon. People are actually coming to the preview runs from out of state.
Yeah.
I mean, I've run into runners from California and from other states who are coming to the Valley to participate in the Black Canyon training runs, just to get a sneak preview of the course. And I mean, they're great. Don't get me wrong. They're 20 to 24 mile supported training runs, which is fantastic. But I'm impressed. I guess I just look at it differently. But those people that come out here, keep it up. I mean, we get 100 people to show up to those runs here in Arizona, and I assume in years to come it's probably going to be even bigger because people just keep coming to run this race. The field just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and now that we're able to split the race over 2 days with the 60K, I mean, there's
really opens up the possibilities for people to get in.
Absolutely. So, excuse me. Sorry. Next thing, cough button. We need to. How many people do we know are doubling down this weekend? I know of 2, and I think I heard of a 3rd.
Who do you know of?
Stephen Crawford and Andre Lee.
Yep, I know. Those are the 2 I know of.
I heard there was one other guy that was talking about it. I can't remember for sure though. You would think though. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm a little bit surprised if it's only that many because, yeah, it is a goofy thing to do. But I mean, who does this? But
there are more. I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
But
well, we know that. I mean, obviously, we're more familiar with Stephen and Andre because they're both local runners. I do know that when we had Andre on the stream from Black Canyon, that from Black Canyon City, that we were not that he was thinking that he might not be finishing in 17. He just said he wanted to be done with it, and he's got a lot of stuff on his plate later this year. He's running UTMB, for instance. So
yeah, I saw the other day that he had gotten into UTMB.
You know who's really excited about that?
Who?
His girlfriend, Jan.
Oh, yeah.
She's very excited. Well, she's Irish. Like, she literally just moved here from Ireland.
Yeah?
So, she's going to go back to Europe as part of it. I assume that they're going to, also hang out in Ireland as well. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, for sure. So, we were talking about my friend Travis and I as we were driving back from the Black Canyon course and the whole Aravaipa After Dark thing. And we were thinking about how cool it would have been if I'd have been able to walk in with like maybe some heft pajamas or a monogrammed robe that I stole from a hotel, a snifter of Cavassier, and like turn the lights down for Aravaipa After Dark. The look, you can't see it, but the look on Matt's face was like he's got something for us. Obviously, you are looking live at the Black Canyon 100K finish line at Emery Henderson Trailhead in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. This is the largest 100K trail race in the United States, and congratulations to those who have crossed the finish line, and of course we still have many to come. We have this viewpoint for our feed right now, obviously, as you can see. We did have another feed. We're going to try and bring it back up and see if we can have that connected, and if we do, we'll be able to catch some of the runners finishing from the other side, because obviously only catching one vantage point can kind of tell half the story. Oh my. Oh my. That is... Oh, Mr. Feldake has outdone himself with regards to his outfit. The only thing he's missing is a snifter of Cavassier. Maybe Grand Marnier, something along those lines. Some sort of after-dinner beverage. This is wonderful. Once again, thank you again for tuning in. This is our second. This is the first trail race that has a second edition of the live stream, because the first time we actually did an Aravaipa live stream at a trail race, I believe it was Black Canyon last year. So, which was the, I believe that was, I don't know, Matt had been here for a good 3-4 days by the time that whole thing started. So we were all kind of, jumping into a whole new situation. But I think that things have gone very well so far. I am so jealous of Matt right now and the outfit that he has put together. We are a quarter after midnight, basically, 12:14 a.m. locally. That means that Wave 2 is down to the final 15 minutes with regard to the Western States lottery cutoff at 17 hours, because those runners started at 7:30 in the morning, and they have to cross the finish line by the 17-hour mark, 12:30, and then the third and final wave, which started at 8 a.m., those runners have until 1 a.m. to cross the finish line. I myself was part of the 8 o'clock wave and unfortunately had to call it a day, but I'm glad that I could come in and hang out here in the studio along with my friend Matt, who has an absolutely dashing outfit right now and has decided to set some mood lighting as well here in the studio for Aravaipa After Dark.
For Aravaipa After Dark, you have to talk real close to the microphone here. And you have to kind of just whisper, but we've dimmed the lights. We've got finishers coming in, and I have
that is fantastic.
Cigar Room jacket.
That is wonderful.
This is Jamil's. So I believe he is currently maybe having a little bit of a rest, a much-deserved rest. So he won't see that I have put on his jacket unless he goes back and watches it later. But yeah, I think it's.
Is it comfy?
Sit more here, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's nice. So here we are. We've got the mood lighting set.
We do. We have the mood lighting, and we're watching the magical last, not the end of the race, but the golden hour for the final Western States lottery finishers.
These are the final gold. This is the golden hour for the Western States lottery.
Yeah, and make no mistake, a lot of these people are here strictly for that reason. That's, I believe that is why this race is, has become so big. And as we've also said, a lot of people are under the impression because it's in that downhill that it's a, quote, easy race. Well, a lot of people found out today that there's a lot of things that can make that more difficult, and it's not nearly as easy as the elevation profile may lead you to believe. The course is rough.
Yeah, the course is definitely harder than it looks on paper.
Absolutely. And plus a lot of the climbing is in the second half of the race too. That makes a big difference.
All right. I'm going to turn the lighting back on so that we look a little bit better here.
Still, I enjoy what we need is some different color lighting for maybe a pink lamp or something like that. I do have to say I love the celebrations that are taking place at the finish line with all of these runners who have left it all out on the course this weekend here in Phoenix, Arizona, at the Black Canyon 100K. this is them enjoying the fruits of their labor. Soak it up. You've earned it. Enjoy it. And we'll see if it leads to, a Western States lottery berth. Who knows? That, some people do qualify for Western States through this race. I know we've had several Arizona racers who have done that and qualified for the Western States lottery through their Black Canyon tickets. At this point, 398 people have punched their ticket. Make that 399 as we await the end of hour 17 here at Black Canyon Ultras. And after the 17-hour Western States cutoff, the race still does continue. You do not have to finish this race in 17 hours in order to complete it. There is a 20-hour cutoff, which means that those who started out in Wave 3 have until 4 a.m. And I can testify, as I was out there on the course today, that there are people simply kind of approaching this as a power hike or as a hiking excursion. They weren't running at all, but they were still moving, fairly well, despite not, quote, running, even on some of the flatter downhill areas.
So it looks like we've got 39 minutes for people. Well, we've got 9 minutes now for Wave 2 runners.
Yeah.
So this is big. So we'll be seeing people come through here.
It makes it kind of tricky, obviously, when we're following the tracker, as we don't, know instantaneously whether a runner is on Wave 1, 2, or 3. So we just kind of have to wait for the results to upload onto live.aravaiparunning.com, which is where you can follow them as well. I mean, we are merely the sharers of information. We do also have that information, at least in that case, on the internet available for you, and we invite you to check it out. We thank you for being here on the live streams, and we try and, cover as many runners as we can, but when you're dealing with several hundred participants in a race, it's just a fact that not everybody's going to have their moment on our broadcasts. We try and do our best to spread the spread the love as much as possible. I almost said spread the lube. As part of our
Senseman,
But that was one of the things that, for the first half of the race, we're following closely, and the same thing at Javelina. We're following the lead packs. We're following what the elites are doing, and once the elites or the golden tickets or what have you are done, the beauty of this event is that that's not the end of the story. There's still, other stories to be told, and it might be somebody grinding their way to their first 100K finish in 19 and a half hours. I mean, we're going to be here for that. We're going to be on for that. I might be sleeping over on the couch over there for a little bit, but
very well deserved, might I add.
Thank you. Hey, I've had, as poorly as I was feeling earlier today, while I, when I withdrew from the race, and didn't have the day I thought I'd have, I've tried to make the most of it. Had a great time talking with Rob and Eric earlier on the stream. And then where I could step in, and just had a, because I was watching, I was following along, and oh well, we don't have any feeds, boom, would do what I could to try and give you something that and being at Table Mesa, we always need a camera at Table Mesa.
Yeah.
Like at this point, moving forward, there's just so much energy there. Folks, we're like, you're behind the curtain right now. We're like literally planning next year's Black Canyon right here on the air.
I think one of the reasons that this year's coverage was as good as it was also because we had, a lot of volunteers. So we had more volunteer filmers this year than in years past.
For sure. I mean, last year with it being the first time, we had some volunteers, but now that people can see the product and have seen, what we do, they want to be a part of it. And I think it's great. I mean, if, we have people who have come from other states to volunteer for this race. I mean, Robert Lopez, Rolo is, helping pass out bibs and everything yesterday and today. He flew from Indianapolis to do that. If you're interested in being one of our, if I am sorry, but if you're like a licensed drone pilot and you're interested in doing that kind of thing, I mean, we'll find room for you. We'll, if you want to just come here and be a part of the live stream in terms of like filming, I mean, we'd be happy to have you. It's the kind of coverage, it's the kind of sport that all of this is so young that we're able to get to do it. Whereas you're not going to be asked to go and, film the Diamondbacks, game on a, Thursday afternoon.
Who knows though, Chris, they may have you come commentate.
Oh, I've actually never commentated baseball, although it is my favorite major sport. I've done basketball and I've done football at the high school level, though.
How would you feel about commentating a Diamondbacks game?
I mean, I'm more of a Cub fan, but
well, maybe Cubs spring training.
I actually, it would be fun, but I don't think that I'm cut out for it. So I'll stick to what I know, which is coming in and sharing my thoughts, however inane or irrelevant they are, on the live streams for Aravaipa Running events and for Steep Life Media, such as Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka here in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, and so circling back to the volunteer thing, and so I think, we were trying to elevate our coverage this year a lot more. And so we needed more volunteers. We got more volunteers, but we were also trying to extend our coverage quite a bit longer.
Yes.
And so you're trying to do like two things at the same time. You need more volunteers to elevate your coverage, and you need also more volunteers on top of that to expand your coverage. And so we ended up with just like kind of gaps, where we were hoping we would be able to like have some static cams up at some various locations. But you learn. You know? And you're right. I think Table Mesa is crucial.
It has become the spot.
Especially
on
later on, I think it's almost more important than Black Canyon City in ways.
For sure.
Because
I mean,
by the time you get done with the golden ticket, it's like covering that, right? You're looking more towards Table Mesa to the finish and not all the way to Black Canyon, really.
Yeah. One of the things about Table Mesa that would probably be good to have is, I know they've got like one of those elevated lights there. I would say another couple of them strategically placed. Otherwise, I'd be fine to have a light filming on there, but I would have liked to have been able to go a little bit further away and kind of catch some of the crews and the runners interacting. It was a lot of fun to do for the people that were set up right in the lit area, like by the timing mat. But there were a lot of runners that that I would have loved to have kind of featured on, for a couple moments interacting with their crew and with their family. So,
and we got to give a shout out to Colleen Hayes, whose sister Erin just finished. So a huge shout out to you. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Great job, Erin. Do you know what wave she was in? Because right now it's 12:29, so that wave, second wave, has 1 minute. Well, there was an Erin Linehan that finished early. Is that it? Erin Linehan? 16:57? Whew!
Could be.
Just in the nick of time.
Could be.
Breaking that 17 in style. And it looks like John Wigington finished in 16:58.21. It's cutting it even closer.
Jeez.
Great job.
Here we have another one that would be, oh
man, I hope that he's in wave 3. Because it looked like he might have just missed. Okay,
Yeah,
so yeah, Erin was
wave
in
two.
wave 2. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, 16:57. That gets it done. Great job by her. We just had a runner finish. I'm crossing my fingers that he was in wave 3 because it would be just absolutely crushing to miss it by literal seconds. Okay, it looks like whoever that was might have been Jared St. Germain, 16:29.38. Okay, so he was in wave 3. He was in wave
That's
3,
who
so
it
he
was,
finished with
yeah.
30 minutes to
But
spare.
there
Great.
was another person who finished in one of the waves, 16:30.01.
That's getting it done. Getting it done. Well, again, congratulations to Erin, your sister Colleen, offering support. So that means next year Colleen has to run it, right? And Erin
think
has to
so.
support her.
Well, I think that's how it works.
Them's the
right?
rules. Yeah,
Yeah.
them's the rules. So, Colleen, glad to know we'll see you out here next year at Black Canyon Ultras here in Phoenix, Arizona. Did I hear that Freak Brothers was out there at the finish line this year? Oh, man. That makes my DNF even all the worse. I needed some pizza this year. And I do
think
love
you
Freak
should
Brothers
get
pizza.
You should get a pie on like Sunday night and have it in your pack.
That might work. That
Why
might
not?
work.
Seems like a great idea to me.
I do love Freak Brothers. I try and get down to their brick and mortar place every so often.
We had
So-
it for lunch here in the studio today.
I'm not surprised by this in the least. Of course, as we mentioned, we are down to now 2 waves have actually passed the Western States qualifier golden hour. We are down to our last 28 minutes of wave 3. Now, I'm believing that wave 3 was probably the smallest wave, so there's still a few people yet to come here, hopefully, that are going to break 17, but I don't know if it's going to be that many.
What do you think anyone will finish within 99 seconds of the Western States qualifier?
So
That's where it currently is. We have someone who has run 16 hours, 58 minutes, and 21 seconds.
Oh, do I think
Do you
somebody is
we'll
going to
have
cut it
someone
closer than that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
I do.
miss it by
Oh.
less than that too, right?
Matt, I can't even fathom. Like, seeing after what happened at Javelina, I can't handle another nail biting, close, barely missed situation because that one wrecked me emotionally. For those that followed our Javelina live stream, we had a runner, local runner, who finished just a few minutes after the cutoff, and it was somebody that we knew and I had done some interviews with, and I knew coming in, I was like, I think she's going to be a story, Sonia Glover, and oh boy, was she a story.
Yeah.
Looks like Erin getting more love from. Looks like she has a couple sisters watching today. So Maureen and Colleen, thanks for watching. And like we said, that just means that you have to run it next year.
Yep, those are the rules. We don't make them. We just
Yes.
enforce them.
Absolutely. So congratulations for giving us a solid verbal for Black Canyon 2023. That's going to be what it is. Every time you cheer somebody on, you have to register. We have ways of tracking that too. If you say it on YouTube, you gotta adhere to it. So. For those of you just tuning in, we are live from Emery Henderson Trailhead in Phoenix, Arizona, the site of the finish line of the Black Canyon 100K, sponsored by Hoka. We appreciate you spending your Saturday with us because we know that, it's a long, long night, day and night. For those of you that started tuning in, as early as the pregame, we're still going. We're still plugging along. I mean, obviously our morning show, I guess if you want to say it, commentators, Eric Senseman and Rob Ricardo, have turned in for the day. Thank you to them. And Matt Feldake, my broadcast partner, is around here somewhere, probably doing his best to take in as much coffee as possible. My name is Chris Warden. I am a once-in-a-while contributor to the Aravaipa Running and Steep Life Media live stream coverage at our races. And I wasn't actually scheduled to be here today. I was scheduled to be out there on the screen. Unfortunately, the best laid plans don't always come to fruition. And I had to pull the plug early on in the race, and the least I could do was try and help with the coverage and be out there. So I did. I flipped from being a participant to being somebody as part of the coverage team, and I did some filming of some runners here and there. In particular, at Table Mesa, the last major aid station. On the Black Canyon 100K course. I had a lot of fun out there. If you've never been to an Aravaipa event, Table Mesa is rapidly becoming one of the big tailgating spots here at the Black Canyon 100K. It is, at this point, potentially just as big of a deal as some of the aid stations out at Javelina 100. It's that much fun, that exciting. The energy out there is palpable. Everybody is, dialed in. Some runners are meeting with their crew and their pacers. Some runners are switching pacers, so you might have more runners out there at that particular place. So let's see if we've had a few more finishers here. Looks like we've had a couple people cross the finish line. Let's see if they finished. Looks like maybe Danelle Soto just finished. Yeah, Danelle, she's a local runner from here in the Valley. And Jose Games, that's Shepe is what we call Shepe.
Yeah?
Yeah, Shepe is part of the Arizona Trailleggers, one of our local groups here.
Nice.
And so congratulations to Shepe and to Danelle Soto for finishing. I believe Philip Bullen was he earlier? Or was he recent?
Yeah, I think those
Okay.
would have been earlier, maybe, right?
Maybe.
'Cause we're
Oh,
at
that's right. It would be
39.
39. Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong ones. But, well, congratulations to everybody that's finished to this point. It's been a heck of a day for all of us, whether you're running or whether you're viewing. It's just a great day all around. So a few more finishers have just crossed the line and are posing for their post-race celebratory photos. It is a great feeling to cross that finish line.
Get your buckle.
Yeah.
Get your buckle. Get your photo.
Mm-hmm.
You earned it.
I got 4 of them from this race, and was hoping to get one for the thumb, but
Well, you can always start on the next hand.
this is true.
As well, you know.
Well, I was just trying to keep up with Dean Hansen and Mike Melchiors. I mean, I want to dine at the big kids table, and there's not many people who have more than 4 finishes. I know that like 4 of them were racing today. I don't know how all of them did, and I actually know that I fell behind several other people who had 4 finishes, like I did, such as I believe Stephen Crawford had 4 finishes. I know that the Ostaszewski sisters each had 4 finishes, so now they're ahead of me. And I'm not going to catch up because they're not going to stop finishing this race.
Yeah.
They just keep on killing it out there.
How many total finishers are we at so far? 412.
412. Yeah, I maintain that, in order for you to finish this race in under 17 hours, you need to hit Doe Spring by 16:05. So if I had to guess, I think that we're probably looking at like maybe up to 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, maybe 13 more lottery ticket finishers because there actually is a significant break between number 12 and 13.
Right after that.
Yeah. So if a runner has hit Doe Spring by, I would say 104, 105 this morning, then they've got a shot. Anything after that, it becomes very tricky to finish that final 3.6 miles in, I would say under 52 to 54 minutes. And part of that's because, you've probably been moving at a pace where that's even pushing it at that point. So, and we are 17 minutes away from the conclusion of the golden hour for the third wave of Black Canyon. 100K. Yeah, you can tell it's warmer out there because they don't have all of the walls for the tents. 2 years ago, they had we had to bundle up a lot more. What's the temperature at the finish line at this point?
I think this says 62, but it's probably a few degrees cooler than that.
Yeah, for those
Probably
that,
like 59.
okay. For those that aren't familiar, Anne-Marie Henderson Trailhead is at the about as far north in the city of Phoenix as you can go. It's actually kind of a weird geographical thing where it's actually north of Anthem, but it's still in the Phoenix city itself. One of the cool things about Anne-Marie Henderson Trailhead is that they have camp hosts out there. And the camp hosts a few years ago came over and during one of our training runs, the final training run, and those of us that had participated had done whatever it was, 25, 24 miles on the final one, and we're hanging out and kind of celebrating our efforts, and they walk over because a lot of people attend these training runs. At that point we probably had 100 people, and they came over to introduce themselves and kind of wanted to know what was going on, and we told them what was going on and that we would be having the finish line of the race there in a couple of weeks, and they're like, "Oh, wow, that's huge!" Like, yeah, it's gonna be nuts. And what was great is they actually came over and just kind of watched and hung out, and
Yeah.
we had the same thing happen at Javelina. The camp hosts from at McDowell Mountain Regional Park that were tasked with the trailhead where we set up Javelina headquarters. They sat out and tailgated all weekend in front of their RV. Yeah, they didn't have to move. They had a blast. I mean, for somebody who hasn't seen a trail race, I mean, if your first exposure is Black Canyon or Javelina, you're going to be
pretty dang good. Hey.
Yeah, and to be honest, those that kind of energy and is few and far between when it comes to races outside of what we do here. I'm gonna pat the Aravaipa organization on the back for that one. There definitely is a bigger vibe. I think that's a fantastic thing. Other people might not agree. That's fine. I get it. But I think that but the energy that you feel at the Aravaipa races here in town, because they're so darn big, is a positive.
So we've got about 12 minutes left before the cutoff for our final Western States qualifiers.
Looks like recent finishers include Dan Foley and Gabriel Harju. I remember seeing them at Table Mesa before I made my way. We're actually down to what is probably likely to only be a couple of people. I would say 2, I think we can expect. 1, maybe. So we're talking 2 or 3 golden hour finishers, at least by my guesstimation. And again, I have not run any deep numbers or simulations with regard to this, but I do know what it takes to finish this course, when it gets down to the 16, 17 hour mark. So. And we are down to 10 minutes even remaining for the golden hour for Wave 3 of Black Canyon 100K. I'd love to see, several finishers come in, as the time winds down, but just based on my experience, it's going to be unlikely than more than a couple at this point. We did
Looks
just
like
have
we
one.
Had someone come through, so we'll just give that a minute, and then we'll have to refresh that.
Mm-hmm.
And while you do that, Chris, I'm actually going to go reheat some coffee.
All right.
Because we've still got, I've got another 3 hours and 10 minutes.
I'll do my best to hang out, and I will probably need to take a break to recharge my batteries a little bit. But I'm happy to be here, and we'll see if I can stick around for a little bit longer. And not every finisher, to clarify, not every finisher that we see in the next few minutes is going to qualify for the Western States Lottery, because there are some who might still be crossing the finish line who were in Wave 1 or Wave 2. The only eligible runners still on the course for a Western States Lottery ticket would be those that are in Wave 3. Our most recent finisher to break in under 17 hours was Ryan Saladay, number 703. Congratulations to Ryan.
And so we have just a few minutes left now before the Western States Lottery qualification is kind of off the table.
Yeah. Looks like we just had another person cross the finish line. Now, I don't know if this person is...
Well, and it's possible that some of these people are wave 1 or 2.
Exactly.
Missing the 17-hour cutoff.
Yeah. I think at this point there's only one runner that I can see that might still have a shot. So hopefully we see this person sooner rather than later.
Wait, did we ever decide whether we were going to have someone within 99 seconds?
I think we are.
Yeah.
I mean, we're getting close to where, like I said, with the next runner I expect to cross the finish line that's part of wave 3, it's going to be close.
Yeah, I think I would also lean that way.
It's nothing like trail drama. Not. Actually, it looks like the other person that I was referring to might have finished. Benjamin Lee, yeah, finished in 16:54:34. So
let's see if we can get one more in.
It could happen. Like I said, okay, so that's interesting because he hit, okay, so Benjamin Lord hit Doe Spring. Okay, so, it's Benjamin Lee.
Confusing because they have the same first name and their last name start with the same first letter.
Yeah. It's going to be close for this next runner.
And it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
This is true. What time did you wake up?
I've been awake since about 1:30 yesterday morning.
Oh, my goodness.
I've been here since about 4:20-ish.
I woke up about
4:30,
4, and I thought I was, and I was like, and I had a friend who was in wave 3 along with me, who actually rented a house in Mayer, and he texted me at like 7:30, said, I don't want to get out of bed.
Yeah, my son, I have a 15-month-old. He woke up at like 1:30, and I just couldn't get back
there
to
you
sleep.
go, yeah.
Well, I was excited. Like, once I woke up, I was like excited, like, oh, today's the day.
Yes.
We're either gonna have a good live stream or we're not gonna have a good live stream.
I think we always have a good live stream.
Well, it's kind of like races, right? You're either gonna have a good race or you're not gonna have a good race.
This is true.
But when you wake up that morning, you've already done the work. Not much else you can do, you know?
Yeah, that is true. You're just kind of having to handle it. We're down to the final minute.
Final minute. This is bananas.
Like I said, I think there's one person out there who might be able to make it interesting.
I hope they make it.
I hope so too. I hope that it would be awesome to see this final runner finish, because I know how that finish line can be when it's supporting somebody. I mean, and you
It'd
come
be
in.
better if we. I wish we had the other angle, because then you'd be able to see the headlights.
This is true. But nobody's flinching at the finish line, so I'm guessing that the next runner is probably not going to make the sub-17. So that puts the number of people that qualified for Western States. You know how many people hit it?
Well, I saw the first number, so I know it's in the 4s.
Yes.
I'm going to say 421.
420.
Really?
Yeah. Looks like 420 people qualified.
Oh, 57 seconds off was the closest.
Yeah, 57 seconds.
Wait, what? Oh, and they would have just finished
16:10,
earlier.
yeah.
So they finished at 12:30.
Well, that's one of the things that was tricky about following this, is that to be able to decipher which wave somebody is in is a little bit tricky. So now the grind in question is just getting it done.
And here we have, it looks like another finisher just coming in. We'll try and get you an update on who that is here momentarily. Let's see if we can get some more updates on who some of these finishers are here. Looks like we might have had Tim White and possibly Candice Riscuti, who just recently finished there. And again, if you were just joining us, the time for the Western States cutoff has passed. We have about 420 runners who have come in under the 17-hour mark, who will be making their way into the Western States lottery. here you are taking a look at the finish line area where runners are celebrating their incredible accomplishment. And so it looks like we have lost our other feed as well. And so you're stuck with me. So we will work on trying to get these camera feeds back up for you so that we can, show you as many finishes as we possibly can. Right now we have, it's Aravaipa After Dark, so I'll show you the feed that we currently have. The only camera feed that I have is right here. It's not that that's bad. It's that it doesn't do us any good. And so here we are. Alright, and it looks like we do have one camera feed back up. Now we just need to see if we can try. We're trying to get the other camera feed back up that everyone has been requesting here. So we'll see if we can make that happen. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the shot that you all wanted. Huge shout out to the great Jubilee Page, race director extraordinaire, and tech assistant for this live stream, getting that camera feed back up for me. So, Jibs, you rock. And so we are, in what I would dub our golden hours, where we will basically have, the next 2 hours and 46 minutes. We're gonna have finishers coming in, who will, yeah, be capping off their 100K journey here. So we are, again, just taking a look at the finish line here at Anne-Marie Henderson, where we continue to wait for our next batch of runners to come on through. CR in the chat. Great question. We know how many runners started based on our timing system, and that number I believe was 755. And here we have, again, one of our finishers celebrating their incredible journey with a nice finish line photo with the finish line arch and banner and their newly earned Black Canyon belt buckle. And here we have some more finishers. Or one, it looks like. Let me see if I can find who some of those last finishers have been here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the behind the scenes in the aid station here. Looks like we've got some runners coming into the aid station soon, or to the finish line soon, maybe. Thought I might have seen some headlamps. Yeah, here we go. I believe that was Lori Tolchin who just finished up there. So a huge shout out to her. And now let's go ahead and take a look, kind of the behind the scenes happenings here. It looks like we are going to have some runners coming in to the finish line here soon. So let's throw it back to our main camera here. There we go. have another finisher there. Here we see some more post-race finish line photos. We recently had Durisme Verdeja finish up her run at the Black Canyon Ultras 100K. have some more finishers coming in. It looks like a runner and her pacer. Here we have yet another finisher of the Black Canyon 100K. Judy in the chat wants to know if we have the name of the last few guys who have come through. I'm trying to find them right now. Just the fact that they're all in different waves makes it a little bit hard, or could be in different waves. But I am kind of looking for you here. Okay. Yeah, one of the gentlemen who just finished was Ethan Simi. Oh, that's awesome, Judy. Well, we're glad that you were hopefully able to catch him. I know it's hard when we don't have the timing synced with the computer where I'm at, or like, we don't have the ability to pull the, like the live, like timing like as soon as they cross it, so we're relying on kind of our live tracking just like the audience. So we really appreciate you bearing with us. Here we go as our next finisher here. Here we go. Here's our next finisher. And it looks like there might be some more headlamps coming up towards the finish line shortly. Here we just had a couple more finishers here. Yeah, Carl. I didn't see the exact light that person was using, but the Kagala light is one that can kind of attach to um, like various different areas, so not just a traditional headlamp that is super super bright. So that's definitely a good one to invest in if you're looking for something super bright. And again, we're just kind of hanging out here at the finish, waiting on our last runners to make their way to Emory Henderson and wrap up their 2022 Black Canyon 100K journey. Hey Judy in the chat, you've been around for a while in the chat now, and we appreciate you tuning in and bringing this coverage. This is the reason that we do it, is so the people who can't be here are able to enjoy, at the very least, a little bit of the experience. So thank you so much for tuning in. We really appreciate it. Here we have our next finisher. And it looks like we have one more, or is that a... Oh, there's a pacer.
So for anyone who is just tuning in, we are currently at the finish line for the Black Canyon 100K, awaiting our last finishers who have an hour and 40 minutes before the final cutoff for wave 3. So we will, we are entering kind of the golden hour for, for some of these runners who, if they started in wave 1 or wave 2, will be kind of timed out at 3:30, and then 4 o'clock for the final wave. Jem, thanks for stopping in, man. Have a great run. Here we have our next runners coming in. That looks like 2 different runners. Here we have another runner coming in. And I believe that was Lisa Hide. Yeah, that most recent runner we saw was Lisa. Looks like we have another runner coming in here. Maybe that was a pacer or something who had been dropped and was just coming back in, pulled off. But regardless, we will leave it right here at the Black Canyon 100K finish line at Emery Henderson Trailhead.
looks like we may have our next couple runners here. As you can see, a couple headlights in the distance there.
we just saw our next finisher, and then there, I believe, is Andre Lee. There he is. Aravaipa community member and legend Andre Lee getting it done, and I believe he's back out for the 60K tomorrow. What a champion. And here we have our next finisher. Let's see if I can get a name on that. So Nathan Young recently finished there for his Black Canyon 100K,
is in the books now. And we are about 15 minutes away from the 7 a.m. start. Final cutoff.
Oh, hey, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by Sleeping Beauty himself, Jamil Curry.
Sleeping no longer. Sleeping no longer.
How are you doing,
Hey,
my friend?
I am doing well. How are you holding up?
Oh,
It's been a long one.
It has been a very long one, but you know, things we do for the people.
That is right. It is quite breezy here again. Breezy morning. That's my update. And there are still lights coming in.
There we go. We've got about 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes before any Wave 1 runners who would be out there will be past the cutoff.
That's right.
I don't think you got to see it, but we got Andre Lee has finished, and I think he's got a few hours to get back up to Mayer High School for the start of his 60K today.
Hope he's got a ride. Yes, I do see him over there, and he it looks like he's maybe got some food, maybe changing some layers. That's a turnaround right there.
Yeah,
that's a turnaround for Andre.
What time is the first wave?
We gotta get him over to the shuttle. He's getting a photo at the finish here.
Classic. Yeah, so I'm guessing he's in the second wave, so he's got about 4 hours and 39 minutes to be back up at the start line at Mayer High School.
Yeah.
Here we have our next finisher.
Nice work.
One farther, right? Yeah. All right, Kathy. Thank you, Jamil. This was amazingly hard.
You're welcome. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well done. Hello.
I had to come back. I didn't finish in 2020.
Got it done.
This is not easy.
No.
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Way to go.
All right, thank you. You guys put on awesome events.
Well done.
See you at Javelina.
Congratulations.
See you at Javelina. Thank you.
Yeah, I listened to beer on the Beer on the Run podcast. It was amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Well, so was your podcast with Dan. It was good too. I like how all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, and you lose track, but you're so awesome.
Oh man, my brain completely went blank. But yeah.
But you make it
See ya. Way to go.
Thank you, guys.
Congrats. For waves 2 and 3 to come through. Okay, 2 and 3, yeah. Sounds good. You don't know about how many you're expecting though, huh? At the moment, the most I would be expecting is
And now that the clock has turned over to 3, that is the final cutoff for all our Wave 1 runners. And it marks the golden hour for our Wave 3 runners. So Wave 2 runners have a half an hour left. Wave 3 runners have their golden hour. another finisher that just came through here.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt.
Hey.
I am personally signing out from the finish line, so I'm going to be leaving it to the finish line cam here for you.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, everyone.
There we have another golden hour finisher just came through.
So again, for those of you watching at home, we are positioned right at the finish line of the Black Canyon 100K, and we are in the golden hour. We've got about 47 minutes left for the rest of the runners who are on course to make their way to the finish line prior to the cutoffs. And here we go, another finisher. So again, for anyone just now tuning in, we've got about 39 minutes left before the final cutoff. We've got about 9 minutes left here before the Wave 2 cutoff, which started at 7:30 yesterday morning. So we are slowly approaching the end of this live stream. And really the end of this journey for many of these runners. And so while we wait, we're going to keep it on this finish line cam and try and continue to see runners as they come through the finish of the Black Canyon 100K. And here we are. We just saw another runner crossing the line here.
Heather in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in, Heather. And we are now just seconds away from the cutoff for the 7:30 wave, which leaves us then 30 minutes for runners to complete their journey to Black Canyon City as part of the 2022 Black Canyon 100K, presented by the great folks over at Hoka. Shout out to Hoka for helping make this event happen, as we have another finisher coming in here. And it is official. We have surpassed the 7:30 cutoff for Wave 2, or the 7:30 wave start for Wave 2. The cutoff was 3:30. So now we just have 30 minutes for runners to finish who were in Wave 3. Alicia Jones in the chat. Yes, I just witnessed my grandson Richard Stanley cross the finish line. Huge shout out to Richard. Way to go. Way to go. He got the job done with time to spare on the clock as we have 26 minutes now until the race is over, until that final cutoff has been reached. And there we have another finish. we have another golden hour finish. Looks like that was Dean Hansen with the finish. Looks like we may have just a couple runners still left. Trying to finish within the next 18 minutes here. We now have 15 minutes before the final cutoff. We now have just a mere 10 minutes before the final cutoff of the 2022 Black Canyon 100K, presented by our good friends over at Hoka. 10 minutes for runners who are still out on course to make it in prior to the cutoff.
We are now down to 5 minutes remaining before the end of the 2022 Black Canyon 100K. A mere 5 minutes for runners who are still out on course to make it to the finish line. We're down to just 3 minutes remaining now. I am not seeing any lights on the trail. We have 2 minutes remaining. And here it is, 3:59, the last minute of the 2022 Black Canyon 100K presented by Hoka is upon us. It is not looking like we will have any last minute golden hour finishers this year, but you never know about the future. So we will see this all the way out. I'm not seeing any headlights on screen, which means they probably are not close enough to make it before the final cutoff.
It is now 4 a.m., which means any runners still out on course have missed the final cutoff. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are going to call it a day. I'm going to bring it back into the studio here. I appreciate you all, joining us. And just to recap here real quickly, on the men's side, the 3 golden ticket winners were Trueheart Brown, Scott Trayer, and Jeff Colt. On the women's side, our top 4 were Claire Gallagher, Dominika Stelmach, Anne-Marie Madden, and Taylor Nolan. The final 3 on the ladies' side, so Dominika, Anne-Marie, and Taylor Nolan will take home the golden tickets, as Claire Gallagher has declined her entry into Western States. So thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to be with you, both commentating and producing, and make sure you stay tuned. Next Friday, we will be live streaming the USATF 100-mile championships over on our Steep Life Media YouTube channel, so you won't want to miss that. So go over, hit the subscribe button. The posts are already scheduled, or the streams are already scheduled, so you can go ahead and set a reminder, and we will see you on the next one. That is going to do it. Thank you all so much. Have a good one.